Sometimes the mind notices something before you do. A shift in the room, a silence that feels wrong. You tell yourself it's nothing because that's easier. The people in tonight's stories did the same, until they couldn't anymore. I'm LURK. Leave a like, subscribe, and let's begin. My great-grandfather shared this story with me years ago, back when he was still alive and his memory was sharp enough to recall even the smallest details from his childhood. I remember sitting with him on his porch, listening to his weathered voice as he transported me back to a time that seemed almost impossible to imagine. This was Missouri in the early days, when life was simple but dangerous, when families lived in small cottages scattered across the wilderness, and when wild animals roamed freely through the forests and creeks that crisscrossed the land. He told me about a particular day from his childhood that stayed burned into his memory for his entire life. A day that could have ended everything before it even began. He must have been around 5 or 6 years old at the time, just a small boy with no real understanding of how dangerous the world around him could be. His family lived in a modest cottage, the kind of place that was common back then, with wooden walls and a simple roof that kept out most of the rain. They didn't have running water like we do today, which meant that every drop of water they used for drinking, cooking, and washing had to be carried by hand from the nearest source. The closest water source to their home was a creek that ran through the woods about half a mile away from their cottage. It doesn't sound like much distance now, especially when you can hop in a car and cover that ground in less than a minute. But back then, half a mile was a proper journey. The path wasn't paved or even cleared in many places. You had to navigate through trees and underbrush, watching your step for roots and rocks that could trip you up or injure the horse. His mother would make this trip regularly, sometimes several times a week, depending on their needs and the weather. On this particular day, his mother had decided to take him along with her. He didn't remember if his father was away working or if his mother simply wanted the company, but he climbed up onto their horse with her, settling in front of her on the saddle as they set off toward the creek. The journey through the woods was probably pleasant enough for a young child. He would have seen birds flitting through the trees, heard the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, and felt the gentle rocking motion of the horse as it picked its way along the familiar path. His mother guided the animal with practiced ease, having made this trip countless times before. When they finally reached the creek, his mother dismounted and helped him down from the horse. The creek wasn't particularly impressive as far as bodies of water go. It was shallow in most places, just a few inches deep, with clear water flowing over smooth stones and pebbles. The water made a peaceful sound as it moved, a gentle bubbling and trickling that would have been soothing to listen to. For a small child, though, this creek might as well have been a vast ocean of adventure and possibility. While his mother began the work of filling whatever containers they had brought along, he did what any young child would do when presented with a beautiful creek on a nice day. He waded right into the middle of it, feeling the cool water flow around his ankles and calves. He probably splashed around, picked up interesting stones, and generally enjoyed himself in the way that children do when they're given a bit of freedom in nature. The water was shallow enough that there was no danger of drowning, and his mother was right there keeping an eye on him while she worked. Everything seemed perfectly normal and safe. This was just another routine trip to fetch water, the kind of errand his mother had completed hundreds of times before without incident. The sun was probably shining through the trees, creating dappled patterns on the water's surface. The sounds of the forest surrounded them, familiar and peaceful. There was no reason to think that this day would be any different from all the others that had come before it. But then something changed. His mother's demeanor shifted completely and instantly. One moment she was calmly going about her task, and the next she was screaming at the top of her lungs. He said he would never forget the sound of her voice in that moment, the raw terror and urgency that cut through the peaceful afternoon like a knife. She wasn't just calling to him or trying to get his attention. She was screaming hysterically, shouting at something he couldn't see, her voice reaching a pitch and intensity that frightened him deeply. He was just a small child standing in the middle of the creek, confused and scared by his mother's sudden panic. He didn't understand what was happening or what had triggered such a violent reaction from her. All he knew was that something was terribly wrong, and his mother was more afraid than he had ever seen her before. She abandoned whatever she had been doing and rushed toward him with a speed and determination that showed just how serious the situation was. She grabbed him with a strength born of pure maternal instinct and adrenaline, pulling him bodily out of the water without any gentleness or care for comfort. In that moment, getting him out of that creek was the only thing that mattered. She lifted him up and practically threw him onto the horse, scrambling up behind him with a desperate urgency. Her hands were shaking as she grabbed the reins, and she kicked the horse into motion immediately, urging it to run as fast as it could carry them. It was only then, as the horse began to gallop away from the creek, that he looked back over his mother's arm to see what had caused such terror. What he saw would stay with him for the rest of his life. An image so vivid and frightening that even 80 or 90 years later, he could describe it in perfect detail. On the other side of the creek, where the trees met the water's edge, was a mountain lion. The creature was massive and powerful, all muscle and predatory grace. Mountain lions are apex predators, animals that have no natural enemies in their environment and fear nothing. This one had been watching them, probably for some time, sizing up the situation and waiting for the right moment to strike. And when it saw the small, vulnerable child standing alone in the shallow water, separated from the protection of the adult, it had decided that the moment had come. The mountain lion was charging straight toward him. It had already covered the distance from the trees to the creek's edge and was now splashing through the shallow water, closing the gap between them with terrifying speed. He watched in horror as the animal bounded forward, its powerful muscles propelling it across the creek bed. The water was only a few inches deep, barely enough to slow the creature down at all. Each stride brought it closer, and he could see the focused intensity in its eyes, the single-minded determination of a predator pursuing its prey. But his mother had seen it just in time. Her screams had alerted him to turn back, but more importantly, they had given her those crucial few seconds to get him out of immediate danger and onto the horse. The horse, sensing the danger or responding to its rider's urgency, had already begun running at full speed. Horses are prey animals themselves, and they have an instinctive understanding of when a predator is near. This horse knew they were fleeing for their lives, and it ran with everything it had. The mountain lion made it halfway across the creek before it became clear that it wasn't going to catch them. The horse had gotten enough of a head start, just barely enough distance to stay ahead of those powerful jaws and sharp claws. He watched as the distance between them and the mountain lion slowly began to increase. The animal continued its pursuit for a short distance, but eventually it must have realized that the chase was futile. The horse was too fast, and the gap was too wide. As they raced back toward home, his heart pounding and his mother still breathing in ragged, frightened gasps, he thought about something that made the situation even more terrifying in retrospect. His mother always carried a rifle with her when she made these trips to the creek. Always. It was a basic safety precaution in those days when wild animals were a genuine threat to human life. The rifle served as both a deterrent and a last line of defense if something went wrong. But for some reason that he could never quite remember or understand, she didn't have the rifle with her that day. Of all the days to forget it or leave it behind, it had to be the day when they actually needed it. If the mountain lion had been a bit faster, if his mother had reacted a second later, if the horse had stumbled or hesitated, there would have been nothing between them and that predator. No weapon, no defense, just a terrified woman and a small child trying desperately to outrun an animal that was built for exactly this kind of chase. The more he thought about it as an adult, the more the sheer luck of their survival amazed him. Every element had to align perfectly for them to escape. His mother had to notice the mountain lion at exactly the right moment, not too late, but also not so early that it hadn't committed to the attack yet. She had to react with perfect speed and efficiency, getting him out of the water and onto the horse without wasting a single second. The horse had to respond immediately and run at its maximum speed without panicking or making any mistakes. And the creek had to be just shallow enough that it didn't slow them down too much, but also didn't provide the mountain lion with any extra advantage. If any one of those factors had been different, if even the smallest detail had changed, he probably wouldn't have made it back home that day. And if he hadn't made it back, none of the generations that followed would have existed. His children wouldn't have been born, his grandchildren wouldn't have existed, and I wouldn't be here today, listening to this story and understanding just how fragile the chain of existence really is. When my great-grandfather told me this story, what struck me most wasn't just the immediate danger of the situation, although that was certainly frightening enough. What really got to me was the scope and scale of what was at stake in those few seconds. This wasn't just a close call for one small child in Missouri over a century ago. This was a moment when multiple futures hung in the balance, when the continuation of an entire family line depended on a horse running just fast enough and a mother reacting just quickly enough. I thought about all the moments in my great-grandfather's life that came after that day at the creek. He grew up, fell in love, got married, and had children. Those children grew up and had children of their own. The family tree branched out, creating new lives and new stories, each generation building on the foundation of those who came before. Every birthday celebration, every wedding, every quiet moment of happiness that occurred in my family's history only happened because of those few seconds when a horse outran a mountain lion. The story made me think about how many other close calls there must have been throughout history. Moments when our ancestors came within inches of death but somehow survived. Every single person alive today is the product of an unbroken chain of survival, stretching back thousands of generations. Every one of our ancestors had to live long enough to have children, and every one of those children had to survive long enough to continue the line. The odds against any particular person existing are astronomical when you really think about it. My great-grandfather carried the memory of that day with him for his entire life. He never forgot the sound of his mother's screams, the feeling of being yanked out of the water, or the sight of that mountain lion charging across the creek. It was one of his earliest and most vivid memories, the kind of experience that burns itself into your brain with perfect clarity because of the intensity of the emotions involved. Even when other childhood memories faded or became fuzzy around the edges, this one remained sharp and clear. I often wondered what went through his mother's mind in the days and weeks after that incident. She must have been shaken to her core by how close she came to losing her child. Every time she looked at him, she probably remembered that moment and felt a wave of relief and gratitude that they had made it home safely, and she probably never forgot to bring the rifle again after that day. Some lessons are learned the easy way, and some are learned when a mountain lion chases you across a creek. The story also made me appreciate the different kind of dangers that people faced in earlier times. We worry about car accidents and diseases today, and those are certainly real concerns, but most of us will never have to outrun a predator or defend ourselves against a wild animal. Life was harder in so many ways back then. more uncertain and more immediately dangerous. People had to be constantly aware of their surroundings and ready to react to threats that could appear without warning. When I think about that little boy playing in the creek, completely unaware of the danger stalking him from the trees, I feel a deep sense of gratitude for the grandmother I never met, the one who saw the mountain lion and reacted with such perfect timing and courage. She saved not just her son that day, but everyone who would come after him. She's part of my history, part of the reason I exist, and I'll never know her name or see her face or hear her voice. But I know she was brave and quick thinking when it mattered most, and that's enough. My great-grandfather lived a long life after that day at the creek. He survived childhood, which was no small feat in itself back in those times. He saw the world change in ways that must have seemed impossible when he was young. He went from a time of horses and rifles and mountain lions to a time of cars and airplanes and television. But through all those changes, through all the years and experiences that filled his life, he never forgot that afternoon when his mother's screams and a fast horse saved him from becoming a mountain lion's meal. And now, long after he's gone, the story lives on, a reminder of how precious and precarious life can be, and how much we owe to those moments of survival that make everything else possible. There are some tragedies that stay with a community forever, events so heartbreaking and senseless that they become part of the collective memory of everyone who lived through them. This is one of those stories, something that happened when I was in junior high school in my small hometown, an event that changed our entire community and left scars that never fully healed. Even now, years later, the memory of what happened to those 5 kids on that winter morning feels as raw and devastating as it did when we first heard the news. It was the middle of winter, that particular time of year when everything in our part of the world becomes dangerous and unpredictable. The snow had been falling for weeks, piling up on the sides of roads and covering everything in a blanket of white that might have been beautiful if it were not so treacherous. But it was not just the snow that made winter driving so hazardous. It was the ice that formed underneath, the black ice that you could not see until it was too late, the patches of frozen road that turned every journey into a gamble with fate. The roads in our area were slippery as hell during those months, and everyone who lived there knew it. Parents warned their kids to drive carefully, to take their time, to be extra cautious when the weather turned bad. But sometimes no amount of caution is enough. On this particular morning, 5 kids were driving together into town for school. They had probably made this same journey dozens of times before, following the same route through the outskirts of our small hometown, past the hills and fields and small bodies of water that dotted the landscape. There were 2 families represented in that car. One family had sent a brother and sister, 2 kids who were probably joking around or talking about their plans for the day, completely unaware that they were living their last moments. The other family was larger, with an oldest sister who was driving and her 2 younger brothers sitting in the back. The oldest girl had taken on the responsibility of getting everyone to school safely, a task that probably seemed routine and unremarkable at the time. The time was around 6:45 in the morning, still early enough that the sun might not have fully risen yet. That dim gray light of winter dawn when everything looks cold and distant. They were driving along a road that curved around a hill, the kind of turn that you would normally take without thinking twice about it. But on this morning, something went wrong. Maybe there was ice on the road that they did not see. Maybe they were going just a little too fast for the conditions. Maybe the car hit a patch of black ice at exactly the wrong angle. Whatever the cause, the result was catastrophic. The car began to skid. The oldest sister sitting behind the wheel with the lives of 4 other children depending on her. probably felt the vehicle start to lose traction and realized with growing horror that she was no longer in control. She would have tried to correct the skid, would have done everything she had been taught to do in driver's education. But on ice like that, sometimes there is nothing you can do. The car slid sideways, spinning around the curve of the hill, and then it left the road entirely. What they slid into was a small lake, the kind of body of water that you might not even notice if you were not looking for it. From the surface, it probably did not look particularly threatening. It was only about 15 feet across, a modest little pond that seemed harmless enough. But beneath that deceptively small surface lay something truly terrifying. The lake dropped down to a depth of over 60 feet, plunging straight down into cold, dark water that was probably near freezing in the middle of winter. The car hit the water and immediately began to sink. This was not a slow, gradual descent that gave them time to react or plan or find a way out. Cars sink faster than most people realize, especially in deep water. The weight of the engine pulls the front end down, and the vehicle drops like a stone into the depths. Within seconds, they would have been completely submerged, the water pressing in around them from all sides, the light from the surface growing dimmer as they sank deeper and deeper into that 60-foot abyss. Inside the car, those 5 kids would have been plunged into absolute terror and chaos. The cold would have hit them immediately, that shocking, breath-stealing cold of winter water that makes your entire body seize up. The darkness would have been overwhelming, especially as they sank deeper and the murky water blocked out what little light there was. And the noise, the groaning and creaking of the car as the water pressure increased. The sound of water rushing in through any small gap or opening would have been deafening and disorienting. They were on the outskirts of town, far from any houses or businesses, in an area where cell phone service was non-existent even on a good day. Even if they had managed to pull out their phones in those first few seconds, even if they had somehow kept them dry and functional, there would have been no signal to call for help. And even if there had been a signal before they went into the water, once they were submerged, any hope of electronic communication would have been cut off completely. They were alone, trapped, sinking into freezing water with no way to call for help, and no one nearby who knew what had happened. The family was Mormon, deeply religious and devout in their faith. I believe they had their Bibles with them in the car, as many religious families do, keeping the Holy Book close as a source of comfort and guidance. As they sat there in that sinking vehicle, surrounded by rising water and growing darkness, did they turn to those Bibles? Did they pray together, seeking comfort in their faith as the end approached? Did the oldest sister try to lead them in prayer, trying to be strong for the younger ones, even as her own terror must have been overwhelming? The physics of their situation was brutally unforgiving. When a car is submerged in deep water, the pressure differential between the inside and outside of the vehicle becomes enormous. The water outside is pushing in with tremendous force, while the air trapped inside the car is at normal atmospheric pressure. This pressure difference makes it nearly impossible to open the doors or break the windows from the inside. You would need superhuman strength to overcome that pressure. Strength that a group of children ranging in age from 10 to 15 simply did not have. They would have tried, of course. They would have pushed against the doors with everything they had, would have pounded on the windows, would have searched desperately for any way out of their metal and glass prison. The oldest sister, who had been driving, would have been consumed with guilt and desperation, knowing that she was responsible for getting them to school safely, and that she had failed in the most catastrophic way possible. Can you imagine what was going through her mind? The weight of that responsibility, the knowledge that her friends and siblings were trapped because of a skid that she could not control. The desperate desire to save them combined with the helpless realization that there was nothing she could do. And the youngest ones, the 10-year-old boy, What did he understand about what was happening? At 10 years old, you are old enough to know what death is, old enough to be terrified of it, but maybe not old enough to fully grasp the finality of what was coming. Did he cry for his parents? Did he ask his older siblings if they were going to be okay? Did they try to comfort him, to shield him from the full horror of their situation, even as they were all facing the same fate? The waiting must have been the worst part. They did not die instantly. They had time to sit there in that car, in the cold and the dark, knowing that their time was running out. The air inside the vehicle would have been limited, and as they breathed, they would have been slowly using it up, replacing oxygen with carbon dioxide. They might have had minutes, possibly even close to an hour, depending on how much air was trapped inside the car and how deep they had sunk. Every minute would have felt like an eternity, each breath a reminder that the next one might be harder to take, that the air was getting thinner and their situation more desperate. What do you think about when you are facing certain death? When you are 10 or 12 or 15 years old and you realize that you are not going to see tomorrow, that you are not going to go to school or come home to your family or grow up or do any of the things you had planned for your future? Do you think about your parents, wishing you could tell them goodbye or that you love them? Do you think about all the things you are going to miss? All the experiences you will never have? Or does your mind shut down, unable to process the enormity of what is happening, retreating into some kind of shock or denial? At the funeral later, the grandfather of the younger boys shared a detail that has stayed with me all these years. When they finally recovered the bodies from the lake, when the divers went down into that 60-foot depth and found the car and brought those 5 kids back to the surface, the grandfather saw that the oldest boy had been holding his younger brother. In their final moments, when everything was lost and death was inevitable, that older brother had wrapped his arms around his younger sibling. Maybe he was trying to comfort him, to make him feel less afraid. Maybe he was just holding on to someone he loved, finding what small comfort he could in physical closeness. That image of those 2 brothers holding each other as they died is almost too painful to bear. The recovery effort was complicated and difficult. The lake, despite its small surface area, was deep and cold, and getting equipment to that remote location was not easy. By the time anyone even realized that the kids were missing, it was probably too late. The school would have called the parents when the children did not show up for class, asking if they were sick or if there had been some change of plans. The parents would have been confused, then concerned, then panicked as they realized that their children had left for school that morning and never arrived. Search parties would have been organized. People would have driven the route looking for any sign of the car, and eventually someone would have spotted the disturbed snow and ice at the edge of that small lake. Divers were called in, but getting down to 60 feet in freezing winter water is dangerous and difficult work. The visibility would have been terrible, the cold would have been dangerous even in diving suits, and the pressure at that depth requires special training and equipment. Even if the divers had arrived quickly, which they probably did not given the remote location and the time it took to realize where the car had gone, they would not have been able to save anyone. The kids had been down there too long, in water too cold, with too little air. By the time professional help arrived, it was a recovery operation, not a rescue. Our small town was devastated by the news. 5 kids, all at once, all from families that everyone knew, all students at our school. The grief was overwhelming and inescapable. You could not walk down the hall without seeing someone crying, could not sit in a classroom without feeling the absence of those empty desks. Teachers who were usually composed and professional broke down in front of their students, unable to maintain the facade of normalcy in the face of such tremendous loss. I had never seen so many people crying at once. had never experienced the kind of collective mourning that consumed our entire community. The parents of those 5 children had to face an unimaginable reality. They had sent their kids off to school that morning, probably told them to be careful on the icy roads, probably said they would see them later that afternoon. And then their children just never came home. They never got to say goodbye, never got a chance to tell them one more time that they loved them, never got any warning or preparation for the loss that was coming. One moment their children were alive and heading to school, and the next they were gone, drowned in a lake that nobody had ever really worried about before. The community responded in the way that small towns do when tragedy strikes. There was a memorial service that brought out what seemed like the entire town. People who had never even met the families came to pay their respects, to show support, to be part of the collective grieving process. The church was packed, people standing in the aisles and spilling out into the lobby, all there to mourn 5 young lives cut short by a terrible accident. After the funeral, the town took action to make sure that something like this could never happen again. They put up a huge railing around the lake, a physical barrier that would prevent any car from sliding into that deceptive little body of water. It was too late to save those 5 kids, but maybe it would save someone else in the future. The memorial is still there today, a permanent reminder of what was lost on that winter morning. People leave flowers sometimes, especially around the anniversaries, and the families visit to remember their children and siblings who died too young. For those of us who were in school with those kids, who sat in classes with them and knew them and saw them in the halls every day, the loss left a mark that never fully faded. We were at an age where death was supposed to be something distant and abstract, something that happened to old people or in movies, not something that could reach out and take 5 kids our own age in a single morning. It shattered our sense of safety and permanence, made us realize that life was fragile and uncertain and could end without warning. I still think about them sometimes, those 5 kids in that car at the bottom of the lake. I think about their final moments, about what they said to each other, about whether they were brave or terrified or both. I think about the oldest sister behind the wheel, carrying the weight of responsibility and guilt. I think about the 10-year-old boy, too young to die, held in his brother's arms as the end came. I think about how scared they must have been, how much they must have wanted to live, how desperately they must have hoped for rescue that never came. They deserved so much more than what they got. They deserved to grow up, to graduate from high school, to fall in love and have families and careers and long, full lives. They deserved to become adults, to make their own choices and their own mistakes, to experience all the joy and pain and complexity that life has to offer. But instead, they got a winter morning, a patch of ice, and a lake that was much deeper than it looked. They got fear and cold and darkness, and then nothing at all. Rest in peace to those 5 kids. Your town has not forgotten you. We never will. The memorial stands, the railing protects, and your story lives on as a reminder of how precious and fragile life truly is. You were taken too soon, in a way that was too terrible, and the world is lesser for your absence. I hope, in those final moments, you found some comfort in each other, some peace in your faith, some small measure of consolation in knowing that you were not alone. And I hope that wherever you are now, you have found the peace and safety that you deserved, but never got to experience on that cold winter morning when everything went wrong. One of my co-workers lives in a townhouse on the top floor, and for months, she had been hearing strange sounds coming from above her. It started as just an occasional rustling in her attic, the kind of noise that you could easily dismiss or convince yourself was nothing to worry about. Sometimes she heard it, sometimes she didn't. and when it was quiet for a few days, she would almost forget about it entirely. Maybe it was all in her head, she told herself. Maybe she was just imagining things because she lived alone and the house made her a little nervous at night. Or maybe it was rats, which would be unpleasant, but at least understandable and fixable. Either way, she paid it little attention for a long time, going about her daily life and trying not to think too much about the occasional noises from the space above her ceiling. Living alone in a townhouse can sometimes feel isolating, especially on the top floor where you don't have neighbors directly above you to account for the footsteps and bumps that are normal in multi-unit buildings. When you hear something and you know there shouldn't be anyone up there, it creates a strange feeling that's hard to describe. But my coworker, like most people, didn't want to overreact or seem paranoid. She didn't want to call in an exterminator or a contractor for what might turn out to be nothing at all. So she did what many of us would do in the same situation. She ignored it, rationalized it away, and hoped that whatever was causing the noise would eventually stop on its own. But the sounds didn't stop. In fact, as time went on, they seemed to become more frequent and more noticeable. What had started as occasional rustling evolved into sounds that were harder to ignore or explain away. Sometimes it sounded like something was being dragged across the floor of the attic. Sometimes there were bumps or thuds that seemed too heavy and too deliberate to be caused by a small animal. My coworker began to feel increasingly uneasy in her own home. That creeping sense of discomfort that comes when you suspect something is wrong but you can't quite put your finger on what it is. Still, she tried to maintain her composure and her rational thinking. Attics are weird spaces, she told herself. They settle and creak. The wood expands and contracts with temperature changes. Old houses make strange noises all the time, and there's usually a perfectly innocent explanation for all of it. She almost had herself convinced that everything was fine, that her imagination was just getting the better of her, that she was being silly for even worrying about it. Then one day, everything changed. The noise from the attic was louder than usual, much louder than it had ever been before. It wasn't just rustling or the occasional bump anymore. It was sustained movement, clear and unmistakable. The sound of something or someone moving around up there with purpose and weight. There was no way to rationalize this away, or pretend it was nothing. Whatever was in her attic was real, it was substantial, and it was active right at that very moment. My coworker finally decided that it was time to call in someone to take care of the problem. She couldn't ignore this anymore, couldn't keep pushing it to the back of her mind and hoping it would resolve itself. She needed professional help, whether that meant an exterminator for animals, or a contractor to check for structural issues, or whatever else might be required. But of course, before she called anyone and potentially spent money on a service she might not need, she needed to verify what the problem actually was. She needed to see for herself what was causing these noises that had been plaguing her for so long. The attic access in her townhouse was probably a simple pull-down ladder or a small hatch in the ceiling of a closet or hallway, the standard setup that you see in many homes. She grabbed a flashlight, positioned the ladder or step stool beneath the access point, and prepared herself to climb up and take a look. Her heart was probably racing at this point, that mixture of nervousness and determination that comes when you're about to confront something that has been scaring you. Part of her probably still hoped that she would climb up there and find nothing more threatening than a family of raccoons or some squirrels that had found their way inside. But when she reached the attic opening, something made her hesitate. Maybe it was instinct, maybe it was fear, or maybe it was just common sense telling her that sticking her head up into a dark attic where unknown things were moving around might not be the safest approach. Instead of climbing all the way up and looking directly into the attic space with her own eyes, she made a different choice. She decided to use her phone camera to investigate first, holding it up through the opening and snapping a photo to see what the image would reveal. This decision to take a photo instead of looking directly may have saved her from a traumatic and dangerous direct confrontation with what was actually living above her. She held her phone up into the darkness of the attic, pointed the camera in the direction where she thought the noises had been coming from, and took a picture. Then she pulled her phone back down, her hands probably shaking slightly, and looked at the image on her screen to see what her camera had captured. What she saw in that photo still haunts me, and I wasn't even the one who took it or experienced it firsthand. The image revealed something that transformed this from a simple mystery about attic noises into one of the most terrifying scenarios imaginable. There, in the darkness of her attic, visible in the harsh light of the camera flash, was a person. A man had been living in her attic, not just visiting occasionally, but actually living there, setting up some kind of existence in the cramped space above her ceiling. This wasn't an animal or a structural problem or her imagination. This was a human being who had been hiding in her home without her knowledge or consent, listening to her life happening below him, existing in secret just feet above where she slept and ate and lived her daily life. The photo must have been absolutely chilling to look at. The image of another person's face or body suddenly appearing in a space where you expected to find nothing more than insulation and boxes and dust. The realization hitting her all at once that every time she had heard those noises, every time she had felt uneasy or wondered what was making those sounds, there had been an actual person up there, someone who had been watching and listening and waiting, someone who had turned her private space into his secret dwelling place. My co-worker's reaction to seeing this photo must have been pure terror, the kind of fear that makes your blood run cold and your mind race with horrible implications. How long had he been there? How did he get in? What had he been doing all this time? Had he been watching her through cracks in the ceiling or vents? Had he come down into her living space when she was out or asleep? The questions must have flooded her mind, each one more disturbing than the last, as she tried to process what she had just discovered. She immediately called the police, of course. This was far beyond anything she could handle on her own. This was a home invasion of the most insidious kind, a violation of her safety and privacy that had been ongoing for who knows how long. The cops came quickly, treating this as the serious emergency that it was. They surrounded the townhouse, made contact with the man in the attic, and eventually arrested him, pulling him out of his hiding place and into custody. As the investigation unfolded, even more disturbing details came to light. It turned out that this wasn't an isolated incident or a one-time occurrence. This man had apparently done this before, multiple times in fact. He had been living in attics around the neighborhood, moving from one house to another, finding ways to access these hidden spaces and setting up temporary homes where he could exist undetected. He had developed a whole system for this lifestyle, figuring out which townhouses had accessible attics, how to get in without being noticed, and how to live quietly enough that the residents below wouldn't realize he was there. The thought that this had been happening to multiple people in the same neighborhood is almost as frightening as the original discovery. How many other families had heard strange noises and dismissed them? How many other people had been living their lives with a stranger secretly residing in their attic just as my co-worker had? The man must have been incredibly careful and methodical to pull this off repeatedly, learning the rhythms of each household, knowing when to stay quiet and when he could move around, surviving in these cramped spaces without being detected for extended periods. The arrest brought some measure of relief and closure, but it also raised so many questions about safety and security that are difficult to answer. How do you protect yourself from something like this? How do you secure a space like an attic that you rarely check, and that might have access points you're not even aware of? My coworker had been doing everything that a reasonable person would do, living her life normally and responsibly, and yet this violation had still occurred. It wasn't her fault that someone had chosen to invade her home in this way, but the experience has undoubtedly changed how she feels about her living space and her sense of safety. I think about this story often, more often than I would like to admit. The photo that my coworker took that day, the image of that man in her attic, represents a kind of fear that most of us prefer not to think about. We like to believe that our homes are safe spaces, places where we have control and privacy, where we can let our guard down and just exist without worry. But this story reminds us that sometimes the walls and ceilings that we think are protecting us might be hiding threats that we never imagined. The psychological impact of discovering that someone has been living in your home without your knowledge must be enormous and long-lasting. Every creak and rustle in the house would take on new meaning. Every moment alone would carry a shadow of doubt and fear. The simple act of going to sleep at night, of closing your eyes in your own bed, would become fraught with anxiety about what might be happening in spaces you cannot see. My coworker has shown remarkable strength in dealing with this experience, but I'm sure it has left scars that will take a long time to heal. For the rest of us who heard this story, it has changed how we think about our own homes and our own security. We find ourselves listening more carefully to the sounds our houses make, wondering if that bump or rustle might be something more than just the building settling. We think about checking our attics, our crawl spaces, our basements, all those areas of our homes that we typically ignore or avoid because they're uncomfortable or inconvenient to access. The story has planted a seed of awareness that can sometimes feel like paranoia, but might also be a healthy dose of caution. The neighborhood where this happened has probably never been quite the same since the arrest. Everyone who lives there now knows that this man was moving between houses, living in attics, and they must wonder if their own home was one of his targets. They must look at their neighbors differently, wondering if anyone else experienced strange noises that they dismissed or ignored. The sense of violation extends beyond just my co-worker's individual experience to affect the entire community's feeling of safety and trust. I wonder sometimes about the man himself. What drove him to live this way? What circumstances or choices led him to become someone who hides in other people's attics? Was he homeless and desperate for shelter? Did he have mental health issues that prevented him from seeking help through normal channels? Was there something darker and more sinister motivating his behavior? I don't know the answers to these questions, and in some ways, the answers don't really matter. Whatever his reasons or circumstances, what he did was a serious crime and a profound violation of the people whose homes he invaded. The legal consequences for this man were presumably severe. Breaking into multiple homes and living in them without permission, even if he wasn't stealing or causing obvious damage, is still criminal trespass and burglary. The fact that he did it repeatedly in multiple locations would likely result in multiple charges and a significant sentence. But beyond the legal punishment, I hope he also gets whatever help or intervention he needs to address whatever issues led him to this behavior in the first place. For my coworker, life has gradually returned to something resembling normal, though I'm sure normal means something different now than it did before. She has probably taken additional security measures, maybe installed better locks, or added cameras, or made modifications to prevent unauthorized access to her attic. She has probably also worked on processing the emotional trauma of the experience, possibly with the help of a therapist or counselor who specializes in helping people recover from this kind of violation. The story serves as a reminder that we should trust our instincts when something feels wrong. My coworker heard those noises for months before she finally investigated, dismissing them as probably nothing important. In hindsight, those instincts that told her something was off were absolutely correct, and acting on them sooner might have led to an earlier discovery. But it's also understandable why she waited, because we all tend to look for rational, non-threatening explanations for things that make us uncomfortable. Nobody wants to believe that their worst fears might be real. The photo itself, the actual image that revealed the man in the attic, is something that I'm glad I never had to see, but that I can't stop thinking about. My coworker has described it to some of us at work, and just hearing about it secondhand is enough to send chills down my spine. I imagine the stark contrast between the dark attic and the bright camera flash, the sudden appearance of a human figure where none should be, the expression on the man's face when he realized he had been discovered. It must be an image that will stay with her forever, one of those mental photographs that you can never quite erase no matter how much time passes. This experience has changed how I think about the sounds in my own home, how I respond to things that seem unusual or out of place. I find myself being more vigilant, more willing to investigate, rather than dismiss, more aware that the explanations we tell ourselves to feel safe might not always be accurate. It's a difficult balance between reasonable caution and unhealthy paranoia, and I'm still trying to figure out where that line should be drawn. The fact that this happened to someone I know personally, someone I see at work and talk to regularly, makes it feel more real and more frightening than if I had just read about it in the news or heard about it happening to a stranger. My coworker is a normal person, living a normal life in what seemed like a normal townhouse, and if it could happen to her, it could happen to anyone. That's the thought that keeps this story alive in my mind, the awareness that safety and security are sometimes more fragile than we like to believe. Looking back on the whole experience, from the first ignored rustling sounds to the terrifying photo to the eventual arrest, it reads like something from a horror movie, but it's not fiction or entertainment. It's a real thing that happened to a real person, and the fear and violation she experienced were absolutely genuine. The man in her attic was not a ghost or a monster from a scary story. He was a real human being who made choices that put her safety and well-being at risk, and the consequences of those choices will affect both of them for a long time to come. The photo still haunts me, even though I never saw it myself. Just knowing it exists, knowing what it captured, is enough to make me uneasy. It represents a moment of discovery that changed everything, a single image that revealed a truth so disturbing that it's hard to fully process. And somewhere out there, that photo probably still exists on my coworker's phone or backed up in her cloud storage. A permanent reminder of the day she learned that the noises in her attic were not rats or her imagination, but something far worse than she could have ever imagined. Around 2 months ago, there was a story in Connecticut, and in the same town that I live in, about a woman who had gone missing. The news hit our community like a thunderbolt, sending shockwaves through every neighborhood and every household. A full investigation went out looking for her, with police officers, volunteers, and concerned citizens all searching desperately for any sign of what might have happened. This was a small town, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else, where serious crimes are the stuff of television shows and big city newspapers, not something that happens on your own street to someone you might recognize from the grocery store or the local coffee shop. Things like this almost never happen here, which is precisely why it took everyone by shock. The woman's name was Jennifer Doulos, and she had simply vanished without a trace. One day she was there, going about her normal life, taking care of her responsibilities, and the next day she was just gone. No goodbye, no explanation, no indication of where she might have gone or what might have happened to her. When someone disappears like that, especially in a small town where people do not just pick up and leave without telling anyone, it creates an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty that hangs over everything like a dark cloud. In the early days of the investigation, the police were following every possible lead, checking with friends and family members, trying to piece together Jennifer's last known movements and figure out what could have happened to her. But as the hours turned into days and there was still no sign of her, the focus of the investigation began to shift. The authorities started to look more closely at the people in Jennifer's life, particularly those who might have had some kind of conflict or disagreement with her. And one name kept coming up over and over again in their inquiries. Someone who had a complicated and contentious relationship with the missing woman. That person was her ex-husband. Jennifer and her ex-husband had gotten a divorce a few years earlier, ending a marriage that had clearly become troubled and unsustainable. Divorce is always difficult, always messy in one way or another, but their separation had been particularly bitter and drawn out. They were still fighting for custody over their kids, locked in a legal battle that seemed to have no end in sight. Child custody disputes can bring out the worst in people, turning former partners into enemies, creating resentment and anger that can fester and grow over time. Money, time with the children, control over decisions about their upbringing, all of these issues become battlegrounds where every conversation is a negotiation and every disagreement feels like a war. The fact that they were still fighting over custody years after the divorce meant that Jennifer and her ex-husband were forced to remain in each other's lives, whether they wanted to or not. They could not simply go their separate ways and never speak again, as some divorced couples are able to do. They had to coordinate schedules, make arrangements for the children, communicate about school and activities and health issues. Every interaction was an opportunity for old wounds to be reopened, for new conflicts to emerge, for the bitterness between them to deepen. As the police began to focus more attention on the ex-husband, they decided to search Jennifer's house for any evidence that might help them understand what had happened to her. What they found there was deeply disturbing and immediately elevated this from a missing person case to something far more sinister. In the garage of Jennifer's own home, the investigators discovered bloodstains. Not just a small spot that might have come from a minor injury or accident, but enough blood to suggest that something violent had occurred in that space. The presence of blood in the garage transformed the entire nature of the investigation and made it clear that they were likely dealing with foul play rather than a voluntary disappearance. Blood evidence is one of the most powerful tools that investigators have when trying to solve a crime. It can tell them where violence occurred, how severe the injuries might have been, and whose DNA was present at the scene. The bloodstains in Jennifer's garage suggested that she had been hurt there, possibly very seriously, and that whoever had hurt her had then removed her from the premises. This discovery made the ex-husband an even more important person of interest in the case, and the police began working even harder to track him down and question him about what he might know. When they finally caught up with the husband, the investigation took another dark turn. The police had obtained surveillance footage from various locations around Hartford, Connecticut, and what they saw on those videos was extremely incriminating. The footage showed the ex-husband along with his current girlfriend, and they were engaged in some very suspicious behavior. The videos captured them making multiple trips to dumpsters scattered around Hartford, and in each instance, they were disposing of what appeared to be loads of garbage bags. This might not seem particularly unusual on its own. People throw away garbage all the time, but the timing and the circumstances made it seem far more sinister. The fact that the ex-husband was disposing of large quantities of garbage bags right around the time that his ex-wife had disappeared was not a coincidence that the investigators could ignore. What were in those bags? Why was he driving all the way to Hartford to throw them away instead of using his own trash service? Why was his girlfriend helping him with this task? These were questions that demanded answers, and the answers that seemed most likely were the ones that nobody wanted to consider, but that everyone was thinking. But the dumpster runs were not the only suspicious activity that came to light. The investigation also revealed that the ex-husband had gone to an incinerator with garbage bags as well. An incinerator is a facility designed to burn waste at extremely high temperatures, reducing it to ash and making it virtually impossible to recover or identify whatever was burned. If you wanted to destroy evidence to make sure that something could never be found or analyzed or traced back to you, an incinerator would be one of the most effective ways to do it. The ex-husband owned a construction company, which gave him access to industrial waste disposal facilities that regular people would not normally use. Construction sites generate a lot of debris and garbage, materials that need to be disposed of properly. So it would not be unusual for someone in his line of work to visit an incinerator or use commercial dumpsters. The people working at these facilities probably did not ask any questions about what they were putting into the incinerator because they had no reason to be suspicious. They would have assumed that these were just normal work-related materials being disposed of in the usual way. But in the context of a missing person investigation, with blood found in the victim's garage and surveillance footage showing suspicious disposal activity, the trips to the incinerator took on a much darker significance. What had been in those garbage bags that he was so determined to destroy? Was he trying to eliminate evidence that could link him to Jennifer's disappearance? The timing of everything, the secretive nature of the disposal, and the extreme measures taken to destroy whatever he was getting rid of all pointed towards someone who had something very serious to hide. The investigation continued to build its case, and recently there was another significant development. Authorities searching through the dumpsters where the ex-husband and his girlfriend had been seen disposing of garbage bags managed to recover some items that had not yet been picked up or destroyed. Among the items they found were some of Jennifer's bloodied clothes. This was perhaps the most damning piece of evidence yet. Physical proof that connected Jennifer to the garbage disposal activity that the ex-husband had been engaged in. Her clothes stained with her own blood, thrown away in dumpsters around Hartford like they were worthless trash. Finding Jennifer's bloodied clothing raised horrifying questions about what had happened to the rest of her. If her clothes were in those dumpsters, discarded and destroyed, what about Jennifer herself? Had she met the same fate, been disposed of in the same callous and brutal way? The discovery of the clothes made it increasingly difficult to hold out any hope that Jennifer might still be alive somewhere, that this might somehow have a happy ending where she would be found safe and returned to her children. The investigation is still going on, with detectives and forensic specialists working tirelessly to gather every piece of evidence they can find to build the strongest possible case against the ex-husband. But despite all the suspicious circumstances, despite the blood in the garage and the surveillance footage and the bloodied clothes in the dumpster, we have not yet been able to prove the man guilty in a court of law. The American justice system requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and while the evidence certainly seems to point in one direction, building a case that can secure a conviction is a complex and careful process. Without a body, murder cases become much more difficult to prosecute. Prosecutors have to prove that the victim is actually dead, which is harder to do when you cannot point to physical remains. They have to prove exactly how the person died, who killed them, and what the circumstances were. Defense attorneys can create reasonable doubt by suggesting alternative explanations, by questioning the chain of evidence, by arguing that perhaps the person is not actually dead at all, but has simply chosen to disappear. It is a high bar to clear, and that is intentional, designed to protect innocent people from being wrongly convicted. For the people in our small town, watching this investigation unfold has been a surreal and disturbing experience. We drive past Jennifer's house and wonder what happened in that garage. We see news trucks and reporters gathering information for their stories. We talk to our neighbors about the latest developments, sharing theories and fears and hoping for some kind of resolution that will help us make sense of this tragedy. Some people knew Jennifer personally, had interactions with her at school events or community gatherings, and for them, the loss is even more personal and painful. The children that Jennifer and her ex-husband were fighting over are perhaps the greatest victims in all of this. They have lost their mother, disappeared under circumstances that no child should ever have to try to understand. They are caught in the middle of a nightmare, with their father under investigation for possibly killing their mother, facing the possibility of growing up without either parent in their lives. What do you tell children in a situation like this? How do you help them process grief and trauma and confusion on this scale? There are no good answers, no way to make this okay or to shield them from the pain of what has happened to their family. If you want to find the full story, you can search up Jennifer Dulos and you will find extensive coverage of the case. News outlets have been following every development. Legal experts have been analyzing the evidence and discussing the challenges of prosecuting a case like this. And the community has been holding vigils and fundraisers to support Jennifer's children and to keep attention focused on finding justice for her. The story has captured national attention because it has all the elements that make people pay attention. A bitter divorce, a custody battle, a mysterious disappearance, suspicious behavior, and a community searching for answers. But behind all the media coverage and the legal proceedings and the investigation updates, there is a human tragedy at the center of this story. Jennifer Dulos was a real person with a real life. She was a mother who loved her children and wanted to protect them and raise them well. She was a daughter, a sister, a friend to people who cared about her and who are now grieving her loss. She had hopes and dreams and plans for her future, all of which were taken from her, apparently by someone who had once promised to love and cherish her. The fact that this happened in our small town, in a place where we all believed we were safe from this kind of violence, has shaken our sense of security. We lock our doors more carefully now, pay more attention to our surroundings, think twice about people we thought we knew. The illusion that terrible things only happen in other places, to other people, has been shattered, and we are left trying to rebuild our sense of normalcy, while knowing that nothing will ever quite feel the same again. As the investigation continues, we wait for justice. We wait for the legal system to do its work, for the evidence to be analyzed and presented, for a jury to hear the case and make their determination. We wait for some kind of closure, some definitive answer about what happened to Jennifer Dulos on the day she disappeared. And we remember her, not just as the victim in a sensational true crime case, but as a person who mattered, who was loved, who deserved so much better than whatever fate befell her in that garage. The case serves as a grim reminder of how dangerous domestic situations can become, how custody battles and divorce proceedings can sometimes escalate into violence. It reminds us that the most dangerous time for someone in an abusive or contentious relationship is often when they try to leave or assert their independence. Jennifer had already divorced her ex-husband, had already taken the step of separating her life from his, but she could not fully escape because they shared children, and that connection may have been what ultimately led to her death. Our small town will carry the memory of Jennifer Dulos for a long time, Her story will be told and retold, a cautionary tale and a tragedy that touched our community in ways we never expected. We will continue to watch the legal proceedings, to hope for justice, and to remember a woman whose life was cut short, whose children were left without their mother, and whose disappearance reminded us all that evil can appear anywhere, even in the safest and quietest of places. The blood in the garage, the garbage bags in the dumpsters, the bloodied clothes, all of these pieces of evidence paint a picture of something terrible, and we can only hope that the truth will fully emerge and that those responsible will be held accountable for what they have done. Sorry to interrupt. If you're new here, I'd appreciate it if you subscribe to Shadow Archives for daily true horror content that will... In the wealthy neighborhoods of São Paulo, Brazil, there lived a family that seemed to have everything. They had money, status, a beautiful mansion, and a daughter who appeared to be living the kind of privileged life that most people could only dream about. But beneath the surface of this seemingly perfect existence, a darkness was growing that would eventually lead to one of the most shocking and disturbing crimes in Brazilian history. This is a story about love twisted into obsession, about parental control taken to extremes, and about a young woman who made a choice so terrible that it would haunt an entire nation for years to come. Suzanne von Richthofen came from a family that carried a name with weight and history. The von Richthofen name itself carried echoes of European aristocracy, and her family had built a comfortable life in one of São Paulo's more exclusive areas. Her father Manfred and her mother Mauricia had worked hard to provide their daughter with every advantage they could offer. They lived in a mansion that spoke of their success, the kind of home that represented years of effort and achievement. They wanted the best for their daughter, as most parents do, and they had specific ideas about what that best should look like. Suzanne grew up in this environment of privilege and expectation. She had access to good schools, nice things, and all the opportunities that money could provide. But along with these advantages came pressure and control. Her parents, like many well-off parents, had clear visions of who their daughter should become and what kind of life she should lead. They had expectations about her education, her future career, and certainly about the kind of person she should date and eventually marry. In their minds, they were protecting their daughter and guiding her toward a successful future. Then, in 1999, Suzanne met someone who would change the course of her life and the lives of everyone around her. His name was Daniel Cravinhos, and he was not the kind of boy that Manfred and Mauricia had envisioned for their daughter. Daniel came from a different social class, a different background, and he represented everything that Suzanne's parents had worked to keep at a distance from their carefully constructed world. But Suzanne was young, and like many young people who are told they cannot have something, she wanted it even more intensely because it was forbidden. The relationship between Suzanne and Daniel developed despite her parents' disapproval. In fact, their disapproval seemed to make the relationship stronger rather than weaker. This is a pattern that plays out in families across the world, across cultures and economic classes. When parents push too hard against a relationship, they sometimes push their children directly into the arms of the very person they are trying to keep them away from. The forbidden becomes irresistible, and what might have been a passing teenage romance can transform into something much more intense and serious. Suzanne's parents did not simply disapprove of Daniel quietly or express mild concerns. They actively prohibited the relationship. They forbade Suzanne from seeing him, tried to control her movements and her time, and made it clear that Daniel was absolutely unacceptable as a boyfriend for their daughter. They believed they were doing the right thing, protecting their daughter from what they saw as a bad choice that could derail her future. They could not have known that their prohibition would set in motion a chain of events that would end in the most horrific way possible. For Suzanne, caught between her parents' demands and her feelings for Daniel, the pressure must have been enormous. She was living in a mansion with parents who controlled her life, who had the power to dictate her choices and limit her freedom. Many young people in similar situations find ways to compromise, to wait until they are older and more independent, or eventually to move on from the relationship. But Suzanne and Daniel took a different path, one that is almost incomprehensible in its darkness and brutality. Somewhere in the midst of this conflict between parental control and young love, an idea took root. It is difficult to know exactly when or how it started, whose mind first conceived of it, or how the conversation unfolded. But Suzanne and Daniel began to plan something that went far beyond simple rebellion or running away together. They began to plan murder. They decided that the solution to their problem was to kill Suzanne's parents, Manfred and Maricia, so that they could be together without interference, and so that Suzanne could inherit her family's wealth and property. This was not a crime of passion or a moment of rage that spiraled out of control. This was calculated and planned. They brought Daniel's brother into the conspiracy, creating a small circle of people who were all committed to carrying out this terrible act. They talked about it, planned the details, and prepared themselves mentally for what they were going to do. At any point during this planning phase, any one of them could have stepped back, could have recognized the enormity of what they were contemplating and chosen a different path. But they did not. The date they chose was October 31st, 2002. Halloween night, a time when many people around the world are celebrating with costumes and candy, thinking about ghosts and monsters as entertainment rather than reality. But in the von Richthofen mansion in Sao Paulo, something truly monstrous was about to unfold. Manfred and Maricia had no idea that this would be their last night alive, that the daughter they had raised and protected and tried to guide was about to betray them in the most final and terrible way possible. Suzanne was the one who opened the door. This detail is particularly chilling because it underscores her active participation in what was about to happen. She was not a passive victim or an unwilling participant. She was the one who let the killers into her home, knowing exactly what they had come to do. She opened that door to Daniel and his brother, and in doing so, she opened the door to an act of violence that would destroy multiple lives and families. The Cravinhos brothers entered the mansion and made their way to where Manfred and Maricia were sleeping. The method they chose was brutal and personal. They used hammers to beat Suzanne's parents to death, striking them repeatedly in the head. This was not a quick or clean killing. It was violent and savage, the kind of murder that requires sustained physical effort and a complete absence of mercy or empathy. Manfred and Maricia must have woken up in those final moments, must have realized what was happening, must have felt the terror and betrayal of being attacked in their own home. The hammering went on until both parents were dead. The scene left behind was one of tremendous violence, the kind of crime scene that homicide investigators never forget, no matter how many years they spend on the job. Blood, broken bones, and the shattered remains of two lives that had been building toward the future, making plans, trying to do what they thought was best for their daughter. They died in their own home, in their own bed, killed by people who had been welcomed into their lives. In the immediate aftermath of the murders, Suzanne and the Cravinhos brothers attempted to make it look like a robbery or a random crime. This is a common strategy among killers who are close to their victims. They tried to create the appearance that strangers had broken in and committed the crime, hoping that investigators would look elsewhere for suspects. But these kinds of staged crime scenes rarely fool experienced detectives for long. There are always inconsistencies, always details that do not quite add up. The investigation moved quickly, and it did not take long for suspicion to fall on Suzanne and Daniel. The evidence began to pile up, and the staged elements of the crime scene became apparent to the investigators. Family members of the victims, friends, and neighbors started to share information about the troubled relationship between Suzanne and her parents, about the forbidden boyfriend, about the conflicts and tensions that had been building in the household. The web of lies that the killers had constructed began to unravel. All three of them were arrested and charged with the murders of Manfred and Maricia von Richthofen. The arrests made headlines across Brazil and eventually around the world. This was not just another crime story. This was a case that touched on universal themes of family conflict, parental control, teenage rebellion, and the question of how far someone might go when they feel trapped by their circumstances. People were horrified and fascinated in equal measure, struggling to understand how a daughter could participate in the murder of her own parents. The trial became a media sensation in Brazil. Suzanne von Richthofen, young and from a wealthy family, became the focus of intense public scrutiny and debate. Some people saw her as a monster, a cold-blooded killer who had orchestrated the murder of the two people who had given her life and raised her. Others saw her as a victim of excessive parental control, a young woman who had been pushed to a breaking point by parents who would not allow her to live her own life. The truth, as it often does, probably lay somewhere in the complex middle ground between these extremes. The evidence presented at trial was damning. The prosecution laid out the timeline of the planning, the execution of the crime, and the attempted cover-up. They showed that this was not an impulsive act, but a calculated murder carried out for financial gain and personal freedom. The defense tried various strategies, attempting to mitigate Suzanne's responsibility or to paint a picture of a young woman who had been manipulated or coerced. But the facts remained stubborn and clear. Daniel Cravinhos and his brother were also tried and convicted for their roles in the murders. All three received lengthy prison sentences. The Brazilian justice system, confronted with a crime that had shocked the nation, handed down punishments that reflected the severity and premeditated nature of what had been done. These were not lenient sentences or slaps on the wrist. These were serious prison terms that would keep the convicted killers behind bars for many years. But the story does not end with the convictions and the prison sentences. The Brazilian legal system has provisions for certain types of temporary release for prisoners, depending on their behavior, the nature of their crimes, and how long they have served. In a detail that strikes many people as particularly twisted and ironic, Suzanne von Richthofen is released from prison for 2 specific days each year. Those days are Mother's Day and Father's Day. The symbolism of this arrangement is almost too heavy to process. The young woman who participated in the murder of her own mother and father is allowed to leave prison on the 2 days of the year that are specifically designated to honor parents. She killed Manfred and Maricia, ended their lives in the most brutal way imaginable. And yet she gets these brief tastes of freedom on days that celebrate the very relationship she destroyed. Some people see this as a cruel irony, others as an appropriate reminder of what she has done, and still others as simply a quirk of the legal system that was never designed with a case like this in mind. These temporary releases are not permanent freedom, of course. Suzanne must return to prison after each brief furlough. She is still serving her sentence, still paying the price that society has determined she owes for her crime. But these days outside the prison walls allow her a glimpse of the world she might have had if she had made different choices, if she had found another way to deal with her parents' control and her desire to be with Daniel. The case of Suzanne von Richthofen continues to resonate in Brazil and beyond. It has been the subject of documentaries, books, and countless articles and discussions. people remain fascinated by the question of how someone could do what Suzanne did. Was she inherently evil, a psychopath without empathy or conscience? Was she a victim of her circumstances, pushed beyond her limits by controlling parents? Was she manipulated by Daniel and his brother? Or was she simply a young person who made a catastrophically bad decision and then followed through on it in the worst possible way? The victims in this story, Manfred and Maricia, are sometimes forgotten in all the discussion about Suzanne and her motives and her psychology. But they were real people with their own hopes and dreams and fears. They were parents who loved their daughter, even if their way of showing that love involved control and restriction. They wanted what they thought was best for her, even if their vision of what was best did not align with what she wanted for herself. They did not deserve to die, certainly not in the way they died, beaten to death in their own home by people they had welcomed into their lives. The extended family members who lost Manfred and Maricia also carry the weight of this tragedy. They lost loved ones to violence, and they lost them at the hands of someone who should have loved and protected them. Every Mother's Day and Father's Day, while Suzanne is granted her temporary release, these family members must confront the fact that the person who killed their relatives is walking free, if only for a day. The pain and the anger and the grief do not disappear just because time passes or because a legal sentence is being served. For Daniel Cravinhos and his brother, the consequences of that October night in 2002 have also been severe and lasting. They took hammers and murdered 2 people for money and to help Daniel maintain his relationship with Suzanne. Whatever future they might have imagined for themselves was destroyed by that choice. They will spend years, possibly decades, behind bars, and even when they are eventually released, they will carry the label of murderer for the rest of their lives. The case raises uncomfortable questions about parental authority and control. Should Manfred and Maricia have been less restrictive with their daughter? Would a lighter touch have prevented the tragedy? Or would Suzanne and Daniel have found another reason to justify their terrible plan? There is no way to know, and it is dangerous to blame the victims for their own deaths. Many parents set boundaries and prohibit relationships they see as harmful, and their children do not respond by planning murder. The responsibility for what happened lies with those who chose violence, not with those who tried to guide and protect. At the same time, the case serves as a reminder of the complex dynamics that exist within families, especially between parents and teenage or young adult children. The struggle for independence, the conflict between parental wisdom and youthful desire, the question of how much control is appropriate and when control becomes counterproductive, are all issues that families navigate every day. Most families find ways through these challenges without anyone getting hurt. But in rare and terrible cases like this one, the conflicts escalate to a point where tragedy becomes inevitable. Today, more than 2 decades after that Halloween night in 2002, Suzanne von Richthofen remains in prison, living with what she has done. She has had years to think about her choices, to reflect on the moment when she opened that door and set in motion events that could not be undone. She has had to face the reality of who she became and what she is capable of. Whether she feels genuine remorse or whether she has found ways to justify her actions to herself is something that only she truly knows. The mansion where Manfred and Maricia died stands as a reminder of what was lost: their wealth and their property. The things that Suzanne wanted to inherit became tainted by the violence that secured them. No amount of money or property or freedom from parental control could ever be worth what was sacrificed to obtain it. 2 lives were ended, multiple other lives were destroyed or forever altered, and a family was shattered beyond repair. And twice a year, on Mother's Day and Father's Day, the young woman who made it all happen walks out of prison for a few hours, a living reminder of how dark the human heart can become when love and hate and desire all twist together into something monstrous. My cousin went missing in 1980, and the pain of that loss has never really gone away for our family. He just never came home one day, vanishing from our lives in a way that left nothing but questions and heartbreak in his wake. One moment he was there, a living, breathing person with a future ahead of him, and the next he was simply gone, leaving behind a void that 4 decades have done nothing to fill. The circumstances surrounding his disappearance were troubling from the very beginning, filled with inconsistencies and unanswered questions that have haunted our family ever since. The last people who saw my cousin alive were the police. They had some kind of interaction with him that day, the details of which have always been somewhat unclear to us, and then they dropped him off about a mile from his home. Just 1 mile. A distance that should have been easy enough to walk, a short journey that should have brought him safely back to his family, but he never made it. Somewhere in that final mile, something happened that changed everything, and my cousin disappeared without a trace. The fact that the police were the last ones to see him has always seemed suspicious to our family. Why did they drop him off a mile away instead of taking him all the way home? What had happened during their encounter with him? Were there details they weren't sharing or procedures they hadn't followed properly? These questions have lingered for decades, creating a shadow of doubt and suspicion that has never quite been dispelled. In the immediate aftermath of his disappearance, the family did everything they could think of to find him. They reported him missing to the authorities, organized search parties, put up flyers with his picture and description, contacted hospitals and shelters, and followed up on every possible lead, no matter how small or unlikely it seemed. They drove the route between where he had been dropped off and where he should have gone home, looking for any sign of what might have happened to him. They talked to neighbors and friends, trying to piece together a timeline and find someone who might have seen something that could help explain where he had gone. But there was nothing. No witnesses came forward with useful information. No physical evidence turned up to indicate what had happened or where he might be. He had simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind a family desperate for answers and a community shocked by the mysterious disappearance of one of their own. Days turned into weeks, weeks turned into months, and still there was no sign of my cousin. The active search efforts eventually had to slow down as resources ran out and other cases demanded attention. But the family never stopped looking, never stopped hoping that somehow they would find out what had happened to him. Then, sometime later, the case took an even darker and more disturbing turn. A serial killer who was already in prison for other crimes came forward and claimed that he had killed my cousin. This was not a confession that came with remorse or a desire to help the family find closure. This was something much more cruel and calculated. The serial killer said that he had murdered my cousin and buried him in a shallow grave somewhere, but he refused to provide specific details about the location. He was playing a sick game, dangling the possibility of answers in front of a grieving family while holding back the information that could actually help them. What made this situation even more horrific was that the killer began sending letters to my aunt, my cousin's mother, from prison. These were not letters of apology or explanation. They were letters designed to torment and traumatize her, filled with awful details about how he had supposedly killed her son. He would write about the murder, describing things that only someone who had actually done it would know. Or at least, that's what he wanted her to believe. Maybe some of what he wrote was true. Maybe it was all lies designed to hurt her. Or maybe it was some twisted mixture of both. There was no way to know for certain without finding my cousin's body and confirming the killer's story. My aunt had to endure reading these letters, these cruel communications from a man who claimed to have taken her son's life and who seemed to take pleasure in her suffering. Imagine being a mother who has lost a child under mysterious circumstances, who has spent years not knowing what happened or where your child is, and then receiving letters from someone who says they killed him but won't tell you where to find the body. The psychological torture of this situation is almost impossible to comprehend. Every letter was a fresh wound, a new reminder of loss and helplessness, a continuation of the nightmare that had begun the day my cousin disappeared. The serial killer had specific demands that he wanted met in exchange for revealing the location of my cousin's burial site. He wanted cigarettes from the warden, a simple request that might seem almost absurd given the gravity of what he claimed to know. But this was about power and control for him, about having something that other people wanted and being able to manipulate the situation to his advantage. He was in prison, already serving time for his crimes, with very little ability to control his own life or circumstances. The information about my cousin's location was one of the few cards he had to play, and he was going to use it to get whatever small concessions he could extract from the system. The authorities and the family were caught in an impossible situation. Do you negotiate with a serial killer to get information that might help find a missing person's remains? Do you give him what he wants, even though it feels like rewarding someone for their terrible actions? Or do you refuse to play his game, knowing that doing so might mean never finding out what really happened? There are no good answers to these questions, no choice that doesn't feel wrong in some fundamental way. The family wanted closure, wanted to be able to bury my cousin properly and have a place where they could go to mourn and remember him. But they also didn't want to give this monster the satisfaction of getting what he demanded. The warden, for whatever reason, did not give the serial killer his cigarettes. Maybe it was a matter of policy. Maybe it was a refusal to negotiate with someone who had committed such terrible crimes, or maybe there were other factors at play that we never knew about. But the result was that the killer never fully revealed where my cousin was supposedly buried. He would drop hints sometimes, giving vague descriptions of the area, or mentioning landmarks that might or might not be real. But he never provided the specific, detailed location information that would have allowed searchers to actually find the grave. They have never found my cousin's body, not in all the years since his disappearance. Searches have been conducted based on the limited information that the killer did provide, looking in areas that seemed to match his descriptions. Ground-penetrating radar has been used, cadaver dogs have been brought in, and countless hours have been spent combing through potential burial sites. But nothing has ever turned up. Either the killer was lying about what he did and where he put the body, or his directions were deliberately vague enough that finding the exact location has proven impossible, or the shallow grave has been disturbed by time and weather and animals in the 4 decades since my cousin disappeared. As of now, my cousin has been missing for 39 years. 4 decades of not knowing, of wondering, of hoping against hope that somehow there might still be answers, even though so much time has passed. My aunt has had to live all these years without her son, without knowing for certain what happened to him, or being able to give him a proper burial. She has had to endure those terrible letters from the serial killer, had to face the possibility that her son suffered terribly at the end, had to live with the knowledge that someone out there knows what happened but has chosen to keep that information to themselves out of spite or manipulation or some twisted sense of power. The impact of this kind of loss on a family cannot be overstated. When someone you love disappears without explanation, it creates a unique kind of grief that is different from the grief of a confirmed death. There is no closure, no funeral to attend, no grave to visit. There is just an absence, a person-shaped hole in your life that never gets filled. You find yourself wondering if they might still be alive somewhere, if they might walk through the door one day with an explanation for where they have been. You imagine scenarios both hopeful and horrific, your mind filling in the blanks with possibilities that range from miraculous reunions to terrible fates. For my aunt, the mother who lost her son, the pain has been compounded by the serial killer's claims and his refusal to provide complete information. She has had to live with the strong possibility that she knows who killed her child, but cannot prove it, cannot find the body, cannot get justice through the normal channels. The killer is already in prison for other crimes. So even if they could definitively prove that he killed my cousin, it might not add much to his sentence or change his circumstances significantly. The satisfaction of seeing him convicted for this specific crime would be something, but it would not bring my cousin back or undo the decades of suffering that the family has endured. The police involvement in the case, the fact that they were the last to see my cousin alive and dropped him off that final mile from home, has created lasting questions and frustrations for the family. Were the officers who interacted with him that day properly questioned about what happened during their encounter? Was there any investigation into whether their actions or inactions might have contributed to what happened next? These questions have never been fully answered to the family's satisfaction, and the passage of time has made it increasingly unlikely that they ever will be. Officers who might have had relevant information have retired or passed away. Records have been lost or destroyed, and memories have faded or become unreliable. There is also the question of whether the serial killer actually did kill my cousin, or if he was just claiming credit for a crime he did not commit. Serial killers sometimes confess to murders they did not commit, either because they want the notoriety and attention that comes with being seen as more prolific and dangerous, or because they enjoy the power of manipulating investigators and tormenting families. Without physical evidence, without a body that can be examined for cause of death and other forensic details, it is impossible to know for certain whether this killer's claims are true, or if he is just another layer of cruelty added to an already unbearable situation. The family has had to navigate decades of false hopes and dead ends. Every time someone claims to have information about my cousin, every time there is a new lead or a possible sighting, it reopens the wound and creates a fresh wave of hope and fear. Most of these leads go nowhere, ending in disappointment and renewed grief. But the family cannot afford to ignore any of them, cannot risk missing the one piece of information that might finally provide answers. So they continue to follow up, to investigate, to search, even though the odds of finding anything after so many years are incredibly small. The passage of nearly 4 decades has changed the context of the search in significant ways. Technology has advanced with new forensic techniques and search methods that did not exist in 1980. DNA analysis has become much more sophisticated. Satellite imagery and mapping tools have improved, and databases of missing persons and unidentified remains have become more comprehensive and interconnected. All of these developments offer some small hope that a breakthrough might still be possible, that some piece of evidence or information that was overlooked or unavailable 40 years ago might surface and finally provide answers. But time has also worked against the search in many ways. Physical evidence deteriorates, memories become less reliable, witnesses pass away or move away and become impossible to locate. The landscape changes with new construction covering old areas and natural processes of decay and erosion altering the terrain. If my cousin was indeed buried in a shallow grave, as the killer claimed, 4 decades of weather and animal activity could have scattered or destroyed the remains to the point where they might never be found, even if searchers were looking in exactly the right location. My aunt has shown incredible strength in continuing to search for her son, and to advocate for his case all these years. She has kept his memory alive, has refused to let him be forgotten or become just another cold case file gathering dust in some storage room. She has worked with law enforcement, with private investigators, with volunteer search organizations, and with anyone else who might be able to help. She has endured the cruelty of those letters from the serial killer and the frustration of dealing with a system that has not always prioritized her son's case the way she believes it should have been prioritized. For the rest of our family, my cousin's disappearance has been a constant reminder of how fragile life can be and how quickly someone we love can be taken from us. Those of us who were young when he disappeared have grown up with his absence as a defining feature of our family story. We know him only through photographs and the stories that older family members tell, through the shadow that his loss has cast over family gatherings and holidays. There is always an empty chair, always a person missing from the family photos, always a sense of incompleteness that can never be fully addressed. The question of what happened in that final mile between where the police dropped him off and where he should have arrived home continues to haunt us. Was he picked up by the serial killer during that walk? Did something else happen that had nothing to do with the killer's later claims? Were there other people involved whose identities have never been discovered? The lack of witnesses and physical evidence from that crucial time period has made it impossible to reconstruct what actually occurred, leaving us with nothing but speculation and the terrible certainty that something went catastrophically wrong. As the years continue to pass and the case remains unsolved, the family has had to find ways to live with the uncertainty and the loss. They have created memorials and remembrances, have shared stories and kept photographs displayed, have done everything they can to ensure that my cousin is not forgotten even though he has been gone for so long. They have also had to accept, however reluctantly, that they may never get the answers they desperately want, that the truth about what happened may have died with the serial killer or may be buried so deeply that it will never come to light. The hope is that somehow, someday, new information will surface or new technology will make it possible to finally locate my cousin's remains and bring him home. Every year that passes makes this seem less likely, but the family has never completely given up on the possibility. They continue to check in with law enforcement, to follow developments in forensic science, to hope that the case file might catch the attention of someone with fresh eyes and new ideas who might be able to see something that everyone else has missed. My cousin has been missing for 39 years now, nearly 4 decades of unanswered questions and unresolved grief. He was a real person with dreams and potential, with people who loved him and wanted him in their lives. He deserved better than to disappear without explanation, to possibly be murdered by a serial killer who used his death as a tool for manipulation and torture. His mother deserved better than to receive cruel letters from someone claiming to have killed her son, but refusing to tell her where to find his body. Our family deserved better than to spend 4 decades wondering and searching and hoping for closure that may never come. But this is the reality we have been given, and we continue to carry it with us, honoring my cousin's memory and refusing to forget him, even as the years stretch on and the likelihood of answers grows ever smaller. My father once told me a story from his childhood that he had never shared with anyone else before. Even when he told it to me, he was careful, almost hesitant, and asked that I never identify the people involved or the place where it happened. I could tell it wasn't because he was embarrassed, but because the memory itself carried weight. It was personal, unsettling, and something he had carried quietly for most of his life. When my dad was around 12 years old, he and a close friend decided to walk down to a nearby river to go fishing. It was a normal thing for kids their age to do back then. They lived close enough that the river felt familiar, almost like part of their everyday world. They had fished there many times before without incident. It wasn't a dangerous place, just a stretch of water with a wooden dock, slow-moving current, and a peaceful atmosphere that usually made people feel relaxed. That day started out completely ordinary. They brought their fishing rods, baited the hooks, and cast their lines into the water. Instead of sitting on the dock and watching the lines, they decided to secure the rods by chaining them to the dock, so the poles wouldn't be pulled in if a fish bit hard. That way, they could wander a bit along the shore and pass the time while waiting for a catch. It was something they had done before, and it never caused problems. After setting everything up, they walked a short distance away from the dock and onto the sandy shore. They were kids, bored and joking around, laughing the way kids do when they have too much imagination and too much free time. At some point, one of them joked about doing a summoning ritual to wish for a lot of fish. It wasn't serious. They didn't believe they were actually doing anything real. It was just play, something silly to pass the time. They drew shapes in the sand, crude lines that looked like something out of a movie or a comic book. They stood there pretending to chant or make wishes, laughing and not taking it seriously at all. To them, it was just a joke. Neither of them believed in anything supernatural at that age, and they certainly didn't think they were inviting anything into the world. As soon as they finished their little joke ritual, something happened that instantly wiped the smiles off their faces. Without warning, one of the fishing rods jerked violently. They both turned just in time to see the line snap tight and get yanked straight into the water. The force was sudden and strong, far stronger than anything they had ever seen from a normal fish. In a matter of seconds, the hook was ripped out completely and the line snapped clean. Before either of them could fully react or even speak, the same thing happened to the second rod. Whatever had taken the first hook moved upstream against the current and grabbed my dad's line. It pulled just as hard, snapping that line too, and then vanished beneath the surface. The entire thing happened incredibly fast. There was no splashing, no thrashing water, nothing that suggested a large animal fighting on the line. The surface of the river barely rippled. The water stayed calm in a way that didn't make sense given the force that had just snapped two fishing lines. The boys stood there frozen, staring at the water. They waited, expecting to see something rise to the surface. A big fish, maybe. Some dark shape moving beneath the water. Anything that could explain what they had just seen. But there was nothing. No silhouettes near the surface. No disturbed water. No signs of a large fish swimming away. The river looked exactly the same as it had moments before. Quiet and still, as if nothing had happened at all. They tried to reason it out. Maybe it was a massive fish they just didn't see clearly. Maybe it was a coincidence that both lines snapped so quickly. But deep down, neither of them believed that explanation. They had both fished enough to know what a big fish looked like when it took a hook. This wasn't that. The force was wrong. The movement was wrong. And the fact that whatever it was swam upstream against the current without disturbing the water made no sense. Fear settled in fast. They didn't argue. They didn't try to joke it away. They didn't recast their lines. Without saying much to each other, they gathered their things and left immediately. They walked home quickly, both of them quiet, glancing back at the river more than once, feeling like they were being watched, even though they saw nothing. Years passed. My father grew up and so did his friend. Life moved on, but that moment never faded. To this day, both of them remember it clearly. They've talked about it over the years, trying to make sense of it, replaying it in their minds, hoping that time would offer some logical explanation. It never did. They remained certain that whatever took those hooks that day was not natural, not a fish, not an animal they could explain, something else entirely, something that didn't belong in the normal order of things. What makes the story even more unsettling is what happened many years later, when my father finally told it to me. When he first shared this story, we were staying together in a room, just the two of us. The conversation had been calm, almost reflective. He didn't dramatize the story or try to make it sound scarier than it was. He spoke plainly, carefully choosing his words. I could tell he was reliving it as he talked, seeing it again in his mind. Partway through the story, something strange happened. The room suddenly filled with a horrible smell. It was strong, unmistakable, and deeply unpleasant. It smelled like feces mixed with sulfur, sharp and rotten at the same time. It hit us both at once. My immediate reaction was to assume there was a simple explanation. Maybe something in the room, maybe a plumbing issue, maybe something outside drifting in. But the smell didn't behave like a normal odor. We both started looking around, trying to find the source. We checked the bathroom, the corners of the room, the vents, even our clothes. But no matter where we stood, the smell seemed to move. It wasn't strongest in one place. It drifted, shifting around the room, never settling, never fading. What made it worse was that it didn't slowly dissipate the way smells usually do. It stayed heavy and present, as if something invisible was carrying it from one spot to another. The longer we searched, the more uneasy we felt. My father wasn't particularly religious at that point in his life. He believed in God, but he wasn't someone who leaned heavily on prayer or scripture. Still, something about that moment pushed him to act. He grew quiet, then said he was going to pray. He began reciting prayers he remembered from the Bible. His voice was calm but serious. As he prayed, I watched the room closely, half expecting nothing to happen, half expecting something worse. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the smell vanished. There was no gradual fading, no lingering hint of it in the air. One moment it was there, thick and unbearable, and the next it was completely gone. The room smelled normal again, as if nothing had ever happened. We stood there in silence, stunned. We checked the room one last time, even though there was no longer anything to find. There was no source, no explanation, nothing that could account for what we experienced. After that, my father didn't say much. He looked shaken, thoughtful in a way I hadn't seen before. It was clear that telling the story, and whatever followed it, had affected him deeply. The incident from his childhood had already unsettled him for decades, but this felt like confirmation that something about it still lingered, still reached into the present. That night stayed with me long after the conversation ended. I don't know what happened at that river. I don't know what snapped those lines or moved through the water without disturbing it. I don't know why a smell like that filled the room years later, or why it disappeared after prayer. I don't have answers, and I don't pretend to. All I know is that my father believes what he experienced was real, and after witnessing what happened while he told me the story, I believe him too. Some things don't fit neatly into logic. Some experiences sit in that uncomfortable space where explanation fails, and all you're left with is memory, fear, and the quiet understanding that there are things in this world we don't fully understand. Even now, when I think about that story, I imagine the calm surface of that river, the sudden violent pull, the silence afterward. I imagine two kids standing there, realizing that something had responded to their joke, something they never meant to call. And I can't help but wonder how many strange things happen. If these stories feel familiar, there's a reason. Most people have experienced something they don't talk about. If you're still listening, leave a like and subscribe. It helps keep stories like these alive. And if something has ever followed you home, send it in. Let's continue. A guy named Jake worked next door to me in my first fast food joint job. He was really friendly, would come in and flirt, seemed completely normal. His mom even worked as a manager in the shop next door and helped get him the job. At that time, I was young myself, still figuring out adulthood in small steps. That job was nothing special, just greasy counters, long shifts, and the kind of coworkers you forget once you move on. Jake blended right in. He smiled easily, joked with everyone, and never raised any red flags. If anything, he seemed like one of those people who just drift through life without causing problems. Customers liked him. Managers trusted him. He didn't look dangerous. He didn't sound dangerous. He was just there. The summer before my final year of school is when everything changed. It was one of those summers that felt ordinary at first. Warm days, nothing dramatic. The usual boredom mixed with small moments of excitement about the future. My younger sister was about to enter her first year at our school. She was around 12 or 13, right at that age where kids are still children but starting to think they're grown. She was excited, nervous, trying to act confident, while still holding on to that softness that only kids have. Around that time, she started texting someone. At first, it didn't seem like a big deal. Teenagers text people all the time. Phones buzz constantly. It's easy to miss when something isn't right. But this wasn't someone her age. This was a guy in his early 20s. Old enough that even my own manager used to look uncomfortable when Jake flirted with me, because I was only 17 or 18. Back then, adults noticed those age gaps. They felt wrong. But somehow no one noticed what was happening with my sister. The messages started innocent enough, at least on the surface. Compliments, attention. The kind of words that make a young girl feel special, grown up, chosen, someone older paying attention. Feels like validation when you're that age. You don't see danger, you see excitement. You see someone who makes you feel important. Eventually, they met up. That detail alone still makes my stomach turn. A child meeting a grown man, thinking it's normal, thinking it's safe. She trusted him. She had no reason not to. He had built that trust carefully, step by step, through words and attention and fake kindness. What happened next is the part that never leaves you, no matter how much time passes. He tried to force her to do things she wasn't ready for, things she didn't understand, things no child should ever be asked to do. She refused. She said no. She tried to set boundaries in the only way she knew how. When she realized she couldn't escape the situation easily, she tried to offer something else, thinking it would make him stop, thinking it would keep her safe. It didn't. Instead of stopping, instead of backing away, instead of acting like a human being, he became violent. What followed wasn't a misunderstanding. It wasn't an accident. It was rape. And during that assault, he killed her. Later, he claimed he was just trying to silence her, as if those words could ever explain or soften what he did. Afterward, he dumped her body in our local canal, a place people walked past every day, a place that used to feel normal and safe. An old man found her while walking his dog. Just a normal morning turned into something horrifying. One moment, he was taking his usual walk. The next, he was discovering something that would haunt him forever. The entire area changed overnight. News spread fast. Police cars, tape, whispers, crying families. Everyone knew something terrible had happened. But at first, no one wanted to believe it was that bad. People don't want to imagine the worst, especially when it happens close to home. Especially when it involves someone they might know. When the truth came out, it felt unreal, like the ground dropped out from under us. Jake, that guy, the friendly one, the normal one, the one whose mom worked nearby, the one who joked and smiled and flirted like he was harmless. He wasn't just a creep, he wasn't just inappropriate, he was a rapist, a pedophile, a murderer. I had known creeps my whole life. People who gave off bad vibes, people who made your skin crawl the second they opened their mouths. Jake wasn't like that. If someone had asked me before all this happened, I would have said he was annoying, maybe a little too flirty, but nothing more. I would never have pegged him as capable of something so evil. That's what makes it so terrifying. The idea that monsters don't always look like monsters. They don't always lurk in dark alleys or act openly threatening. Sometimes they smile at you. Sometimes they stand next to you at work. Sometimes their parents work respectable jobs and help them get hired. Sometimes they blend in so well that no one questions them. After her death, everything felt heavier. Our school halls felt colder. Parents were suddenly stricter. Kids were quieter. Trust disappeared. The canal became a symbol of horror instead of just another part of town. People avoided it. Even driving past it felt wrong. For my family, the pain was unimaginable. Losing a child in such a violent, senseless way leaves a hole that never closes. There is no moving on from something like that. There is only learning how to breathe around the pain. Every birthday that never came, every milestone that would never be reached, every ordinary moment that now carried grief. I kept replaying my memories of Jake over and over, every interaction, every smile, every casual moment. I questioned myself constantly. Had I missed something? Had there been signs? Could anyone have stopped it? Those questions don't have answers, but they don't stop coming. What haunted me most was how normal everything had seemed, right up until it wasn't. How easily a child was targeted. How easily adults overlooked the danger. How quickly life shattered. Even now, years later, I think about how many people like him exist, hidden in plain sight. People who know how to appear harmless. People who take advantage of trust, youth, and silence. It changed the way I see the world forever. I don't believe anymore that you can always tell who someone really is. Evil doesn't announce itself. Sometimes it whispers, sometimes it waits. Sometimes it looks just like a guy named Jake who works next door and smiles like nothing is wrong. When I worked at a lumber yard several years ago, the supervisor would come around twice a year and regale us with horror stories of accidents, so we would know why certain safety protocols were in place. At the time, I didn't think much of it. It felt like one of those routine workplace things, almost like a lecture you half listen to while standing around in dusty boots and high-visibility vests. We would gather near the break area or on the shop floor, coffee in hand, and the supervisor would start talking. He had a calm voice, not dramatic, not emotional. That almost made it worse. These weren't stories meant to scare us for entertainment. They were warnings. The lumberyard itself was a loud, gritty place. Constant noise from saws, forklifts beeping, machines humming and clanking all day long. There was always sawdust in the air. It settled on your clothes, in your hair, in your lungs. By the end of a shift, you felt it in your throat. The work was physical and repetitive. You learned quickly that the machines didn't care who you were. They didn't slow down for mistakes. They didn't forgive. The supervisor explained that these talks weren't just policy. They were about survival. Every rule, every checklist, every lock and tag existed because someone somewhere had been injured or killed when it wasn't followed. Most of us nodded along, thinking we understood. But understanding something in theory is very different from feeling it settle into your bones. One of the mills we supplied had a plywood press. On the surface, it sounded simple enough. Wood material is placed into the press, layers stacked carefully, and then the machine compresses everything together into plywood boards. It's slow, methodical, almost boring to watch. No sparks, no flying blades, just pressure. Massive, unstoppable pressure. The supervisor described how the press worked in more detail. It was designed to close gradually, applying steady force until the boards reached a specific thickness. 3/4-inch plywood was common. Strong, solid, uniform. Something you'd never question once it left the mill and ended up in a building or on a truck. What most people didn't think about was maintenance. Over time, debris would build up inside the press. Bits of wood, resin, glue, dust. Periodically, it had to be cleaned. And that meant a worker physically entering the press to scrape and remove whatever was left behind. That alone should have set off alarms in everyone's head. A human body entering a machine designed to crush wood into dense sheets. But this was normal in the industry. Procedures existed for a reason. The press was supposed to be fully shut down, the power switch locked out, tags placed so no one could accidentally activate it. Everyone trained, everyone aware. In this story, that didn't happen. The shut-off switch was not locked out. Someone somewhere either didn't realize a worker was inside or didn't check properly. Maybe they were rushing. Maybe they assumed maintenance was done. Maybe they thought someone else had already handled the lockout. Whatever the reason, the press was triggered to activate. The supervisor paused when he got to this part. Not for effect, just because he always did. Like he'd told this story enough times that he knew where the weight of it landed. The press did not move quickly. That detail stuck with me more than anything else. It wasn't an instant, explosive accident. It was slow, steady, relentless. There was time for awareness, time for panic, time to realize exactly what was happening with no way to stop it. A guy was definitely inside while it ran. The thickness setting, if the supervisor remembered correctly, was set to 3/4 inch. No one needed him to explain what that meant. Everyone standing there could picture it. A machine designed to compress wood down to less than an inch. A human body caught in that process. There were no graphic details given. None were needed. The silence after that sentence was enough. That story changed the atmosphere every time it was told. People shifted their weight. Some stared at the floor, others clenched their jaws. You could feel the message sink in. This wasn't about rules on paper. This was about going home alive. The supervisor always ended that story the same way. Lock out your equipment, not shouted, not dramatic, just stated like a fact of life. After hearing it the first time, I found myself thinking about it more than I expected. I'd be loading lumber or walking past machinery and suddenly picture that press. Picture how quiet it must have been before it started moving, how normal the day probably felt before everything went wrong. The more I worked there, the more I noticed how easily small shortcuts could creep in. Someone skipping a step because they were tired. Someone assuming another worker had already done something. Someone trusting that a machine was off because it usually was. None of it came from bad intentions. It came from routine. And routine is dangerous when you're surrounded by machines that can kill you. The pay never matched the risk. That was another thing that started bothering me. Long hours, physically demanding work, constant noise, constant hazards, and for what? Enough money to get by, maybe. Enough to justify it if everything went right. But if something went wrong, the cost was everything. I started noticing injuries more. Crushed fingers, bad backs, hearing loss, near misses people laughed off afterward, even though they shouldn't have. It became clear that the horror stories weren't rare exceptions. They were part of the industry's history, written in blood and broken bodies. Eventually, I got out of the lumber industry. Hearing that story was a big part of it. Not because I was scared in the moment, but because it planted a seed that kept growing. The realization that no amount of experience or confidence could fully protect you. All it took was one missed step, one unlocked switch, one assumption. I still think about that plywood press sometimes, about how slow it moved, about how preventable it was, about how many accidents come down to simple things that people think won't matter just this once. If someone asks me now about working in lumber, I'm honest. It's dangerous work for very low pay. If you're going to be involved in the industry, be a lumber broker. Much more lucrative and much safer. Stay away from the machines if you can, because the machines don't care if you're careful most of the time. They only care about that one moment when something goes wrong, and once they start moving, they don't stop for regret. I had a friend who went to study abroad in Russia for a short program. It was something she had dreamed about for years. She had always wanted to travel, experience a different culture, and live somewhere unfamiliar, even if only for a little while. When she finally got the opportunity, she was excited but also nervous. She was alone in a foreign country, far from her family and friends in America, trying to adjust to a new language, new food, and a completely different way of life. She had been there for about a month when she decided to download Tinder. At first, it was mostly out of curiosity and boredom. She didn't know many people, and her classes didn't leave much room for socializing. Tinder felt like an easy way to talk to locals, practice conversation, and maybe make a few friends. She wasn't seriously looking for anything romantic. Most of the conversations were casual, sometimes awkward, and often fizzled out quickly. Toward the end of her stay, though, she matched with a guy who felt different from the rest. From their first conversation, there was an easy flow between them. He was charming, attentive, and seemed genuinely interested in her as a person, not just as a foreign student. They talked about music, food, travel, and their lives. He asked thoughtful questions and listened carefully to her answers. She felt comfortable with him in a way she hadn't felt with anyone else she had met there. They decided to meet in person, and their first date went surprisingly well. There were no awkward silences, no strange moments. They laughed a lot and talked for hours. She went home that night feeling happy and a little surprised by how much she liked him. After that, they kept seeing each other. One date turned into 2, then 3, then more. In total, they went on 6 dates, and each one felt better than the last. They explored the city together, tried new restaurants, walked through parks, and talked late into the night. He always seemed respectful and kind. He never pushed her into anything she wasn't comfortable with. Because of that, she began to trust him. She knew her time in Russia was almost over, which made everything feel more intense. There was a sense that this connection was temporary, something special that existed only because of the limited time they had. Their final date was the night before she was scheduled to fly back to America. There was a bittersweet feeling hanging over the evening. They both knew it was their last chance to see each other. They went out to eat at a nice place, talked about her upcoming flight, and joked about how strange it felt to say goodbye so soon after meeting. After dinner, he invited her back to his apartment. She hesitated for a moment but agreed to go, telling herself it would just be a short visit. She had no intention of staying the night or sleeping with him. In her mind, it was simply a way to spend a little more time together before she left the country. When they arrived at his place, everything seemed normal. The apartment was clean and quiet. They talked for a bit, sitting close to each other, but she kept checking the time. Eventually, she stood up and said she should probably head back to her own apartment so she could finish packing and get some rest before her flight. That was when his mood changed. At first, it was subtle. He sighed, looked disappointed, and said she didn't have to rush. He told her she could stay a little longer, that they might not see each other again. She repeated that she really needed to go. He then suggested giving her a back massage, saying she looked tense and tired from traveling and studying. She didn't want to make things awkward, and she didn't feel threatened at that moment. She agreed, but very clearly told him that she would still be leaving afterward. He said he understood. He asked her to lie down on the bed, face down, and he brought out some lotion. He began rubbing it into her back, working slowly. At first, it felt normal, even relaxing. She closed her eyes and tried to enjoy the moment without overthinking it. But after a few minutes, she noticed a strange sensation. Her skin began to feel warm, then hot. It wasn't the pleasant warmth of a massage. It started to sting. She told herself she was probably just tired or imagining it. When he finished, she sat up and said she really had to go now. That was when his behavior changed completely. He became angry, not just disappointed. His voice grew sharper. He told her she had to stay. He said she couldn't leave yet. When she laughed nervously and tried to brush it off, he repeated himself, more forcefully. He stood between her and the door. Fear rushed through her all at once. This was no longer uncomfortable or awkward. It was dangerous. She told him again that she was leaving, her heart pounding in her chest. He raised his voice and said she wasn't allowed to go. In that moment, something in his expression made her realize how serious he was. She didn't argue anymore. She didn't try to reason with him. As soon as she saw a chance, she ran. She pushed past him, grabbed her coat, and rushed out the door. She didn't stop until she was back at her own apartment, shaking and out of breath. She locked the door behind her and sat on the floor, trying to calm herself down. That night, she barely slept. Every sound made her jump. Her back continued to burn, but she assumed it was just irritation from the massage, or maybe an allergic reaction to the lotion. She told herself she was safe now. She was leaving the country in the morning. Whatever had happened was over. When she woke up the next day, the pain was much worse. Her back felt like it was on fire. When she looked in the mirror, she saw a rash spreading across her skin. It was red, inflamed, and angry-looking. She touched it gently and winced. Something was very wrong. Terrified and in pain, she went to the emergency room. She explained that she was a foreign student and that she had developed a severe rash overnight. The doctor examined her back carefully. His expression changed almost immediately. He told her to wait and left the room quickly. She sat there alone for a long time, feeling confused and scared. Her thoughts raced. She wondered if she had caught some strange illness or had a severe allergic reaction. The pain continued to worsen and she fought back tears. Eventually the door opened again, but instead of just the doctor, police officers walked in. They asked her where she had been recently and who she had been with. Her confusion turned into fear. She told them everything. She talked about the dates, the dinner, going back to his apartment, the massage, and how she had run away when he tried to stop her from leaving. The police left the room, and once again she was alone. When they returned, the doctor came with them. He sat down and explained what they believed had happened. The lotion the man had used on her back was not lotion at all. It was meat tenderizer. The chemicals in it were designed to break down muscle tissue, which explained the burning pain and severe rash. The doctor told her that if she had stayed longer, the damage could have been much worse. Once the hospital staff realized what substance had been used, they contacted the police immediately. Officers had gone to the man's apartment while she was being examined. When they searched his home, they found something horrifying. His freezer was filled with human meat. The man had planned to kill her. He had intended to eat her. The massage was the first step. If she hadn't run when she did, she might not have survived the night. She had trusted him. She had laughed with him, shared meals with him, walked through the city with him, never suspecting what he truly was. The realization hit her all at once, leaving her shaking and sick to her stomach. She returned to America shortly after, physically recovering but emotionally scarred. Even now, years later, she struggles to trust people the way she once did. She knows how close she came to never coming home at all. He wanted to eat her, and he almost did. I live in a fairly quiet neighborhood in Arkansas. It's the kind of place where nothing ever really happens, and that's exactly why I liked it. The subdivision sits at the end of a dead-end road, with only a small number of houses lined up neatly along the street. There's no through traffic, no loud parties, and no strangers wandering around. I live in the second-to-last house before the road ends, and the very last house belongs to an old man who lived alone next door to me. Most of the neighbors are friendly in a casual, familiar way. We wave when we see each other, stop to chat about the weather, complain about rising prices, or talk about yard work. It's nothing deep, but it's comfortable. Everyone knows everyone else well enough to feel safe. Everyone, that is, except for the old man next door. For the sake of this story, I'll call him Edward. Edward lived in the last house at the end of the subdivision, just a few yards from mine. His house was close enough that I could see his porch clearly from my front window. We had spoken a handful of times over the years, but never for long, just short exchanges, polite but distant. He knew my name and I knew his, but that was about it. He was private, quiet, and seemed to prefer it that way. Over the past year especially, he had become even more withdrawn. I rarely saw him outside, and when I did, he avoided conversation. I knew he was older, and I knew he was a war veteran. Beyond that, I didn't know much. I assumed he had family somewhere. I thought he had a wife, though I never saw her. Nothing about him struck me as particularly strange at the time, just an old man keeping to himself. Then came the craziest day I have ever experienced. It started early in the morning, far earlier than I wanted to be awake. I jolted awake at exactly 5:43 a.m. to the sound of someone yelling my name. At first, I thought it was part of a dream. The sound didn't make sense, and I was still half asleep. But then I heard it again, louder this time. My name being shouted from outside. Before I could even fully process what was happening, my fiancé sat straight up in bed and looked at me. He had heard it too. We both rushed to the window and looked outside. The sky was just starting to lighten, the early morning air still heavy and quiet. That's when we saw him. Edward was lying face down in the dirt at the bottom of the stairs leading up to his porch. We didn't stop to think. We threw on shoes and ran outside as fast as we could. As we got closer, it was clear that something was very wrong. He looked hurt, badly hurt. He wasn't moving much, and his breathing sounded strained. We asked him if he needed an ambulance. The answer seemed obvious to us. Anyone who had been lying face down in the dirt, yelling for help at dawn, needed medical attention. But as soon as we said the word ambulance, his tone changed. He snapped at us almost angrily. "No, just get me up," he said. We tried again, telling him that at the very least we could help him back inside his house. Once again he cut us off. "No, just get me up to the chair on my porch and I'll be fine." Something about the way he said it made me uneasy. He wasn't confused. He wasn't panicked. He was forceful, almost desperate, but not in the way someone usually is when they're injured. Still, we tried to help him sit up, but he was heavier than he looked, and he winced in pain when we moved him. We asked him what had happened. After a moment, he began to explain. He told us that around 10 o'clock the night before, he had heard a noise outside. He said it sounded like something on his porch. An animal, maybe. He went out to check, and because it was dark, he didn't see it clearly. Whatever it was bolted toward him, and when he tried to run, he tripped and fell down the stairs. My fiancé's face went pale. "Oh my God," he said. "You mean you've been laying out here since 10? Last night?" Edward brushed it off like it was nothing. He said he was fine. He told us to just leave him there, that he would be okay on his own. That didn't sit right with either of us. We knew he was badly hurt, and the idea that he had been lying there all night was horrifying. We also knew he had family, or at least we thought he did. I asked if we could call someone for him, a family member, anyone. "No, he said flatly. "There isn't anyone." My fiancé asked if his wife was living with him. "No," Edward replied. "I live alone." That answer felt strange, but we didn't push it. At that point, we didn't know what else to do. He refused medical help. He refused to go inside. He refused to let us call anyone. Eventually, we went back into our house, but neither of us felt good about it. We talked it over for a few minutes. We both agreed that something was wrong. Edward was a war veteran, and we wondered if maybe he wasn't fully aware of how badly hurt he was. Or maybe he was in shock. Either way, we couldn't just ignore it, so we called the police. We explained everything. We told them about finding him outside, his injuries, his refusal to get help, and the fact that he claimed to live alone. We asked them to do a welfare check. About 15 minutes later, we saw a police cruiser pull up to Edward's house. 2 officers got out and walked up to his porch. They knocked on the door and called his name. There was no answer. They walked around the house, peering through windows, trying to see inside. I watched from my yard, my stomach slowly tightening. One of the officers then turned and started walking toward my house. I stepped outside to meet him. I asked if they had checked on Edward. The officer looked at me, his expression serious. "He's dead," he said. The words didn't make sense. "What do you mean he's dead?" I shouted. "I just talked to him." The officer explained that they could see a body lying on the kitchen floor through one of the windows. From their perspective, it looked like Edward had collapsed inside the house. He told me that his senior officer was calling it in. Since they believed there was a deceased person inside, that gave them probable cause to enter the house. The front door was locked, so they kicked it in. What they found inside was far worse than anything any of us could have imagined. Edward wasn't dead yet, but someone else was. In the kitchen, they found Edward alive, injured and barely conscious. But in another room, sitting in a chair with a blanket draped over her, was his wife. She had been dead for months. The officers estimated that she had been dead for 4 to 6 months. Her body had been sitting there the entire time, positioned carefully in a chair as if she were resting. Edward had knocked out a window in the house to let the smell escape. He had never left the house since her death. As the investigation continued, the truth became even more disturbing. Parts of the skin on her face were missing. Sections of her neck showed signs of having been sliced with a knife. The medical examiner believed that Edward had been peeling her skin and eating it. The realization hit me like a punch to the chest. I felt sick. I felt dizzy. For the past 6 months, while I had been living my normal life, going to work, sleeping in my bed, and waving at neighbors, something unspeakable had been happening right next door. Every time I had seen Edward's house, every time I had walked past it, every time I had assumed nothing was wrong, he had been inside, slowly consuming his wife's body. The noise he claimed to have heard that night, it might not have been an animal at all. Or maybe it was. But the fall down the stairs was the only reason anyone found out. That thought still haunts me. If he hadn't heard that noise, if he hadn't fallen, if he hadn't been forced to call out for help, how long would it have gone on? How long would he have continued sitting in that house, peeling and eating her flesh, unnoticed by everyone around him? I still live in that house. The neighborhood is quiet again, but it will never feel the same. Every time I look at that empty house at the end of the road, I'm reminded of how close evil can be and how easily it can hide in plain sight. Sorry to interrupt. If you're new here, I'd appreciate it if you subscribe to Shadow Archives for During the First World War, there was a Russian fortress that stood between the German army and a nearby town filled with civilians. The fort itself was old, damaged, and never meant to withstand a long siege. The Russian military knew this from the beginning. They knew the fort would eventually fall, but what mattered was time. Every extra hour the fort remained standing meant more civilians could be evacuated from the town behind it. Women, children, the elderly, and anyone who couldn't fight were being moved out as quickly as possible, and the fort was the only thing slowing the German advance. The Russian soldiers stationed there understood their role clearly. They were not defending the fort because they believed they would win. They were defending it because they were buying time with their lives. Most of them were young men. Some were barely trained. Others were veterans who had already seen too much death. All of them knew that retreat was not an option. If the Germans broke through too quickly, the town behind them would be overrun. For days, the Germans attacked relentlessly. Artillery shells slammed into the fort, shaking the ground and tearing chunks of stone from the walls. Explosions echoed constantly day and night, leaving the defenders exhausted and deafened. Supplies ran low, food was rationed, water became scarce. Medical supplies were almost non-existent. Still, the Russians held their positions. They fired back when they could and repaired what little damage they were able to under constant bombardment. The Germans grew impatient. The fort should have fallen already, yet it continued to resist. Each delay frustrated them further. Eventually, German commanders decided to use a weapon that would end the resistance quickly. They chose poison gas. At that point in the war, gas warfare was still relatively new. The Russians inside the fort had no gas masks, no protective equipment, no real way to defend themselves against it. When the gas attack began, thick clouds rolled across the battlefield and seeped into the fort through cracks, openings, and shattered walls. The air became unbreathable. The gas burned the lungs, eyes, and skin. Soldiers began coughing violently almost immediately. Inside the fort, chaos erupted. Men tried to cover their faces with rags, shirts, anything they could find. It didn't help. The gas filled their lungs, tearing them apart from the inside. Some collapsed where they stood. Others crawled blindly along the ground, choking and gasping for air that no longer existed. The pain was unbearable. Lungs burned, throats swelled shut, eyes filled with blood and tears. For hours, the gas lingered. From the German perspective, the attack had worked perfectly. No human being could survive that amount of poison without protection. Eventually, the firing stopped. The battlefield fell quiet. The Germans waited, confident that everyone inside the fort was dead. After several hours passed with no return fire, German troops began to advance. Thousands of soldiers moved forward cautiously, expecting to find nothing but corpses. They believed they were walking into an empty ruin, a fort filled only with the dead. What they did not expect was movement. As the gas began to thin, shapes emerged from the smoke. At first, the Germans thought they were seeing things. Figures stumbled forward slowly, unevenly. Then they realized these were men. Russian soldiers, about 60 of them. They were barely alive. Their uniforms were torn and soaked in blood. Their faces were swollen, burned, and discolored. Blood streamed from their noses and mouths. Many were coughing violently, vomiting pieces of their own lungs and intestines onto the ground as they moved. Some had their rifles clutched in shaking hands. Others dragged themselves forward, driven by pure will alone. These men should not have been able to stand, let alone charge. But they did. With what little strength they had left, the surviving Russian soldiers began advancing toward the Germans. They didn't run so much as stagger forward, screaming, coughing, choking, and firing when they could. Their voices sounded unnatural, like something no longer fully human. Their bodies were already dying, but they refused to stop. The sight was beyond horrifying. To the German soldiers, it looked like the dead were rising from the gas itself. Bloody, broken figures stumbling forward, faces half destroyed, coughing up pieces of themselves as they attacked. Panic spread instantly. No one had prepared them for this. No one had told them that men could still fight after being exposed to that much poison. Fear took over. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the German soldiers broke. Thousands of men turned and ran from fewer than 60 dying defenders. Orders were ignored. Formation collapsed. Soldiers trampled over one another in their desperation to escape. Weapons were dropped. Some fell and were crushed underfoot by their own comrades. The Russian charge did not last long. One by one, the men collapsed. Their bodies finally gave out. The poison had done its work. Within a short time, every one of those 60 soldiers was dead or dying, but their attack had achieved something no one thought possible. The Germans retreated. The fort remained in Russian hands longer than anyone had expected. The delay gave enough time for the evacuation behind the fort to be completed. Civilians were moved out of danger. Supplies were relocated. Even more importantly, Russian engineers were able to plant explosives throughout the fort. When the time finally came and the Russians could no longer hold their position, they detonated the charges. The fort was destroyed from within, ensuring that the Germans could not use it as a base or defensive position. What remained was rubble and ash, useless to the advancing army. The men who defended the fort did not live to see what they had accomplished. Their deaths were slow, painful, and terrifying, but their sacrifice changed the course of events in that area of the war. They held the line when it mattered most. News of the battle spread quickly. A local newspaper later gave the event a name that would echo through history. They called it the Attack of the Dead Men. Even now, more than a century later, the story remains one of the most haunting moments of the First World War. It is a reminder of how far human beings can be pushed and how terrifying the human will to survive can become. Those soldiers were already dying. Their bodies were failing them, yet they chose to stand up one last time, not for glory, not for victory, but to protect people they would never see again. They did not win the battle in the traditional sense. They did something far more disturbing and powerful. They turned themselves into something the enemy could not face, even with superior numbers and weapons. They became a nightmare that rose out of the gas, and for one unforgettable moment, death itself charged the battlefield. My uncle used to tell this story whenever the conversation drifted toward strange experiences or things that couldn't be easily explained. He wasn't the kind of man who exaggerated or told stories just to scare people. In fact, he was usually pretty calm and practical, which is why this story always stuck with me. He swore it happened exactly the way he described it, and even years later, he never changed a single detail. At the time, he was driving down to Laredo, Texas for work. It wasn't unusual for him to make long drives alone. He actually preferred it that way. He liked the quiet, the open road, and the time to think. This particular trip was nothing special. Just another drive, another job, another night spent on the highway. It was late, well past midnight. The highway was mostly empty, stretching out ahead of him in long, dark lines. There were no streetlights in that area, just the occasional glow from passing headlights far in the distance. The radio was on low, more for background noise than anything else. He remembers feeling tired but alert, focused on staying awake and getting where he needed to go. As he drove, his headlights swept over the road and the shoulder on either side. That's when he noticed something unusual up ahead. At first, he thought it might be an animal, maybe a deer or a stray dog. But as he got closer, he realized it was a person. It was a woman walking slowly along the side of the highway. That alone was strange. People didn't usually walk along that stretch of road, especially not at that hour. What made it even stranger was what she was wearing. She had on a nightgown, not a dress or casual clothes, but something that looked like sleepwear. Thin fabric, light-colored, moving slightly in the breeze as she walked. My uncle immediately felt uneasy, but his first instinct wasn't fear. It was concern. He thought maybe she had been in an accident. Maybe her car had broken down. Maybe she was hurt or confused. The idea of leaving someone alone on the highway in the middle of the night didn't sit right with him. So he slowed down. He pulled his truck closer to the shoulder, keeping a safe distance, but close enough to see her clearly. She didn't look back. She didn't wave or signal for help. She just kept walking, her pace slow and steady, like she hadn't noticed him at all. That made him hesitate. Most people would react somehow to a vehicle pulling up next to them, especially at night. Still, he told himself that she might be scared, or maybe she didn't hear him over the sound of the road. He rolled down his window and matched her speed, driving slowly beside her. He called out to her, asking if she was okay and if she needed help. For a moment, nothing happened. Then she stopped. She turned her head toward him, and that was when everything changed. He said her movement was sudden and unnatural, like a switch had been flipped. 1 second she was just standing there, and the next she lunged toward his truck. She didn't walk or step closer. She plunged at him, fast and aggressive, her arms reaching out toward the open window. My uncle didn't wait to see what she would do next. Pure instinct took over. He slammed his foot on the gas and sped away, his heart pounding so hard he thought it might burst out of his chest. He didn't look back right away. All he could think about was getting distance between himself and whatever that was. After several seconds, when he felt he was far enough away, he slowed down slightly and glanced in his rear-view mirror. There was no one there. The road behind him was empty. No woman, no movement, nothing but darkness and the faint line of the highway disappearing into the night. He told me that was the moment fear really set in. Not when she lunged at him, but when she vanished. There was nowhere she could have gone that fast. No side roads, no bushes thick enough to hide in, just open land and empty highway. He pulled over a few minutes later, his hands shaking. He sat there with the engine running, scanning the road in both directions, trying to make sense of what had just happened. He considered turning around, but the thought of going back filled him with dread. Whatever he had seen, he didn't want to encounter it again. Eventually, he kept driving. The rest of the trip passed without incident, but he said he never truly relaxed again that night. Every shadow on the side of the road made him tense. Every shape in the distance made his stomach drop. He arrived at his destination exhausted, not just from the drive, but from the fear that lingered long after the encounter. When he told the story later, people reacted in different ways. Some laughed it off, saying it was probably just a prank or someone high on drugs. Others suggested he was tired and imagined it. But my uncle always shook his head at those explanations. He knew what he saw. He knew how real it felt. What made the story even more unsettling was that he wasn't the only one. Over time, I started hearing bits and pieces about similar sightings along that same stretch of highway near Laredo. Stories of a woman walking alone at night. Stories of drivers slowing down to help, only to feel sudden fear or see her disappear. None of the stories were exactly the same, but the details lined up enough to make them hard to ignore. A woman on the roadside, late at night, wearing a nightgown. Some people claimed she would just vanish when approached. Others said she would suddenly appear in front of vehicles, forcing drivers to swerve. A few mentioned feeling watched long after passing through the area, like something had followed them. There was never a clear explanation. No official reports, no confirmed incidents that could tie the sightings to a real person. No records of accidents or missing women that matched the description. The stories existed mostly as whispers, passed from one person to another, often brushed aside as local legends or highway folklore. Still, the consistency was hard to ignore. My uncle never claimed to know what she was. He didn't say she was a ghost or something supernatural. He just said that whatever he encountered that night didn't feel human. The way she moved, the speed of her lunge, the way she disappeared without a trace. None of it made sense. He avoided that stretch of road after that. If he had to drive near Laredo again, he took different routes, even if they added hours to his trip. He said no job was worth seeing that again. What unsettles me the most is how ordinary it all started. A quiet highway, a tired driver, a person who seemed like she needed help. There was nothing dramatic or obviously threatening at first. Just a simple decision to slow down and be kind. That's what makes the story stick with me, because if he hadn't slowed down, if he hadn't tried to help, he might never have known she was there at all. She would have remained just another shadow on the side of the road, another mystery passing unnoticed in the dark. And I can't help but wonder how many other people have seen her, how many slowed down, how many didn't, how many might have stopped completely. I don't know if there's a larger story tied to her. I don't know if there's a tragic event that explains why she appears there, walking endlessly along the highway in the middle of the night. All I know is that my uncle believed what he saw, and the fear in his voice when he told the story was real. Even now, whenever I drive at night and see someone on the side of the road, I think about that woman in the nightgown. I think about how quickly something ordinary can turn into something terrifying. And I think about how some roads seem to remember things that happened on them, replaying moments over and over for anyone unlucky enough to witness them. Whatever she is, she's still out there, walking the highway near Laredo, waiting for headlights to slow down and for someone kind enough or curious enough to notice her in the dark. I remember this very clearly because it still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. It was early 2017, a time in my life when things felt stable, even good. I was focused on my work, building my own business, and spending most of my free time at home or with a small circle of people I trusted. Nothing about that period felt dangerous or unstable. Looking back now, that sense of normalcy is what makes the memory so unsettling. There was a former friend of mine named Matthew. We had gone to high school together years earlier. We were never best friends, but we knew each other well enough. We had shared classes, mutual friends, and the usual teenage experiences. After graduation, like most people, we drifted apart. Life moved on. We went different directions, and for a long time, we barely spoke at all. Then, out of nowhere, he started coming around again. At first, it didn't seem strange. People reconnect all the time. He reached out, said he was in the area, and asked if he could stop by. I didn't think much of it. I figured he was just looking to hang out, catch up, and pass some time. I had other friends over occasionally, so when Matthew came by, it blended right into the routine. The nights were simple. We would sit around watching TV, drinking beers, talking about random things. Sometimes we laughed about old high school stories. Other times we just sat quietly, half paying attention to whatever was on the screen. There was nothing dramatic or tense about it. It felt like business as usual. But what stands out now is how often he started showing up. At first, it was once in a while. Then it became more frequent. He would stop by unexpectedly, sometimes asking just a few hours before. I remember thinking it was a little odd, but not enough to raise alarms. I told myself he probably didn't have much going on, or maybe he just liked the company. I didn't want to assume the worst about someone I had known for so long. During that time, my business was doing well. I was making good money, more than I ever had before. I had invested heavily in equipment, tools, and other expensive items that I needed for my work. My house reflected that. There were things inside that clearly showed I was doing well financially. At the time, I felt proud of that. I had worked hard for everything I owned. Matthew noticed. He never came right out and said anything obvious, but he asked questions. At first, they seemed harmless. He asked about my work, how business was going, what kind of equipment I used. I took it as curiosity. People ask those kinds of questions all the time, especially when they see someone doing better than they expected. But then the questions started to feel more specific. He would ask when I usually worked, how often I was home, whether I traveled for business, if I ever left the house empty for long periods of time. He asked about security casually, like it was just conversation. At the time, I didn't connect the dots. I answered vaguely, not thinking much of it. There was also something about his energy that felt off, though I couldn't explain it back then. He wasn't aggressive or threatening. He was calm, almost too calm. He listened more than he talked. He watched everything. I remember catching him looking around my house, not in an obvious way, but like he was mentally taking notes. Still, I ignored the feeling. One night, he came over like usual. We hung out, drank a few beers, watched TV, and talked about nothing important. When he left, it felt no different from any other night. I watched him walk out the door, not knowing that would be the last time I ever saw him. Months passed. Life went on. Work kept me busy. I stopped thinking about Matthew entirely. Then later that same year, I heard something that stopped me cold. Matthew had been arrested. At first I thought it had to be a mistake. I didn't want to believe it. But as more details came out, the truth became impossible to ignore. He had been involved in a murder that happened in 2016, before he had started coming around my place again. The story was horrifying. Matthew and another man he knew had targeted someone they believed had come into a decent amount of money. They planned to rob his house. It wasn't random. They knew what they were doing. They went there with intent. During the robbery, the man was killed. When I read those words, my mind immediately went back to all those nights Matthew had spent in my home. The questions, the sudden interest in my schedule, the way he looked around, the timing of it all. I felt sick. The realization hit me slowly, then all at once. At the time he was coming over more frequently, I was visibly successful. I had expensive equipment, valuable items, a predictable routine. Everything someone looking to rob a house would want to know. I started replaying every conversation in my head, every question he asked, every pause, every glance around the room. What I had brushed off as curiosity now felt calculated. What I had thought was harmless now felt like reconnaissance. I don't know for sure what his intentions were. I can't say with absolute certainty that he was planning something against me, but deep down, I believe that's exactly what was happening. He wasn't just hanging out. He was feeling me out, testing boundaries, gathering information. The thought that still haunts me is how close it all felt. He knew where I lived. He knew my habits. He knew what I owned. And he had already been involved in a violent crime. If things had gone slightly differently, if I had been more trusting, if I had shared more details, I don't know what could have happened. It made me question my judgment in a way I never had before. I had always considered myself a good judge of character. I believed I could tell when someone was dangerous. Matthew didn't fit the image I had in my head of someone capable of murder. He wasn't loud or unstable. He didn't threaten anyone. He blended in. He laughed. He drank beer and watched TV like everyone else. That's what scared me the most. Evil didn't announce itself. It sat on my couch. It asked polite questions. It smiled and nodded and waited. When I thought about the man Matthew and his accomplice had killed, I felt a deep sense of guilt, even though I knew logically it wasn't my fault. I wondered if there had been signs someone else had ignored too, if that man had trusted the wrong person the way I almost did. After that, I changed. I became more cautious, more guarded. I stopped letting people into my personal space so easily. If someone wasn't significantly close to me, they didn't need to know details about my life, my schedule, or my finances. I learned that politeness doesn't require full transparency. I also learned to trust my instincts. That subtle feeling I had back then, the one I brushed aside, was there for a reason. It wasn't fear, it was awareness. And I ignored it because I didn't want to seem rude or paranoid. Now I know better. The idea that someone capable of murder could sit in my living room, drink my beer, and laugh at the same jokes still unsettles me. It reminds me how thin the line really is between normal life and something much darker. Even now, years later, I think about how easily things could have gone wrong, how close danger can get without making a sound, how people don't always look like what they truly are. Matthew is in prison now. His life is defined by one violent act and the consequences that followed. Mine continued forward, but not unchanged. I carry that experience with me as a quiet warning. Not everyone who smiles at you is your friend. Not everyone who asks questions is just curious. And sometimes the most dangerous people are the ones who seem the most ordinary. That experience taught me something I will never forget. Be careful who you let into your world, because sometimes you don't realize how close you came to becoming someone else's story. I still remember how unreal everything felt when it happened, because nothing like that was supposed to happen where I lived. My city is in southwestern Ontario, with a population of around 75,000 people. It's not a big city, but it's not tiny either. It's the kind of place where people feel safe. You recognize faces at grocery stores. You hear about small crimes, maybe break-ins or fights, but nothing truly horrifying. At least that's what we believed. I lived 9 houses away from a woman who would later be exposed as a murderer and rapist. On New Year's Day in 2013, a young woman named Noelle Paquette was raped and murdered. The people responsible were Tanya Bogdanovich and Michael McGregor. At the time, those names meant nothing to most of us. They were just ordinary people living in the same city, blending into everyday life. That's what makes the entire thing so disturbing. Evil didn't come from some distant place. It was already here. The night it happened started like so many others. Noelle was out at a local bar with her boyfriend. Around 2:30 in the morning, the two of them got into a fight. It wasn't unusual. Bars close late, emotions run high, and arguments happen. She left the bar upset and alone. That should have been the end of it. She should have gone home, slept it off, and woken up to a new year. Instead, she crossed paths with the wrong people. Bogdanovich and McGregor randomly abducted her. There was no prior connection, no long-term plan involving her specifically. She was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. They forced her into their vehicle at knife point and drove her 18 kilometers to the southern edge of the city. 18 kilometers may not sound like much, but in that moment, it meant being taken far away from lights, people, and help. They brought her to a wooded area, deep enough that no one could hear her screams. What happened there is almost impossible to think about. She was brutally raped and murdered in that forest. Her life taken in one of the most violent and terrifying ways imaginable. As details came out, the story became even more disturbing. Investigators discovered that Bogdanovich and McGregor were involved in fetish websites centered around rape. It wasn't just violence for the sake of violence. They were aroused by it. They felt empowered by it. They shared fantasies and ideas that treated human suffering as entertainment. That knowledge changed how the entire crime felt. This wasn't a moment of rage or panic. It was deliberate. It was something they had thought about, talked about, and wanted to experience. What made it even harder to process was how close this all was to my own life. I was close friends with Bogdanovich's son. He had been to my house many times. Sometimes he even walked over on his own. We talked, laughed, and spent time together like normal kids. His mother was just someone's mom to me. I never would have imagined what she was capable of. The worst realization came later, when I remembered something that made my stomach drop. 10 days before the murder, right before Christmas break, Bogdanovich had been at my school. She stood there during an assembly, surrounded by students, teachers, and parents. She looked completely normal. No one suspected anything. No one felt unsafe. Knowing that someone who would soon commit such a horrific crime stood in the same room as me, watching the same assembly, breathing the same air, still makes my skin crawl. After the murder, the city changed overnight. The street I lived on became almost impossible to drive down. News vans lined the road. Reporters stood outside houses, asking questions. Cameras were everywhere. Neighbors gathered in small groups, whispering, crying, trying to understand how something like this could happen so close to home. There was a sense of hysteria, but also disbelief. People locked their doors more carefully. Parents watched their children more closely. Conversations everywhere revolved around the same questions. How could this happen here? How could no one have noticed? How could someone live among us and do something like this? For me, the fear felt personal. I kept thinking about all the times I had been near that house, all the moments that seemed ordinary at the time. I wondered how many times I had unknowingly been just a few steps away from someone capable of unimaginable violence. The idea that I lived 9 houses away haunted me, not because something happened to me, but because of how easily it could have. The randomness of it all was terrifying. Noelle wasn't targeted because of who she was. She was targeted because she was there. In the days and weeks that followed, the city struggled to return to normal. Memorials appeared. People left flowers, candles, and notes. Strangers hugged each other. There was grief, anger, and fear all mixed together. Everyone felt it, even those who had never met Noelle. What made it worse was that this wasn't the only bad thing happening. Other disturbing stories began to surface in the area around that time. Crimes that once felt distant suddenly felt close. The sense of safety we had taken for granted was cracked, maybe permanently. Even now, years later, I still think about how thin the line is between normal life and horror. How someone can sit at a school assembly, raise a child, live in a quiet neighborhood, and still be capable of something so monstrous. How you can live your life assuming you're safe, only to find out you were closer to danger than you ever realized. That experience changed how I see people. It changed how I see my city. I no longer assume that terrible things only happen somewhere else, to someone else. I understand now that evil doesn't always look evil. Sometimes it looks like a neighbor. Sometimes it looks like a parent. Sometimes it stands quietly in a crowd, unnoticed, living. That close to something so horrific leaves a mark. It makes you more aware, more cautious, and more uneasy in ways that never fully go away. And every New Year's Day, I think about Noelle Paquette, about the life she should have had, and about how one night shattered the illusion of safety for an entire city. I work for a state department that investigates accidents and failures involving fire protection systems. Most people don't even think about these systems unless a fire breaks out. But when they fail, the consequences can be just as deadly as the fires they're meant to stop. My job has taken me to a lot of scenes over the years. I've seen burned buildings, collapsed ceilings, flooded factories, and equipment torn apart in ways that don't seem possible until you're standing there looking at it. But one incident from 2011 has never left me. No matter how many years pass, I still think about it. That year, we were called in to investigate a fatal incident involving a fire protection water system at an industrial site. 2 men had died while working on a water pump inside a concrete block building. On paper, it sounded routine. Upgrading a pump, performing a pressure test, filling a tank. These are things that happen every day in industrial facilities. Nothing about it initially suggested the kind of destruction we would later see. The building itself was not large or impressive. It was a simple concrete block structure, solid and utilitarian, built to house equipment rather than people. Inside was a large metal holding tank, connected to the building's fire protection sprinkler system. The tank was designed to store water under pressure, so that if a fire broke out, the system would have an immediate supply ready to go. Unfortunately, this particular system had not worked properly for years. The industrial building had continued operating despite the fire protection system being essentially useless. Over time, the tank had rusted. Corrosion had eaten away at the metal, creating weak spots and holes. Instead of replacing the tank, someone had chosen to patch it. Raw metal plates had been welded over the damaged areas, covering rust and corrosion rather than removing it. On the outside, it may have looked like a fix. On the inside, the damage remained. The two workers who arrived that day were there to install a new water pump and perform a pressure test on the tank. Their job was to bring the system back online. They were experienced workers, not amateurs. They knew what they were doing, and they followed standard procedures as far as anyone could tell. When they first inspected the tank, they noticed the patches. They reported that sections of raw metal had been welded directly onto the tank to correct rust and holes. That alone should have raised serious concerns. Welding patches onto a pressurized tank is dangerous under the best circumstances. Doing it on a tank that had been out of service for years, with unknown internal corrosion, was a recipe for disaster. Still, the work continued. They installed the new pump and prepared to conduct the pressure test. The process was simple in theory. Slowly fill the tank with water. Monitor pressure levels. Watch for leaks. Stop if anything looks wrong. The goal was to confirm that the tank could safely hold water under the required pressure. As they began filling the tank, problems appeared almost immediately. Water started leaking from multiple areas. Not just a drip or a slow seep, but heavy, visible leaking. The workers knew this wasn't normal. They contacted their supervisor to report what they were seeing, while one of them was on the phone, explaining that the tank was leaking badly and that something wasn't right. The situation escalated faster than anyone could react. The tank ruptured. It didn't crack. It didn't split gently. It exploded. The failure was sudden and violent. Years of hidden corrosion combined with poorly welded patches and increasing internal pressure reached a breaking point. When the tank failed, it released an enormous amount of energy. The water inside, under pressure, turned the tank itself into a weapon. Metal shards were launched in every direction. Pieces of the tank tore through the concrete block walls like paper. Heavy sections of steel were flung across the room with incredible force. The workers, who were standing only feet away, were struck instantly. There was no time to run, no time to react. The force of the explosion killed both men immediately. The violence of the rupture didn't stop there. The pressure wave and flying debris were so powerful that the concrete block building itself collapsed. Walls buckled and fell. The roof came down. What had been a solid structure moments earlier was reduced to rubble. All of this destruction came from a water tank. Not a boiler, not a gas line, not an explosive chemical. Just water trapped inside a weakened metal container. When we arrived on scene, the devastation was hard to comprehend. The building was gone, flattened by its own contents. Twisted metal lay scattered among broken concrete blocks. The remains of the tank were barely recognizable. It had torn itself apart so completely that it was difficult to identify which pieces had once been connected. There was a heavy silence over the site. Even experienced investigators felt it. 2 men had gone to work that day expecting a normal job. They never left. As we began our investigation, the full picture started to emerge. The tank had been compromised long before the workers arrived. Corrosion had thinned the metal from the inside, weakening its structural integrity. The welded patches did nothing to address that internal damage. In fact, they likely made things worse by creating uneven stress points when pressure was applied. When the new pump began filling the tank, pressure increased exactly as it was designed to do. But the tank was no longer capable of containing that pressure. The leaks were a warning sign, the last visible indication that failure was imminent. The moment the internal pressure exceeded what the weakened metal could handle, the tank ruptured catastrophically. One of the most chilling aspects of the case was how quickly it all happened. The workers recognized that something was wrong. They reported it. They were in the process of trying to do the right thing. And still, it wasn't enough time. From an investigative standpoint, the cause was clear: improper maintenance, unsafe repairs, failure to replace a severely degraded pressure vessel. A fire protection system that had been neglected for years was suddenly brought back into service without proper evaluation. The result was fatal. From a human standpoint, it was devastating. These men didn't die because of fire. They didn't die because of an explosion caused by fuel or chemicals. They died because of stored energy, because water, when confined and pressurized, becomes incredibly dangerous. People underestimate that all the time. Water feels harmless. We drink it, we bathe in it, we spray it on fires. But inside a sealed tank, under pressure, it holds immense potential energy. When that containment fails, the release is violent and unforgiving. The collapse of the concrete building was proof of that. Concrete block structures are designed to be sturdy. They don't just fall apart. But the force of the rupture was enough to compromise the entire building. It wasn't just an equipment failure, it was a structural failure caused by a single neglected component. In the aftermath, there were investigations, reports, and changes. Policies were reviewed. Procedures were updated. The importance of properly inspecting and replacing aging fire protection components was reinforced. But none of that brought the two men back. For me, the case became a permanent reminder of how dangerous complacency can be. Fire protection systems are often ignored because they're only meant to be used in emergencies. When they sit unused for years, people assume they're fine or that they can be patched together later. This incident proved how wrong that assumption can be. Every time I walk into a facility now and see an old water tank, especially one that's been patched or modified, I think about that day. I think about those workers standing next to the tank, doing their job, trusting that the equipment around them wouldn't suddenly turn lethal. I also think about how close this kind of disaster can be to anyone. Industrial buildings exist everywhere. Fire protection systems are everywhere. Most people walk past them without a second thought. They don't realize that behind those walls, there can be enormous forces waiting to be released if something goes wrong. All of this destruction came from a water tank. That fact alone still feels unreal. No flames, no smoke, no explosion in the traditional sense. Just water, pressure, metal, and neglect. And in a single moment, 2 lives were lost. A building was destroyed and a lesson was written in debris and blood. It is one of the clearest examples I've ever seen of how something designed to protect lives can become deadly when it's ignored for too long. And it's why I take my job seriously every single day. Because sometimes the most dangerous things are the ones people think are harmless. We like to believe that we know the people living around us. We wave to them when we get the mail, we make small talk about the weather while taking out the trash, and we trust that behind their closed doors, they are living lives just as normal and mundane as our own. I used to believe that too. I live in a quiet, sleepy subdivision in Arkansas. It is the kind of place where nothing exciting ever happens, where the loudest noise is usually a lawnmower on a Saturday morning. My house is the second to last one on a dead-end road, a cul-de-sac that feels isolated from the rest of the world. The neighbors are friendly people, the kind who bring you cookies at Christmas and watch your cat when you go on vacation. It was a perfect, peaceful bubble, but that bubble popped on a cold morning, shattering my sense of safety forever. It all centered around the last house on the block, the one right next to mine, and the old man who lived there named Edward. Edward was a mystery, but not a scary one, at least not at first. He lived in the house at the very end of the road, just a few yards away from my bedroom window. He was an older man, a war veteran, with the kind of weathered face that told 1,000 stories he never shared. We had spoken a handful of times over the years, but it was never anything deep. He knew my name, and I knew his. He would nod at me when he collected his newspaper, and I would smile back. Over the last year, however, he had become increasingly private. The blinds were always drawn. The yard wasn't kept as tidy as it used to be. We just assumed he was getting older, maybe slowing down. We gave him his space, thinking we were being respectful neighbors. We had no idea that we were giving him the privacy to commit an atrocity. The day that changed my life started before the sun even came up. It was 5:43 a.m. I remember the time exactly because when I woke up, the red numbers on my digital alarm clock were the first thing I saw. I didn't wake up naturally. I was pulled from a deep sleep by a sound that no one wants to hear in the dark. It was a voice, ragged and desperate, yelling my name. At first, in my groggy state, I thought I was dreaming. It sounded like a nightmare, a voice calling out from the void. I lay there for a second, heart pounding, waiting for it to stop. But then my fiancé, who was sleeping next to me, sat up bolt upright. He had heard it too. It wasn't a dream. Someone was outside our house, screaming for us. We didn't even grab jackets. We rushed out of bed, fueled by adrenaline and confusion, and ran to the front door. The morning air was biting cold, the kind of chill that sinks into your bones, but we didn't feel it. We scanned the front yard, looking for the source of the noise, and then we saw him. Lying face down in the dirt, right at the bottom of the concrete stairs leading up to his porch, was Edward. He looked like a heap of old clothes thrown onto the ground. He wasn't moving much, just letting out low groans of pain. We sprinted over to him, our bare feet slapping against the cold grass. When we got close, it was clear he was hurt badly. He was an old man, frail and brittle, and the fall looked serious. His face was pressed into the soil, and his body was twisted in an unnatural way. My fiancé knelt beside him, gently touching his shoulder. We immediately asked him if we should call an ambulance. It seemed like the only logical thing to do, but Edward's reaction was immediate and aggressive. He snapped at us, his voice sharp despite his pain. He told us, "No," he said, "no, just get me up." He didn't want professionals. He didn't want the police. He just wanted to be moved. We tried to reason with him. We told him he might have broken something, that moving him could make it worse. We offered to help him inside his house so he could at least be warm while we figured out what to do. But again, he refused. He was adamant. "No," he barked, "just get me up to the chair on my porch and I'll be fine." It was a strange request. Who lies face down in the dirt with serious injuries and just wants to sit in a porch chair? But he was panicking, and we wanted to calm him down. My fiancé and I carefully lifted him. He was heavy, dead weight, and he groaned with every movement. We managed to drag him up the few steps and deposited him into the old, rusted chair on his porch. Once he was seated, he slumped over, catching his breath. We asked him what had happened. His story was disjointed. He told us that around 10 p.m. the previous night, he had heard a noise outside. He thought it was a prowler or a stray animal. He came out to investigate in the dark. He claimed that some kind of animal had been on the porch and bolted towards him, scaring him. When he tried to run back inside, he tripped and tumbled down the stairs. My fiancé looked at him with wide eyes. "Oh my God," he said. "You mean you've been lying out here since 10 o'clock last night?" Edward just nodded. He had spent nearly 8 hours lying in the dirt, unable to move in the freezing cold. That fact alone broke my heart. I felt a surge of pity for this lonely old man. I asked him if we could call anyone for him. I knew he had family somewhere, and I was sure I had seen a woman living there with him in the past, his wife. I asked him, "Is your wife living with you? Should we get her?" Edward looked me dead in the eye. His expression was unreadable, masked by the shadows of the early morning. "No," he said firmly, "I live alone." He insisted that there was no one else. He told us to go home, that he would be fine now that he was in his chair. He practically shooed us away. We walked back to our house, shivering now that the adrenaline was wearing off. But something didn't sit right with us. We couldn't just leave an injured war veteran sitting on a porch in the cold after a bad fall. We talked about it in our kitchen, whispering as if he could hear us through the walls. We knew he was hurt. We suspected he might be suffering from dementia or shock. He clearly wasn't making rational decisions. We decided that we had to be the adults in the situation. We called the police. We explained that our elderly neighbor had fallen, that he was confused, and that he was refusing medical help. We asked for a welfare check just to make sure he was safe. We thought we were doing the right thing. We thought we were being good neighbors. About 15 minutes later, a police cruiser pulled up to the curb. We watched from our living room window, peeking through the blinds. 2 officers stepped out. They walked up the driveway to Edward's house. We saw them approach the porch where we had left him. They knocked on the doorframe, calling out his name. But Edward wasn't in the chair anymore. He must have dragged himself inside. The officers tried the door, but it was locked. They moved around the house, looking into the windows, trying to spot him. One of the officers broke away and started walking across the lawn toward our house. I opened the front door before he could knock. I stepped out onto the porch, hugging my arms around myself. "Did you check on him?" I asked. "Is he okay?" The officer had a strange look on his face. It was grim, serious. He looked at me and said 3 words that stopped my heart. "He's dead," I shouted back at him. "What do you mean he's dead?" We had just spoken to him 20 minutes ago. He was breathing. He was talking. He was sitting in that chair. The officer explained. "We looked through the kitchen window. We can see him lying on the floor. He's not moving. He looks deceased." My stomach dropped. I felt a wave of guilt. If we had just called the ambulance against his will, maybe he would still be alive. The officer told me that his senior partner was calling it in. Since they had visual confirmation of a body and probable cause that he was dead or dying, they had the authority to enter the house. I watched as they went back to Edward's front door. They announced themselves one last time. "Police, we are coming in." Then, with a heavy thud, they kicked the door in. The wood splintered and the door swung open. The officers drew their weapons, just in case, and stepped into the gloom of the house. I stood on my lawn, waiting. Minutes passed. I expected them to come out and tell me he had had a heart attack or a stroke. But when the officer came back out, he looked pale. He looked sick. It turned out Edward wasn't dead. He had collapsed on the kitchen floor after dragging himself inside, exhausted and broken from his night in the cold. He was alive, barely, but someone else in that house was not. When the officers entered, they were hit by a wall of stench. It was a smell so foul, so heavy that it seemed to cling to their uniforms. It was the smell of death, but not fresh death. It was the smell of something that had been rotting for a long time. They found Edward on the floor, but their eyes were drawn to the living room. Sitting in an armchair covered by a thick, dusty blanket was a figure. It was the shape of a person. The officers pulled back the blanket. It was Edward's wife. She wasn't sleeping. She wasn't sick. She had been dead for months. The coroner later estimated that she had been deceased for anywhere between 4 to 6 months. Her body was in a state of advanced decomposition. She was mummifying in that chair, in that silent living room, while Edward lived his life around her. The windows in the back of the house had been smashed out from the inside. We realized later that Edward had done this to let the smell escape, to keep the house livable while he coexisted with a corpse. That explained why we never saw him, why the blinds were drawn, why he became a recluse. But the horror didn't stop at finding a body. Finding a dead body is tragic. What they found next was monstrous. As the investigators looked closer at the woman in the chair, they noticed something horrifying about her condition. Decomposition does terrible things to a body, but this was different. There were specific marks. There were missing pieces. The skin on her face was gone, not rotted away, but removed. There were precise cuts on her neck and arms. Parts of her looked like they had been sliced off with a knife. The realization hit the investigators like a physical blow. Edward hadn't just been living with his dead wife. He hadn't just been too grief-stricken to let her go. He had been harvesting her. He had been peeling her skin. He had been slicing off meat. He had been eating her. I stood on my lawn as the gurneys were wheeled out. First Edward strapped down, looking small and pathetic. Then his wife, in a black body bag that seemed too small for a person. The police told us everything later. They had to. We were witnesses. We were the ones who found him. They told us about the knife found in the kitchen. They told us about the evidence of cannibalism. For the past 6 months, while I was watching TV, while I was cooking dinner, while I was sleeping in my bed, the old man 10 yards away was feasting on the flesh of his wife. The phrase WTF doesn't even begin to cover the feeling. It is a complete collapse of reality. You hear about these things in movies or in books about serial killers from 100 years ago. You don't expect it to happen in a quiet subdivision in Arkansas. You don't expect the nice old war veteran next door to be a monster. The most disturbing part, the part that keeps me awake at night, is the conversation we had on the porch. He told us he heard a noise. He told us an animal scared him. That was why he fell. That was why he was stuck outside, which led to us finding him, which led to the police kicking down the door. If he hadn't fallen, if he hadn't tripped on that step, how long would it have gone on? He had no intention of stopping. He had smashed the windows to vent the smell. He was managing the situation. If he hadn't heard that noise, he would have walked back inside, locked the door, and continued his horrific routine. He would have sat in that living room with her. He would have continued to whittle her away, piece by piece. And the question that haunts me the most is simply this. Edward said he heard a noise outside that night. He said something bolted at him. But we live at the end of a dead-end road. It's quiet. There are no stray dogs, no coyotes. I never heard a noise that night. My fiancé never heard a noise. Was there really an animal, or was it something else? Was it the universe finally deciding that enough was enough? Or was it the spirit of the woman in the chair finally making a noise to scare him, pushing him down those stairs to reveal the hell he had created? I still live in that house. I can't afford to move. But I don't look at the house next door anymore. It sits empty now, boarded up, a hollow shell of wood and brick. But every time I walk to my car, I can feel the weight of it. I can feel the silence of that living room. And I know that true horror isn't a monster in a mask. True horror is what happens behind locked doors in the quietest houses where ordinary people do things that nightmares are made of. When I was a kid, My brother and Mum told me that they saw a ghost. At the time, I was the kind of person who needed to see things to believe them. I was convinced they were just trying to mess with me, playing some long-term prank to make me afraid of the dark or to keep me from wandering around the house at night. In our house, we were always joking around, so a story about a spirit felt like just another tall tale. But then they sat me down and told me the story in a way that made the hair on my arms stand up. They weren't laughing, and there was a look of genuine, lingering confusion in their eyes that I couldn't ignore. It wasn't a story built on jump scares. It was built on a quiet, impossible reality that had settled into our home during the dead of night. The event took place at exactly 1 a.m., a time when the world feels like it has been abandoned by the sun and left to the mercy of whatever lives in the shadows. My whole family was asleep, or at least we were supposed to be. The house was wrapped in that heavy, suffocating silence that you only find in the middle of the night. My brother Caden was the first one to be pulled out of his sleep. He didn't wake up because of a nightmare or a loud noise. He woke up because of a sound that was so subtle it almost felt like a part of his dream. It was the sound of our bedroom door closing. It wasn't a slam or a click, but a very slow, deliberate movement of wood against the frame. It was the kind of sound that suggests someone is trying very hard not to be heard. Caden opened his eyes and looked toward the doorway. In the dim light filtering in from the hallway, he saw a figure. His heart skipped a beat, but then he felt a wave of confusion. The person walking out of the room looked exactly like him. It wasn't just a resemblance, it was his height, his build, and he was wearing the exact same pajamas Caden had on at that very moment. The figure moved with a strange, fluid grace, stepping through the threshold and into the darkness of the hall. Caden sat there for a second, his mind trying to process the impossibility of what he was seeing. He thought he was just seeing things, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion or a vivid dream that had spilled over into reality. He rubbed his eyes and told himself to go back to sleep, dismissing the visual as a trick of the moonlight and his tired brain. But while Caden was trying to drift back into unconsciousness, the ghostly figure continued its journey. It didn't vanish once it left our room. It walked through the hallway with a silent, purposeful stride, heading directly toward my mum's room. The air in the hallway must have been freezing, though no one was there to feel it. The entity reached her door and simply stood there. It didn't knock, and it didn't try to enter. It just lingered in the shadows of the doorway, a presence that was heavy enough to pull my mum out of her sleep. She felt that prickle of awareness that parents often have, the sense that one of their children is standing by the bed, needing a glass of water or comfort after a bad dream. My mum opened her eyes and saw the shape of a boy standing at the entrance to her room. In the gloom, the figure had the unmistakable profile of my brother. Thinking it was just Caden, she stayed in bed and spoke to him in that soft, sleepy voice parents use late at night. She asked the figure, "What is it, Caden? Did you have a bad dream?" She expected the boy to walk over to her or to answer with a groggy explanation, but the figure remained perfectly still. It didn't speak and it didn't move an inch. There was something about the way it stood, too rigid, too silent, that made the sleepiness vanish from her mind instantly. A cold dread began to settle in her stomach. My mum turned around fully, reaching for the lamp on her bedside table, but she stopped before she could even touch it. Now that she was looking directly at the figure, she realized that it wasn't her son at all. It was only a silhouette of him. It was as if someone had cut a hole in the reality of the room in the exact shape of my brother. There were no features, no eyes, no texture to the clothing, just a void of darkness that was deeper and blacker than the rest of the room. Puzzled and starting to feel a surge of protective instinct, she stood up and began to walk toward the doorway. She wanted to reach out and touch it, to prove to herself that it was just a shadow or a trick of the light. As she got within a few feet of the doorway, the thing simply vanished. It didn't fade away or run. It just ceased to exist, as if it had never been there at all. The silence that followed was absolute. My mum stood in the middle of her room, her heart pounding against her ribs, staring at the empty hallway. She was shocked but remained skeptical, her logical mind trying to find a reason for what she had just seen. She was convinced that Caden must be playing a prank, even though the vanishing act was something he couldn't have pulled off. She decided to walk through the house and check on us, expecting to find my brother hiding around a corner or stifling a laugh in his bed. She walked through the hallway, her footsteps sounding like thunder in the quiet house, and pushed open the door to the room I shared with Caden. To her absolute shock, we were both sound asleep. Caden was tucked under his blankets, his breathing deep and rhythmic, and I was in the same state on the other side of the room. There was no way he could have stood in her doorway and then made it back to bed, climbed under the covers, and fallen into a deep sleep in the few seconds it took her to walk down the hall. The reality of the situation hit her like a physical blow. She realized that whatever she had seen in her doorway wasn't her son, but a duplicate, a doppelganger that had emerged from our room while we were unconscious. My mum was terrified. She went back to her room, but the sense of security that a home is supposed to provide had been shattered. She couldn't sleep at all for the rest of that night. She sat up with the lights on, watching the doorway and listening to every creak and groan of the house, wondering if the silhouette would return. It was the weirdest and most disturbing paranormal experience we ever had in that house. It wasn't just a random ghost. It was a ghost that had taken the form of someone she loved, a shadow that had claimed my brother's identity for a few minutes in the middle of the night. When they told me the story later, I realized that the creepy nature of it was far worse than if it had been a traditional scary story. There is something fundamentally fucked up about the idea of a doppelganger. In old folklore, seeing a double of yourself or a family member is often considered a dark omen, a sign that something is wrong or that a tragedy is coming. For Caden to see himself walking out of the room is a specialized kind of horror. It's the idea that your own image can be detached from you, moving through the world with its own unknown intentions. It makes you wonder what that silhouette wanted. Why did it go to my mum's room? Was it trying to communicate, or was it just observing the family while we were at our most vulnerable? The fact that both my brother and my mum saw the same thing from different perspectives is what makes it impossible to dismiss. If it had just been one of them, you could say it was a dream or a hallucination. But for Caden to see it leave the room, and for my mum to see it arrive at her door, creates a timeline of events that is terrifyingly consistent. It means that for a few minutes at 1 a.m., there were two Cadens in the house. One was a sleeping boy, and the other was a silent shadow that had the power to vanish into thin air. I think about that hallway often, especially when I'm the last one awake at night. I think about the space between our rooms and how it once held a void in the shape of a person. The house didn't feel the same after that. Even though we never saw the silhouette again, the memory of it lived in the corners of the rooms. My mum became much more sensitive to the noises of the night, and she never liked it when the doors were left slightly ajar. We began to realize that our home wasn't just a place for us. It was a place that could be visited by things we didn't understand. The silhouette wasn't a monster with claws or a screaming spirit, but its silence and its familiarity were far more haunting. It was a reminder that the world is a much stranger place than we like to admit, and that the people we think we know can have shadows that move on their own. I've looked into stories of doppelgangers since then, trying to find some kind of explanation for what they saw. Some people believe that they are fetches, spirits that appear to warn of an upcoming death or illness. Others think they are a form of astral projection, where a person's spirit leaves their body while they are in a deep sleep. But none of those explanations really fit the feeling of that night. It didn't feel like a warning, and it didn't feel like a part of Caden. It felt like an intruder that had stolen his shape, a guest that had come into our home without an invitation and left without a trace. It was a breach of the sanctuary that we worked so hard to build. My brother Caden doesn't like to talk about it much anymore. I think the idea of seeing himself is something that still bothers him on a deep psychological level. It's a violation of the self, a reminder that we aren't as unique or as solid as we think we are. He still sleeps with his door shut tight, and I don't blame him. The sound of a door closing very slowly is enough to make any of us jump. It's a sound that carries the weight of that night, a reminder of the 1 a.m. visitor who looked just like him. My mum, too, has carried that night with her. She's a strong woman, not easily rattled by ghost stories, but that silhouette is the one thing she can't explain away. Growing up in a house with a history like that changes you. You stop looking at the darkness as just an absence of light and start seeing it as a medium through which things can move. You realize that the joyful life you are living can be interrupted at any moment by something that doesn't follow the rules of physics. We were lucky, I suppose, because the entity didn't do anything malicious. It didn't hurt anyone, and it didn't stay. But the fact that it was there at all is enough to change your perspective forever. It's a story that I tell when people talk about the paranormal, because it's not about a haunted house or a cursed object. It's about a haunted family. The early 2000s were a time when these kinds of stories were often dismissed as urban legends or the result of too much television. But when it happens in your own hallway, to your own mother and brother, it becomes a reality that you have to live with. It proves that the creepy things are often more persistent than the scary ones. A jump scare is over in a second, but a silhouette that stands in your doorway and vanishes stays with you for decades. It's a lingering coldness that you feel whenever the clock hits 1 a.m. It's the question of what if that never goes away. What if she had touched it? What if it had spoken back? I wonder if that silhouette is still out there somewhere, or if it was tied to that specific house and that specific time in our lives. We've moved since then, but the story has followed us to every new home we've lived in. It's a part of our family history now, a dark thread in the tapestry of our lives. Whenever we get together and the conversation turns to the past, someone eventually mentions the silhouette Caden. We laugh about it sometimes, but it's a nervous kind of laughter, the kind that people use to keep the fear at bay. We know that we touched something that night, and we know that it might still be out there standing in someone else's doorway. The world is full of these impossible moments, and most of them go unrecorded. We are the only witnesses to that 1 a.m. encounter, and we are the only ones who know the truth of it. It's a burden and a privilege to have seen the veil lift, even if it was only for a few minutes. It makes life feel a bit more mysterious and a bit more dangerous. It reminds us to cherish the people we have, because we never know when we might be looking at a shadow instead of the real thing. My mum's skepticism was her greatest defense, but even that wasn't enough to protect her from the sight of her son's double. As I look back on that kid who didn't believe in ghosts, I wish I could tell him to be a bit more open-minded. I wish I could tell him that the messing with you was actually a desperate attempt to process a trauma, but I'm glad I didn't see it myself. I don't think I could have handled seeing a silhouette of my brother or myself. I prefer to stay in the world of the living, where people have faces and doors stay closed when you shut them. The paranormal is a fascinating thing to talk about, but it's a terrifying thing to live through, especially when it targets your own family in the middle of the night. If you ever find yourself awake at 1 a.m., and you hear your bedroom door closing very slowly, Don't just go back to sleep. Look at the doorway. See if there is a shadow standing there that doesn't belong. And if you see a silhouette of someone you love, don't be surprised if they don't answer when you call their name. Some guests don't come for a conversation. They just come to be seen. And once they have been seen, they are gone, leaving you with a story that you will be telling for the rest of your life. Our silhouette Caden is still out there in the memory of that house, a silent witness to a night when the darkness took a human shape. The creepy factor is what makes this the weirdest experience we ever had. It wasn't about blood or violence. It was about the uncanny valley of seeing something that looked human but wasn't. It was about the silence of the house and the realization that your eyes were telling you something that your brain knew was impossible. It was a night of pure, unadulterated curiosity and fear. And even now, as an adult, I find myself looking at my brother and wondering if his shadow is still where it's supposed to be. Some things you just never truly get over, and the 1 a.m. ghost is one of them. I hope that by sharing this, it makes you think about your own home and the secrets it might be keeping. We like to think we are the masters of our domain, but we are just temporary residents in a world that is much older and stranger than we are. The silhouette was a reminder of that. It was a visitor from a place where time and identity don't matter, a place that is just on the other side of the hallway at 1 a.m. Stay safe, stay vigilant, and never forget that the most horrific things are often the ones that look exactly like the people you love. The memory of my mum walking toward that figure only for it to vanish is the most powerful image of the story. It represents the ultimate frustration of the paranormal, the way it disappears just as you are about to grasp the truth of it. It's a fleeting, haunting moment that leaves you with more questions than answers. And those questions are the things that keep you awake at night. Was it really a ghost? Was it a doppelganger? Or was it something else entirely? Something that we don't even have a name for yet. We may never know, but the story will stay with us, a permanent resident of our family's history. Ever since I was a little girl, I wanted to be a midwife. There was something magical about being there when new life came into the world. I loved everything about it. Not even the night shifts, rude patients, or distant fathers could ruin it for me. But everything changed the night a heavily pregnant woman walked into our delivery room. She had no ID and wore a worn tracksuit. She said her name was Greta. I still don't know if that was her real name. She looked pale and underfed, with bloodshot eyes. Her cervix was already 5 centimeters dilated, so Emma, our doctor on duty, decided to admit her. Her vitals were normal. Over the next few hours, labor progressed and we induced delivery. Everything seemed fine at first. Then Greta's body seized up. Her eyes rolled back and thick veins bulged across her belly. I'd never seen anything like it and called for help. But by the time the senior doctor arrived, Greta had calmed down. Soon after, she gave birth to a healthy baby, without any problems. We examined the baby right there in the delivery room. Then I went to the nurse's station to log everything in our system. When I came back, Greta and her baby were gone. We told the hospital administration, but since Greta seemed stable and the baby appeared fine, they did nothing. My warnings that something might be wrong were ignored. The hospital was already overwhelmed. They didn't need more problems. A week later, Greta came back. Same time of night, same clothes. And she was pregnant again. At first I thought someone was playing a joke on me, but when I asked my co-workers about it, they acted like they had no idea what I was talking about. She was here last week, I said. You must have sent her home because she wasn't ready yet. Well, now she definitely is. Hook her up to the monitor, Emma said. No, she already gave birth last week. Emma gave me a look that was half concerned, half amused. Maybe you should stop working nights, she said, and got to work. Everything happened exactly like before. Greta seized up, her eyes rolled back, then suddenly stopped. At exactly 2:45 a.m., she gave birth without complications. Then she disappeared again. This happened 4 more times over the next few weeks. She'd come in, seize up, give birth at 2:45 a.m., and vanish as quietly as she'd arrived. The 5th time, I noticed something on her belly. The veins formed a pattern, a circle with a square inside it. What did it mean? I couldn't stop thinking about it, so I decided to follow her next time. When she showed up again a week later, I told Emma I felt sick and needed to go home. She wasn't happy about it. The hospital was chronically short-staffed, but she let me go. I clocked out, went to the parking lot, and sat in my car where I could see her room. Right at 2:45 a.m., she had her baby. Through the window, I watched my co-workers examine the newborn, then leave the room. Moments later, Greta got up, took her baby, and walked out. A few minutes later, she came out the main entrance and crossed the parking lot. I got out and followed at a distance. She'd just given birth, but walked fast and steady, like it hadn't affected her at all. Sometimes new mothers bounce back quickly, but birth is exhausting. It's like running a 9-month marathon that ends with a triathlon. It takes a toll no matter how fit you are. Greta crossed several streets and turned into the old industrial district. The streetlights barely worked, so I followed her through the shadows until she reached an old warehouse. She stopped at a heavy rusted door. I hid behind a parked truck. I peeked around the corner, but she was gone. Then suddenly, she was behind me. I jumped and hit my head on the truck's cab. "They're waiting for you," she said. "Who?" She didn't answer. She just walked back to the warehouse. The door opened and she went inside. I knew I shouldn't follow her, but I couldn't help myself. The open door pulled at me like a magnet. My fear melted away and turned into something else. Whatever was inside that warehouse, it was meant for me. I belonged there. I'd never been so sure of anything in my life. It was time. They were waiting. Inside, the warehouse was filled with fog. It smelled like my childhood, like the lilies my mother grew, sunscreen and barbecue. Something moved in the fog. Large tentacles glowing neon green came toward me. As they got closer, the colors grew brighter and the smell grew stronger. One tentacle touched me. I saw the pattern on its tip, a circle with a square in the center, and suddenly I understood everything. It was like the knowledge just appeared in my mind. They didn't have to explain. The information was simply there, like something I'd always known but forgotten. They came to our planet, not to attack us, but to hide. They're being hunted. Their species is being wiped out. Only a few survive. Those survivors fled to Earth. Here they want to start over, but hidden inside human bodies. They're disguising their DNA as human because humans are protected. Unlike most species in the galaxy, humans can't be touched. Earth can't be invaded. Destroying humanity would throw the entire galactic system out of balance, so they found a way to use that protection for themselves. And I'm part of it. I always have been. Suddenly everything went white, blinding light. My head throbbed. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. The pain spread through my whole body. For a moment I felt like I was breaking apart, like a crab thrown into boiling water. When the light faded, I was standing in a hallway. I recognized it. It was our delivery ward. I looked down. I was pregnant. "Can I help you?" someone said behind me. It was Emma, but she didn't recognize me. She looked concerned. "Come with me." She touched my arm gently and led me into an exam room. "What's your name?" I didn't answer right away. Then I said, "Greta." A few years ago, I started noticing things in my room that didn't make sense at first. Not loud things, not obvious things, just small, quiet moments that felt slightly off, like the room wasn't as empty as it should have been. It began with my ceiling. My room has one of those popcorn textured ceilings, the kind that looks random and messy like frozen splashes of paint. I had lived under it for years without ever really paying attention to it. It was just there. But one night, lying in bed and staring up at it the way you do when you can't sleep, I noticed something strange. The texture didn't look random anymore. Certain shapes stood out, clearer than they should have. At first, I assumed it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, the way clouds sometimes look like animals if you stare long enough. But this felt different. The shapes didn't fade when I blinked. They didn't shift when I looked away and back again. They stayed. I kept staring. Slowly, the shapes began to feel intentional. Lines seemed to connect. Curves formed where there hadn't been curves before. It wasn't like the ceiling physically changed, but it was as if my brain was being guided toward very specific patterns, ignoring everything else. I felt watched, not in a threatening way, more like observed, curious, patient. I didn't feel scared at first. That surprised me. If anything, I felt calm, almost comforted, like someone was sitting quietly nearby without needing to be seen. The shapes started forming things that looked like symbols, then letters, not sharp or perfect, but close enough that I couldn't ignore them. I sat up in bed, heart beating faster, and whispered out loud, asking if I was imagining it. The shapes shifted again. That's when I realized it wasn't random at all. Over time, this became a pattern. Late at night, when the room was quiet and my mind wasn't distracted, the shapes would appear more clearly. They didn't come with sounds or movement, just a sense of presence and the ceiling responding in ways I couldn't explain. Eventually, words started forming. Not long sentences, short ones, names. Simple messages, things that felt childlike in their simplicity. Nothing threatening, nothing dark, just communication. I didn't tell anyone at first. How do you even start that conversation without sounding unhinged? I tried to rationalize it. Pareidolia, stress, imagination. But none of those explanations fully fit, especially because I wasn't trying to see anything. It was happening on its own. One night I asked a question, not out loud at first, just in my head. Who are you? The shapes took longer that time. I remember holding my breath, staring up at the ceiling, my chest tight with anticipation. Then, slowly, letters formed. A name. It wasn't a name I recognized. It sounded old-fashioned, the kind of name you don't hear much anymore. Simple, soft, the kind of name you'd expect a little girl to have. I said it out loud. The room felt warmer after that. Not physically exactly, but emotionally, like acknowledgement mattered. From that point on, it felt less like something happening to me and more like something happening with me. I would ask questions, and the ceiling would respond in its own strange way. The answers were always simple, never complex, never detailed. Like talking to someone who didn't fully understand the world the way adults do. That's when the realization started to form. This didn't feel like a human ghost. It felt younger, smaller, less aware of death as a concept. It felt like an imaginary friend. That thought unsettled me more than the idea of a normal haunting. Imaginary friends are created by children. They're shaped by loneliness, imagination, and emotional need. They exist in that strange space between thought and belief. The idea that one could linger, even after the child who created it was gone, felt deeply wrong and deeply sad. Eventually, curiosity outweighed fear. I told my family what was happening. They were skeptical, of course, but they also knew me well enough to know I wasn't the type to make something like this up for attention. After a lot of discussion, someone suggested something that hadn't occurred to me. What if we contacted the old owners of the house? It took some effort, but we managed to track them down. The conversation was awkward at first. You can't exactly lead with, "Hey, is your house haunted by your kid's imaginary friend?" without expecting confusion. So we eased into it. We asked about the family who lived there before us, about their kids, about anything unusual. There was a pause. Then they mentioned their daughter. They said she used to talk to someone all the time, someone no one else could see. She would play alone in her room, having full conversations, laughing, getting upset, even comforting this unseen companion when she thought it was sad. They said she had given it a name. I asked what it was. It was the same name. The room felt very quiet after that. The old owners brushed it off the way most parents do. Imaginary friends are common. Kids grow out of them. Eventually, their daughter had stopped talking about it, and life moved on. They had never thought much of it again. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. If this really was the same presence, then whatever was in my room wasn't the ghost of a child who died there. It was something else entirely. Something created, believed in so strongly that it somehow stayed. The idea made my skin prickle. After that confirmation, the presence felt more real, not stronger, but more defined, like it knew I knew now. The communication didn't change much. Still simple, still quiet, still gentle. Sometimes I'd lie in bed and feel like I wasn't alone, but not in a way that made me want to run. It felt friendly, familiar, like a shy companion sitting at the edge of the room, unsure if it was welcome, but hopeful. That doesn't mean it wasn't unsettling. There were nights I questioned my sanity, nights I stared at the ceiling and saw nothing at all, wondering if the whole thing had been a coincidence layered on top of an overactive mind. But then, on nights when I wasn't expecting it, the shapes would return, clear, intentional. The scariest part wasn't the presence itself, it was the implications. If an imaginary friend could linger like this, what did that say about belief, about consciousness, about the way humans imprint parts of themselves onto the world without realizing it? This wasn't a violent haunting. There were no slamming doors or cold spots or whispered threats. Just quiet interaction, observation, existence. Sometimes I'd catch myself wondering how long it had been alone before I noticed it. Years, decades, had it been waiting, or had it only existed again once someone was willing to see it? That thought made me sad. There's something deeply lonely about an imaginary friend outliving the imagination that created it. No longer needed, no longer acknowledged, just present. I don't know if it understands what happened to the girl who imagined it. I don't know if it understands that time passed, that houses change hands, that people grow up and forget the things that once felt real to them. All I know is that it's there, still. My room doesn't feel dangerous. If anything, it feels watched over in a strange, childish way, like the presence doesn't know how to be anything else except what it was made to be. Sometimes I joke about it. I say my room is haunted, but in a sweet way, a harmless way, and maybe that's true. But late at night, when the ceiling feels just a little too intentional, and the air feels just a little too aware, I stop joking. Because whether it's a ghost, a leftover imprint, or something we don't have a name for, it reminds me of how thin the line is between imagination and reality, how belief can shape things in ways we don't fully understand, and how some things, once created, don't disappear just because we stop believing in them. So, yeah, my room is somewhat haunted, sweet, but also not something I take lightly anymore. When my brothers tell this story, they always start by saying it was just a game, hide and seek, something kids have played 1,000,000 times before without anything going wrong. And that's true. On the surface, nothing about that night should have been memorable at all. But there are moments that don't feel scary while they're happening, only strange. And then there are moments that grow heavier with time, the longer you sit with them. This was in one of our old houses, a place we don't talk about much anymore. It wasn't especially old or run down, just a normal house in a normal neighborhood. The kind of place where nothing bad ever seemed like it could happen. But looking back, there was always something about it that felt off in subtle ways. Not enough to make you scared, just enough to make you uneasy if you paid attention. That night, my two brothers were bored. It was late enough that the house was quiet, but not so late that anyone was asleep yet. They decided to play hide and seek, and for whatever reason, they made it harder by turning all the lights off. No lamps, no hallway light, nothing. Just the faint glow from outside coming through the windows. At first, it was fun. They laughed, whispered, tried not to bump into furniture as they moved through the dark. The house sounded different without the lights on. Every step echoed a little more. Every small noise felt louder. One of my brothers went to hide. The other started counting, facing the wall like you're supposed to. When he finished, he began searching room by room, feeling his way through the house instead of relying on sight. Doors creaked softly as he opened them. Closets, corners, behind furniture, all the usual hiding spots. Then he reached one of the bedrooms. He opened the door slowly and stepped inside. The room was pitch black. No moonlight, no streetlight, just darkness. He stood there for a moment listening, trying to catch any sign of movement or breathing. That's when he heard it. Breathing, not his own, not the soft sound you make without realizing it. This was clear, slow, steady, coming from inside the closet. At first, he felt a rush of excitement, that familiar thrill of thinking you found the person you're looking for. He smiled in the dark and quietly walked closer to the closet door. The breathing didn't stop. It didn't speed up or change like someone trying to stay quiet. It just continued. He stood right in front of the closet and whispered my brother's name, teasing him, expecting a laugh or some kind of reaction. There was none, but the breathing was still there, close enough that he could tell exactly where it was coming from. The closet door was slightly open. He reached out his hand. His fingers brushed against nothing but the wall. At first, he assumed he just missed. Closets are cramped, especially in the dark. He reached in again, feeling around more carefully this time. The back wall, the sides, the floor, empty. The breathing was still there. That's when the excitement turned into something else. Confusion first, then fear. He pulled his hand back and stood frozen, his heart starting to race. His mind tried to catch up, running through explanations as fast as it could. Maybe it was an echo, maybe it was his own breathing and he just didn't realize it. Maybe my brother had slipped past him somehow. He leaned in one more time, stretching his arm all the way into the closet, pressing his hand against every surface he could reach. No one was there. And then the breathing stopped. Not gradually, not fading away. It just stopped. That was enough. He didn't check the rest of the room. He didn't call out again. He turned and ran out of the bedroom as fast as he could, nearly tripping over himself in the dark. He didn't even stop to turn the lights on. He just ran until he found my other brother, who had come out of hiding by then. When he told him what happened, they both laughed at first. Nervous laughter, the kind you use when something doesn't make sense and you don't want to admit that it scared you. They tried to convince themselves it was nothing. Maybe air moving through the house, maybe imagination, maybe nerves, but neither of them could explain one thing. Whose breathing was it? They checked the closet together with the lights on, empty, no vents inside, no animals, no explanation. The walls were solid. There was nowhere for a person to hide without being felt. And yet, someone had been breathing there. That night didn't end in screaming or crying. They didn't run to tell anyone immediately. They just stopped playing and stayed close to each other for the rest of the evening. The game was over. Over time, the story became something they'd mention occasionally, usually as a joke. Remember that time you heard breathing in the closet? But every time it came up, the mood shifted just a little. There was always an unspoken understanding that something about it wasn't funny. We moved not long after that. Officially, the move had nothing to do with the house itself. New opportunities, new reasons, things that make sense on paper. And we've always said the breathing probably wasn't related, but it's hard not to connect those dots when you look back. That house had other moments like that, nothing dramatic enough to point to and say, that's proof. Just little things, sounds that didn't have a clear source. The feeling of being watched when no one was around. The way some rooms felt colder or heavier than others. The breathing in the closet was the clearest moment, though. The one that couldn't be brushed off as easily. Because it wasn't a shadow or a shape or something half seen out of the corner of an eye. It was a sound. A human sound. One that implied presence, proximity, awareness. Someone was close enough to be heard, and yet no one was there. Even now, years later, we still don't know what it was. We joke about it being a ghost, because joking is easier than sitting with the alternative. That something shared that space with us, even briefly, and chose not to reveal itself fully. Sometimes I think about that moment from the perspective of whatever made the sound, if it was something at all. Was it aware it was being heard? Did it stop breathing because it realized it had been noticed? Or was the silence just coincidence? The scariest part isn't the idea of a ghost. It's the idea of something being there, close enough to breathe, and then choosing not to be there anymore, or choosing not to be heard. We don't live in that house now. We never went back. Life moved on the way it always does. But that story stayed. It comes up every once in a while, usually late at night, usually when the lights are low. And every time it does, there's a pause afterward, because no matter how much time passes, none of us have ever found an explanation that feels right. And that breathing still doesn't have a name. When I worked at a lumber yard several years ago, I learned very quickly that the place carried a different kind of danger than most people imagine. From the outside, it just looked like stacks of wood, forklifts, and big machines doing loud but predictable work. To someone who's never been inside a mill, it probably seemed rough but straightforward. What most people didn't realize was how thin the line was between an ordinary shift and something that could permanently ruin or end a life. Twice a year, like clockwork, the regional supervisor would come through. He was an older guy, calm, experienced, and not the type to exaggerate. When he showed up, everyone knew what was coming. We'd gather around, leaning on pallets or standing near the break area, and he would start telling stories, not rumors, not "I heard this once," real incidents. Accidents that had happened in mills just like ours, sometimes even in the same company. The point wasn't to scare us for entertainment. It was to make sure we understood why the safety rules existed, why we had lockout procedures, why certain machines required 2 people, why shortcuts were not tolerated. Those talks always left the place quieter afterward, less joking, less careless movement, at least for a while. One story in particular never left me. One of our mills had a plywood press. If you've never seen one in person, it's hard to fully grasp how massive it is. It's not a fast-moving machine like a saw blade that you instinctively know to stay away from. It's slow, heavy, deliberate, almost calm. That's what makes it dangerous. The process is simple in theory. Layers of wood material are placed inside the press. Heat and pressure are applied. Over time, the layers are compressed into solid plywood boards at a specific thickness, 3/4 inch, ½ inch, whatever the order calls for. When it's running normally, no one goes inside, ever. But the press needs to be cleaned. Bits of wood, glue residue, debris. Over time, it builds up. If it's not removed, it affects the quality of the plywood and can damage the equipment. Cleaning it means stopping the press completely and having a worker physically enter the machine to clear everything out by hand. That's where lockout procedures come in. When a machine like that is shut down for maintenance or cleaning, it's supposed to be locked out. Physically. A lock on the switch. A tag with a name. A clear signal that someone is inside and that the machine must not, under any circumstances, be activated. In this case, it wasn't locked out. No one knows exactly why. Maybe someone was in a hurry. Maybe they thought it would only take a minute. Maybe they assumed everyone knew what was happening. Those small assumptions are how people get hurt or killed. The supervisor told us that the worker entered the press to clean it out. He was inside the machine, doing what he'd probably done dozens of times before. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the mill, someone triggered the switch. The press activated. The terrifying part wasn't that it happened fast, it didn't. That machine doesn't slam shut like a trap. It moves slowly, steadily, applying pressure over time. That meant the guy inside was definitely there while it was running. That detail hit all of us hard. There was no sudden, painless moment. There was time, awareness, realization. The press was set to compress material down to 3/4 of an inch. That number alone made my stomach turn when I heard it. 3/4 of an inch. That's the final thickness of plywood. That's not a gap a human body can survive in. The supervisor didn't go into graphic detail. He didn't need to. The silence after he said that was enough. Everyone there understood exactly what that meant. Understood how helpless that worker must have been. How completely preventable it all was. All because a switch wasn't locked. I remember standing there, staring at the concrete floor, feeling cold even though the mill was warm. The noise of the machines around us suddenly felt louder, harsher. Every forklift beep, every conveyor belt hum sounded more threatening. What stuck with me wasn't just the accident itself. It was how ordinary the situation was before it happened. Cleaning debris, a routine task, something that probably didn't even feel dangerous anymore to the people involved. That's the real horror of industrial accidents. They don't usually come from dramatic failures. They come from normal days, normal work, and one small lapse. After that talk, I couldn't look at the plywood press the same way. Every time I walked past it, I imagined the inside, the space where someone had been standing, the switch that should have been locked, the silence before everything went wrong. I started noticing how often safety rules were treated like suggestions instead of absolutes. How often people said things like, "It'll only take a second," or "I've done this 100 times." How often low pay made people rush, skip steps, or accept risks they shouldn't have. That was another part the supervisor didn't need to say out loud. Lumber work is dangerous and it doesn't pay well enough to justify the risk. People push themselves because they have bills to pay, because they're tired, because the job demands speed, and the machines don't care about any of that. I stayed in the industry for a while after hearing that story, but something had shifted. Every shift felt heavier. I became hyper-aware of where I stood, what machines were running, whether locks were in place. I watched hands, feet, switches. I noticed how easy it would be for something to go wrong. Eventually, I got out. Not because I couldn't do the work, but because I couldn't unlearn what I had heard. I couldn't ignore the reality of how fragile people are next to industrial equipment. How final mistakes can be. When people ask me about working in a lumber yard, I tell them the truth. It's dangerous work for very low pay. If someone is determined to be in the industry, I always say the same thing. Be a lumber broker, much more lucrative, much safer. You deal with numbers and contracts instead of presses and blades. That story still comes back to me sometimes, especially When I hear people joke about workplace safety or complain about procedures being annoying, lock out your equipment every time. No shortcuts, no assumptions. Because once something goes wrong in a place like that, there's no undoing it. And that's a lesson I learned without ever seeing the accident myself. Just hearing about it was enough. I heard this story secondhand, but every detail came from official reports and from the girl herself after she returned home. It's one of those stories that sounds exaggerated until you realize there's nothing supernatural about it at all. No ghosts, no imagination, just a real person, real choices, and a very thin line between survival and something much worse. She was studying abroad in Russia, living there temporarily as part of a university program. It was supposed to be exciting, a new country, new culture, new experiences. She had been there for about a month and had settled into a routine. Classes during the day, exploring the city when she could, and like a lot of people her age, she used Tinder to meet locals and practice the language. Most of the conversations went nowhere. Some were awkward. Some were boring. A few were fun but didn't lead to anything. Then, toward the end of her stay, she matched with a guy who felt different. He was charming, polite, intelligent. He spoke well, listened carefully, and didn't rush things. They talked for a while before meeting, and when they finally did, the chemistry felt real. Not forced, not intense in a scary way, just easy. They went on 6 dates over the course of a short time. 6. Each one was better than the last. Dinner dates, walks through the city, long conversations about life, culture, and future plans. He never pressured her, never crossed a line. If anything, he seemed respectful to the point that it felt refreshing. The final date was the night before she was supposed to fly back to America. They both knew it was the last time they'd see each other. There was a bittersweet feeling to it. They went out to eat, talked for hours, laughed, reminisced about their short time together. Eventually, he invited her back to his place. She hesitated. She didn't intend to sleep with him. She didn't plan on staying the night, but she trusted him. He had given her no reason not to. She agreed with the clear intention that she would leave afterward. His apartment seemed normal. Clean, quiet, nothing out of place. They talked a bit more, and when she said she should probably go soon, he asked if he could give her a back massage. He said she looked tense, that she must be stressed about traveling the next day. She agreed, but she was very clear. She told him she would leave after. He told her that was fine. He had her lie down on the bed and pulled out a bottle of lotion. He started massaging her back. At first, it felt normal. A little awkward, but not alarming. The lotion was cold when it touched her skin, but that didn't seem unusual. When he finished, she sat up and said she really needed to go. That's when everything changed. His demeanor shifted instantly. His voice hardened. He started telling her she had to stay, that she couldn't leave, that it was too late. He stepped closer, blocking her path. She laughed nervously at first, thinking maybe he was joking. He wasn't. He started getting angry. His face changed. His tone became sharp, almost panicked. He kept repeating that she couldn't go, that she had to stay with him. The air in the room felt tight, suffocating. Something in her snapped into survival mode. She didn't argue. She didn't explain. She didn't try to reason with him. She just ran. She grabbed her things and bolted out the door, down the stairs, and out into the street. She didn't look back. She didn't stop until she reached her own apartment. She locked the door behind her and stood there shaking, listening for footsteps that never came. She didn't sleep well that night, but she was safe, or so she thought. The next morning, she woke up in pain. Her back felt like it was on fire. When she looked in the mirror, she saw an angry red rash spreading across the area where he had massaged her. It wasn't just irritated skin, it looked inflamed, swollen, wrong. The pain kept getting worse. She went to the emergency room. The doctor examined her back carefully. His expression changed as he looked closer. He asked her a few questions, then excused himself from the room. She sat there alone for a long time, wrapped in a thin hospital gown, growing more anxious by the minute. Eventually, police officers came into the room. They asked her where she had been recently, who she had met, what she had done over the past few days. She told them everything: the dates, the apartment, the massage, the argument, her escape. The officers left. They came back later with the doctor. That's when she learned the truth. The lotion he had used on her back wasn't lotion at all. It was meat tenderizer, a chemical substance designed to break down muscle tissue. The doctor explained that the rash wasn't an allergic reaction. Her skin and underlying tissue had begun to break down. Slowly, painfully. If it had been left on longer, if she hadn't escaped when she did, the damage would have been far worse. That's why the police were involved. As soon as they realized what had been used on her, they suspected intentional harm. They went to the man's apartment while she was still in the hospital. They arrested him. When they searched his freezer, they found it full of human meat, not animal meat, not something that could be explained away. Human remains. He hadn't just wanted to hurt her, he wanted to eat her. The massage wasn't intimacy, it wasn't affection, it was preparation. If she had stayed longer, if she had fallen asleep, if she had ignored that feeling that told her to run, she wouldn't have made it home. She wouldn't have woken up with a rash. She wouldn't have gone to the ER. She would have disappeared. The most terrifying part of the story isn't the freezer. It's not even the meat tenderizer. It's how normal everything was before that moment. 6 good dates, laughter, trust. No red flags big enough to stop her from going to his apartment. No obvious danger until it was almost too late. He didn't look like a monster. He didn't act like one at first. And that's what makes this story hard to forget. Because sometimes the scariest people are the ones who wait patiently, who blend in, who know exactly how to seem safe until the moment you're alone with them. She survived because she listened to her instincts, and she left just in time. I only heard about Mike the headless chicken recently, and I wish I hadn't. Not because the story isn't real or interesting, but because once you know it, it doesn't leave you. It sits in the back of your mind, uncomfortable and heavy, and no amount of logic really makes it easier to accept. At first, it sounds like a joke, one of those strange internet facts that gets exaggerated over time until it barely resembles the truth. A headless chicken that lived for more than a year. It sounds impossible. It sounds like something people repeat without checking, the kind of story that falls apart the moment you look too closely. But this one doesn't. Mike was real. He was a chicken that was partially beheaded. Most of his head was gone. The beak, the tongue, the eyes, the parts you instinctively associate with life and awareness were removed. What remained was a small portion of the brain and a single vein that hadn't been severed. That one detail changed everything. Because of it, Mike didn't die the way he should have. Instead, he lived. The human brain likes clean categories, alive or dead, conscious or unconscious, suffering or at peace. Mike didn't fit neatly into any of those. He existed in a strange in-between state that feels wrong the more you think about it. His owners didn't expect him to survive. No one would. But when he didn't die, they adapted. They fed him using a pipette, carefully delivering food and water directly into what remained of his throat. They had to clean his airway regularly with a syringe so he wouldn't suffocate. This wasn't a one-time effort. This was daily care. For months, then a year, then more. Mike lived for about 18 months after most of his head was cut off. That number alone is disturbing. Not days, not weeks, a year and a half. He showed behaviors that looked familiar, movements that reminded people of a normal chicken. He would attempt to peck, attempt to make sounds. His body followed instincts that no longer had the proper tools to express themselves. There was no beak to open, no tongue to move, no eyes to guide him, no ears to hear anything around him. And that's where the story becomes truly unsettling, because the question isn't just how he lived, it's what he experienced. People like to reassure themselves by saying that maybe he didn't feel pain. Maybe the part of the brain responsible for suffering was gone. Maybe he was just an empty body running on reflexes. That idea is comforting. It lets you put distance between yourself and what actually happened, but there's no real way to know. Mike still reacted to his environment. He still moved with purpose, not random spasms, but coordinated actions. His body wasn't just twitching, it was trying to do things it no longer could. That suggests some level of awareness, even if it was limited or distorted. Imagine what that existence might have been like. No sight, no sound, no ability to vocalize distress, no way to understand why the world suddenly went dark and silent. Just hunger, movement, and instincts firing into a void. The photos make it worse. If I hadn't seen them, I probably wouldn't fully believe the story. Even knowing it's documented, even knowing it's been verified, the idea still feels unreal. Seeing the images removes any doubt, but it replaces it with something heavier, a kind of quiet horror that doesn't rely on shock, but on the sheer wrongness of it. You look at Mike and your brain struggles to reconcile what you're seeing. A living animal without the features that define life as we recognize it. A body continuing forward because biology allowed it to, not because it should have. People often talk about resilience when they tell this story, about how remarkable it is that life can persist under such extreme conditions. And from a purely biological standpoint, that's true. It's a demonstration of how survival doesn't always align with dignity or comfort. But emotionally, it feels cruel. Mike didn't choose to live like that. He didn't understand what had happened to him. He didn't get a voice in whether his life should continue in that state. He was kept alive because he could be, not because it was necessarily humane to do so. That's the part I keep circling back to. His owners had to clean his throat regularly. That means that if they didn't, he would suffocate. That's exactly how he eventually died. Not from the injury itself, but because one day the cleaning didn't happen. Maybe they forgot, maybe they were tired, maybe they assumed it could wait. After 18 months of this routine, one missed moment was enough. There's something deeply unsettling about that. The idea that his survival depended entirely on constant human intervention, and that his death came not as a mercy, but as an accident. I find myself wondering what those 18 months were like from his perspective. If there was fear, confusion, pain, or if it was something stranger, something we don't have language for, an existence stripped down to impulses without context. People sometimes say animals don't suffer the way humans do, that they live in the moment, that they don't reflect or anticipate. But even if that's true, suffering doesn't require reflection. Pain doesn't require memory. Discomfort doesn't require understanding. The fact that Mike continued to attempt normal behaviors suggests that something inside him was still trying to live as if nothing was wrong, as if the world still made sense. That, to me, is heartbreaking. There's also something symbolic about the way the story is remembered. Mike became famous. He was shown to people, talked about, turned into a curiosity. His suffering, whatever form it took, became secondary to the shock value of his survival. That's not unusual. Humans have always been fascinated by anomalies. We focus on the how and ignore the should. How did he live so long? How was it possible? How did his body keep going? Those questions are easier than asking whether it was right. I keep thinking about the silence he lived in. No sound entering his world, no sound leaving it. The idea of wanting to make noise and being physically incapable of doing so is deeply disturbing. It's a kind of isolation that goes beyond loneliness. It's being cut off not just from others, but from expression itself and the darkness, permanent darkness. No sunrise, no movement to track, no visual cues, just internal signals telling his body to act without any feedback from the world. When I think about that, it stops feeling like a strange historical anecdote and starts feeling like a quiet tragedy. The worst part is that the story doesn't end with relief. There's no clear moment where you can say, at least he didn't suffer. There's no way to know that. And pretending otherwise feels dishonest. Life doesn't always align with mercy. Sometimes survival is just survival, stripped of meaning or comfort. Mike's story forces you to confront that uncomfortable truth, that the ability to keep something alive doesn't automatically make it right to do so. That biology can continue long after compassion should intervene. Even now, after reading about it, after seeing the photos, part of my mind still refuses to fully accept it. It feels like something that shouldn't be possible. Something that breaks the rules we rely on to make sense of the world. And yet, it happened. That's what stays with me. Not the shock, not the novelty, but the quiet, lingering question of what it meant to be alive in that state. I hope, genuinely, that Mike didn't feel pain the way we imagine it. I hope whatever awareness remained was minimal, fragmented, or absent altogether. But hope isn't certainty. And the fact that we can't know makes the story heavier, not lighter. Some stories scare you because they involve monsters or violence or sudden danger. This one scares me because it's real and because it shows how thin the line is between life and suffering when survival becomes the only goal. Even now, I wish I didn't know it, but I do, and it's hard to forget. We like to think that justice is a universal law. We are taught from a young age that if you do good things will happen to you, and if you do something truly evil, you will be punished. We believe in karma, in the legal system, and in the basic idea that monsters get locked away so they can never hurt anyone again. But sometimes the real world tells a different story. Sometimes the monsters win. They commit acts that are so depraved they make you question the very nature of humanity, and then they walk away. This story is one of those cases. It is widely considered one of the most horrific crimes in the history of Japan, a country known for its low crime rate and safety. It is the story of a girl named Junko Furuta, and the 44 days of hell she endured because she made the simple mistake of saying no. To understand the tragedy, you have to picture Junko. In 1988, she was 17 years old. She was the definition of a good kid. She was beautiful, popular, and incredibly hard-working. She had a bright future ahead of her. She didn't stay out late. She didn't hang around with the wrong crowd. And she had a part-time job to save money for her future. She was the kind of daughter every parent dreams of having. She lived in Misato, a quiet area in the Saitama prefecture of Japan. It was the kind of place where people felt safe walking home after school. But in the shadows of this peaceful life, a predator was watching her. His name was Hiroshi. He was also a teenager, but he lived in a very different world than Junko. He was involved with the Yakuza, the Japanese organized crime syndicates. He wasn't a high-ranking boss, but he was a low-level thug who thrived on intimidation and violence. He was used to getting what he wanted. He saw people as objects to be used, not human beings to be respected. He had developed a crush on Junko, or rather an obsession. He approached her and asked her to date him. It was a simple interaction. Most teenage boys deal with rejection by feeling sad or embarrassed, but when Junko politely declined his advances, Hiroshi didn't feel sadness. He felt rage. To him, her refusal wasn't a choice. It was an insult to his ego. He decided that if he couldn't have her willingly, he would take her by force and break her. On the evening of November 25, 1988, Junko was riding her bicycle home from her part-time job. It was dark. The air was crisp, and she was likely thinking about school or her plans for the weekend. She had no idea that she was riding into a trap. Hiroshi and his friends were waiting for her. One of the boys kicked her off her bicycle. It was a violent, jarring fall. Junko was on the ground, confused and hurt. That was when Hiroshi stepped in, playing the role of the hero. He pretended to be a concerned passerby. He offered to help her home. It was a classic manipulation tactic, disorienting the victim and then offering a false sense of safety. But the moment she let her guard down, the trap snapped shut. They forced her into a nearby warehouse, and from there, they took her to a house in the Adachi district of Tokyo. This house would become her prison and her torture chamber for the next 44 days. The house belonged to the parents of one of the boys, a teenager often referred to as Nobu. This is one of the most disturbing aspects of the entire case. This wasn't a hidden dungeon in the middle of the woods. This was a 2-story residential home in a crowded neighborhood. The boy's parents lived downstairs. They were home for much of the time Junko was held captive upstairs. You might ask, why didn't they call the police? Why didn't they stop it? The answer is a terrifying mix of fear and apathy. They knew a girl was up there. They likely heard things. But they were terrified of Hiroshi and his Yakuza connections. They were afraid of their own son. They chose to turn up the volume on the television to drown out the noise rather than save a human life. Their silence made them accomplices to a nightmare. For 44 days, Junko Furuta was subjected to things that are difficult to even speak about. The group of boys, all teenagers aged between 16 and 18, treated her with a cruelty that defies explanation. They didn't just hurt her, they seemed to enjoy the process of deconstructing a human being. They beat her constantly, they raped her hundreds of times. They used foreign objects, fireworks, and lighter fluid. They burned her skin with cigarettes and lighters. They forced her to do humiliating things, laughing at her pain. They didn't see a girl, they saw a toy that they could break over and over again. Junko was strong. In the beginning, she tried to escape. She tried to plead with them. But every attempt was met with more severe punishment. At one point, they forced her to call her parents. Imagine the psychological torture of that moment. She had to hold the phone, hearing her mother's worried voice on the other end, and tell her that she had run away voluntarily and that she was safe. She had to lie to the people she loved most, knowing that she might never see them again. The boys stood over her, threatening to kill her family if she hinted at the truth. That call was likely the moment her hope began to fracture. She realized that nobody was coming to save her because nobody knew she was in danger. As the weeks dragged on, Junko's condition deteriorated rapidly. Her body was failing, she was starving, dehydrated, and covered in severe burns and wounds that were becoming infected. She could barely move. She could barely speak. Yet, the boys showed no mercy. If anything, her weakness seemed to annoy them. They were bored teenagers looking for stimulation, and her suffering was their entertainment. They invited friends over. Other people came to the house, saw what was happening, and did nothing. Some even joined in. It was a localized infection of pure evil, spreading to everyone who entered that room. The end came on January 4th, 1989. By this point, Junko was barely holding on to life. The boys were playing a game of mahjong downstairs. They had lost a game and were in a bad mood. They decided to take their frustration out on Junko one last time. They went upstairs and beat her with iron barbells. They poured lighter fluid on her legs and set them on fire. The violence was frenzied and chaotic. After hours of this final assault, Junko's body finally gave out. She went into shock and passed away. She was alone, far from home, surrounded by the people who had stolen everything from her. The boys didn't feel remorse when they realized she was dead. They felt inconvenience. They had a body to get rid of. They treated her death with the same callousness they had treated her life. They wrapped her body in blankets and stuffed her into a 55-gallon oil drum. To make sure she would never be found, they filled the drum with wet concrete. They loaded the heavy drum into a van and drove to a reclaimed land area in Kodo, Tokyo, dumping it in a desolate spot filled with construction waste. They went back to their lives as if nothing had happened. They thought they had gotten away with it. They thought Junko Furuta would just be another missing person case, a girl who ran away and never came back. But the truth has a way of surfacing. The police were already investigating the boys for other crimes. They were known delinquents. During an interrogation regarding a separate assault, one of the boys cracked. He mentioned the murder. He mentioned the girl in the concrete drum. The police were horrified. They went to the location he described and found the drum. When they broke it open, the condition of Junko's body told the story of her suffering better than any witness could. The autopsy revealed the extent of the torture, leaving even seasoned detectives shaken and sickened. The arrest of the 4 main perpetrators should have been the moment of justice. The public was outraged. The media coverage was intense. Japan was in shock. How could high school students do this? How could they be capable of such sustained, sadistic violence? The country cried out for the death penalty. They wanted these monsters to pay with their lives. But then, the legal system stepped in with a cold, hard reality. Because the killers were under the age of 20, they were considered juveniles under Japanese law. The law is designed to protect children, to give them a chance at rehabilitation. It operates on the belief that young people can change, that their brains aren't fully formed, and that they shouldn't be judged as harshly as adults. In most cases, this makes sense. But in the case of the concrete-encased high school girl murder case, it felt like a slap in the face to the victim's family. The defense argued that they were just kids who got carried away, that they didn't mean to kill her. The sentences handed down were devastatingly light. The leader, Hiroshi, was sentenced to 20 years. The others received sentences ranging from 5 to 10 years, though some were later increased slightly upon appeal. But none of them received the death penalty. None of them received life in prison without parole. They were given an expiration date on their punishment. The court essentially decided that a few years in prison was an equal trade for the 44 days of torture and the murder of an innocent 17-year-old girl. This is where the story shifts from tragic to terrifying. Today, all of those men are free. They served their time. They walked out of prison gates, breathed fresh air, and returned to society. They are now middle-aged men. They have had decades to live their lives. They might have gotten married. They might have children of their own. They walk the streets of Japan, perhaps shopping at the same grocery stores as you, or sitting next to you on the train. There have been reports over the years about their whereabouts. Some of them changed their names to hide their past. Some were rumored to have returned to a life of crime, getting arrested for minor offenses, proving that the rehabilitation the court hoped for was a fantasy. One of them was even reported to have boasted about his involvement in the crime, wearing it like a badge of honor in the criminal underworld. They didn't learn a lesson. They didn't feel the weight of their sins. They just learned how to manipulate the system. The injustice is a heavy burden for Junko's family. Her parents lost their daughter in the most painful way imaginable, and then they had to watch her killers walk free while they were still grieving. They have to live every day knowing that the men who destroyed their lives are out there, enjoying the simple pleasures of eating a meal, watching a movie, or looking at the sun. Pleasures they denied Junko. This story is scary not because of ghosts or supernatural demons. It is scary because it exposes a flaw in our world. We want to believe that the worst crimes get the worst punishments. We want to believe that the law protects the innocent. But Junko Furuta's story proves that sometimes the law protects the monsters. It proves that you can torture a girl for 44 days, kill her, encase her in concrete, and still have a second chance at life. It makes you look at the teenagers hanging out on the street corner differently. It makes you look at your neighbors differently. It reminds you that evil doesn't always look like a villain from a movie. Sometimes evil looks like a group of bored high school boys. And the most terrifying part isn't what they did. It's that they got away with it. They are out there right now, and Junko is still gone. That is the true horror of the concrete murder case. It is a wound that never closes, a scream that never stops echoing. I still remember the first time I heard this story. It wasn't told dramatically. There was no build-up, no attempt to make it sound scarier than it was. That almost made it worse. It was told the way people talk about things that are too painful to dress up with emotion, things that still hurt even decades later. It was my mother-in-law's brother, a normal man, in his 30s, a husband, a father, someone who went to work, came home, fixed things around the house, and loved his family. Nothing about him stood out as tragic or unusual. That's part of what makes this story so horrifying. It could have been anyone. It happened on an ordinary day. He was working on his car in the garage, the way so many people do. No rush, no danger that anyone could see coming. He had the car lifted so he could get underneath it, repairing something mechanical, probably thinking about nothing more than finishing up and going back inside. His son was there too. The boy was 3 years old. 3. Old enough to walk around on his own. Old enough to be curious. Old enough to touch things without understanding what they do. Too young to understand consequences, danger, or the idea that a single small action could change everything forever. The father didn't send him away. Why would he? It was his garage, his child, his home. Parents do things like this all the time. Kids wander in and out while adults work. It's normal. It feels safe. That's what makes it so devastating. While his father was underneath the car, the boy wandered around the garage. He saw switches, buttons, levers, things that looked interesting to a 3-year-old. A garage isn't a dangerous place. It's a room full of objects waiting to be explored. At some point, the boy touched a switch. He didn't know what it was for. He didn't intend to hurt anyone. He didn't even understand that it controlled anything important. To him, it was just another thing to flip, another action to try. The switch controlled the lift. The entire car came down. There was no time to react, no time to shout, no time for the father to crawl out or protect himself. The weight of the car crushed him instantly. He died right there in the garage, under the same car he had probably worked on dozens of times before without incident. Immediate, final. One small movement of a child's hand, and a life was gone. The son survived physically, but that doesn't mean he wasn't destroyed by it. Even though he was only 3, the weight of that event followed him for the rest of his life. You don't have to remember something clearly for it to shape you. Trauma doesn't need detailed memory to leave scars. Imagine growing up knowing that your father died because of something you did. Even if everyone tells you it wasn't your fault. Even if you were too young to understand. Even if it was truly an accident, that knowledge doesn't disappear. And then there's the mother. She lost her husband in the most sudden, violent, and senseless way possible. One moment he was alive under the car. The next, he was gone. No warning, no goodbye, no chance to stop it, and the person involved was her own child. That's a level of grief most people can't even imagine. Loving your child while carrying the memory of what happened. Protecting them from guilt while dealing with your own loss. Living with a tragedy that can never be blamed on a stranger or an outside force. There's no villain in this story, just a family, a garage, a switch. When I first heard it, I felt sick. Not because it was gory or violent in a sensational way, but because of how realistic it was, how easily it could happen, how many garages exist just like that one, how many kids wander into spaces they don't understand while parents assume everything is fine. The horror comes from the randomness. There was no recklessness, no cruelty, no intent. Just a moment where safety failed and life ended. What haunts me most is imagining the seconds afterward. The silence, the confusion, the realization that something was terribly wrong. A 3-year-old wouldn't understand why their father wasn't answering, wouldn't understand why the adults suddenly screamed, wouldn't understand why the world changed forever in that moment, and the adults would understand immediately. That contrast alone is unbearable. Even now, years later, the story still feels unreal, like something that belongs in a warning video or a nightmare, not in real life. But it happened. It really happened. And it didn't need a villain or a crime or a monster, just gravity. When people talk about tragic accidents, they often mean something dramatic. Explosions, fires, high-speed crashes. This wasn't like that. This was quiet, domestic, ordinary. That's what makes it linger in your mind, because it could happen in any neighborhood, any garage, any family. The lesson people usually take from stories like this is safety, childproofing, locking mechanisms, keeping kids away from machinery. All of that matters, and it's true. But even with all the precautions in the world, accidents still happen. That's the part that's hardest to accept. Sometimes tragedy isn't loud. Sometimes it doesn't give you a second chance. Sometimes it comes from a place you thought was safe. I think about that boy often, even though I never met him. I wonder what it was like growing up with that shadow. I wonder how many times people reassured him that it wasn't his fault, and how many times he still wondered. And I think about the father, a man who probably never imagined that a normal day in his garage would be the last thing he ever did. A man who trusted his space, his tools, his environment. A man who died because of a simple, irreversible moment. That's what makes this story so horrifying. Not fear, not suspense, not mystery, just the realization of how fragile life really is, and how quickly everything can be taken away by something as small as a child's curiosity and a single switch being flipped. It scared me when I first heard it. It still does. Sorry. I work for a state department that investigates fire protection system accidents and failures. It's not a job people usually ask about at parties, and when they do, I normally keep the explanation short. Most people hear fire protection systems and think sprinklers going off by mistake or alarms malfunctioning. They don't imagine death. They don't imagine violence. They definitely don't imagine a concrete building collapsing because of a water tank. But in 2011, that's exactly what happened. By then, I had already seen my share of bad incidents. Failed valves, corroded pipes, systems that hadn't been inspected in years, near misses where people got lucky. You develop a certain mindset in this line of work. You learn to look at metal differently. You learn to respect pressure, age, and neglect. Water, when controlled, is harmless. When it isn't, it becomes something else entirely. The incident involved an industrial building, not new, not ancient, just old enough that things had started to be forgotten. The fire protection system in that building had not worked properly for years. That alone wasn't unusual. Systems get ignored all the time until someone is forced to deal with them. 2 workers were sent in to do an update on the water pump and complete a pressure test on a large metal holding tank. This tank was part of the building's sprinkler system. It stored water under pressure ready to feed the system if a fire ever broke out. On paper, it was a straightforward job. In reality, it was a death trap. When the workers arrived on site, they immediately noticed something off about the tank. This wasn't a small component, it was a large, heavy metal tank, the kind that commands respect just by its size. Tanks like that are designed to last, but only if they are maintained correctly. This one wasn't. They reported that the tank appeared to have been patched over time, using raw metal welded directly onto it, not professionally. Fabricated replacements, not proper reinforcement. Just metal slapped over rusted areas and holes, welded in place to stop leaks. It was the kind of fix that looks solid until you understand what pressure does to weak points. Welding patches onto a corroded pressure vessel is like putting tape over a cracked dam. It might hold for a while, but all you're really doing is hiding the problem. Pressure doesn't forget. It doesn't forgive. Still, the job moved forward. The workers installed the new pump. Everything up to that point was routine. According to the reports, nothing seemed immediately catastrophic. No alarms, no sudden failures, just a system being brought back to life after years of neglect. Then came the pressure test. Pressure testing is the moment when the truth comes out. It's when a system reveals what it's been hiding. Weak spots show themselves. Small leaks become obvious. The system either proves it can handle the load or it fails. As they began filling the tank, the leaks started almost immediately. Not a drip, not a slow seep, profuse leaking, enough that the workers stopped what they were doing and called their supervisor. They were still on the phone when everything went wrong. I think about that phone call a lot. They were doing exactly what they were supposed to do. They saw a serious problem and reported it. They didn't panic. They didn't try to push through it. They picked up the phone. While they were explaining that the tank was leaking badly, the tank ruptured. There was no warning sound that mattered. No slow tear. No dramatic buildup. When a pressure vessel fails at that level, it doesn't explode like a bomb, but the force is just as violent. The tank tore itself apart. Metal fragments were launched in every direction, not just outward, but with enough energy to embed themselves into the concrete block building that housed the system. Concrete is not fragile. Concrete block buildings are designed to withstand impact, weather, time. This tank didn't care. The rupture was so powerful that it collapsed the building itself. Walls failed. Structure gave way. What had been a solid enclosure moments earlier became debris. The workers were hit instantly. There was no chance. No survival window, no heroic rescue attempt that could have changed the outcome. They were killed immediately by the force and the shrapnel. 2 men went to work that day expecting to update a pump and test a system. They died because a water tank failed. That's the part people struggle to understand. They hear water tank and think it sounds harmless. They don't picture force. They don't picture metal moving faster than the eye can track. They don't picture a structure collapsing inward because something designed to hold water decided it couldn't anymore. When we arrived to investigate, the scene didn't look real. The tank was no longer a tank. It was pieces, twisted metal, jagged edges, welded patches torn open, like paper. You could see exactly where the rust had been, exactly where the patches had failed, exactly how the pressure had found every weakness and exploited it all at once. The building itself looked like it had been punched from the inside. Concrete blocks were cracked and displaced. Dust coated everything. The air still felt heavy, like it remembered what had happened. There's a smell after catastrophic failures like that. Not fire, not smoke, just destruction. Metal, concrete, water, silence. The idea that this all came from a sprinkler system component was almost surreal. As we documented the failure, the story became clearer. Years of neglect, improper repairs, a system that should have been decommissioned or fully replaced instead of patched and ignored. Someone had decided that welding over rust was good enough. Someone had decided that because the system hadn't failed yet, it wouldn't. That logic killed two people. Pressure doesn't care about intentions. It doesn't care about budgets. It doesn't care about shortcuts. One of the hardest parts of this job is knowing that so many of these incidents are preventable. This wasn't a freak accident in the sense that it came out of nowhere. It was the final step in a long chain of bad decisions and ignored warnings. What stays with me isn't just the technical failure, it's the human side. Those two workers trusted the system they were working on. They trusted that someone before them had done their job correctly. They trusted that when they showed up to do their work, the environment wouldn't actively kill them. They had families, they had routines, they had plans for later that day that never happened. And all of it ended because a water tank was allowed to become a bomb. After that incident, I started seeing systems differently. I stopped thinking of failures as rare events. I started seeing them as inevitabilities waiting for the right conditions. Rust plus pressure plus neglect equals violence. It's just a matter of time. I also started thinking about how many other buildings were out there with similar tanks, similar patches, similar ignored warnings, systems that hadn't worked in years but were still sitting there, quietly aging, quietly weakening. Most people walk past fire protection systems without ever thinking about them. They're invisible until they're not. When they work, no one notices. When they fail, the consequences can be catastrophic. That incident taught me that danger doesn't always look dangerous. Sometimes it looks like a dull metal tank sitting in a concrete room. Sometimes it looks like a system that hasn't been touched in years. Sometimes it looks like, we'll fix it later. I still think about that moment when the workers were on the phone with their supervisor, doing the right thing, reporting the problem. Seconds away from walking away, maybe, or maybe not. There's no way to know. All I know is that the force unleashed in that moment didn't come from fire or chemicals or explosives. It came from water, from pressure, from neglect. And every time I walk into a pump room now, every time I see an old tank, every time I notice welded patches where they shouldn't be, I feel that same quiet tension. Because I've seen what happens when systems fail in the worst possible way. Some accidents are loud warnings. Others are silent until they kill. And that one was a reminder that even the most ordinary infrastructure can become deadly if it's ignored long enough. I'm not sure when the first story planted itself in my head, only that it's been there for as long as I can remember. I always thought it was something my mom told me when I was a kid, sometime in the late 90s. It felt like one of those stories adults share in hushed voices when they don't realize how deeply children absorb every word. The kind of story that isn't meant to scare you permanently but somehow does. In my memory, she told it like it was real. There were two men, she said, who took a young boy from a mall, not snatched violently in front of a crowd, but quietly, the way predators do when they know exactly what they're doing. The boy was separated from his parents just long enough for someone to step in and guide him away. I remember the mall being vivid in my mind when I thought about it. Bright lights, tile floors, people everywhere. That contrast made the story worse. How something so horrific could happen in a place designed to feel safe. According to the story as I remembered it, the men killed the boy. Not immediately, they took him somewhere else. somewhere private, somewhere no one would hear him. They gutted him, removed his insides, and then did something so disturbing that even now it's hard to put into words. They sewed his skin back up, like fixing a torn jacket, like he was an object. Then they filled his body with Coke, the soda, as if that somehow made him look normal again, as if weight and shape mattered more than life. And then, in the part that always made my stomach twist the hardest, they took him back to the mall, back to the parents, like returning a lost item, like nothing had happened. I carried that story with me for years. It shaped how I saw crowded places, how I thought about malls, amusement parks, anywhere children could get lost for even a second. It felt like a warning disguised as a story, something meant to teach fear, vigilance, mistrust. I never questioned it. I never doubted it. I just assumed it was something terrible that happened somewhere, sometime, and my mom had told me about it, so I'd be careful. Years later, as an adult, the story came up again. I retold it to my mom. I remember saying it casually, like recalling something we both knew. I mentioned how horrifying it was, how it stuck with me. I expected her to nod, maybe add a detail I had forgotten, maybe say something like, "Yeah, that one was awful." Instead, she looked at me like I was speaking a different language. She told me she had never said that. At first I thought she was joking, then I thought maybe she didn't remember. Parents forget things all the time, but she was firm, confused, slightly disturbed. She swore she had never told me that story. Not once, not ever. We went back and forth. I described it in detail. The mall, the two men, the Coke, the way they brought the boy back. She listened, her expression slowly changing, and then repeated that she had never heard anything like that before, let alone told it to her child. That's when the unease really set in. If she didn't tell me, where did it come from? I was too young in the late 90s to be reading detailed crime stories online. The internet wasn't what it is now. I didn't watch horror movies like that. I couldn't remember hearing it from anyone else. Yet the memory felt old, embedded, solid, not like a dream, not like imagination. It felt like something handed to me. The scariest part wasn't the story itself anymore. It was the idea that a memory like that could exist without a clear source. That something so specific, so graphic, could take root in my mind and stay there for decades without me knowing where it came from. Whether it was something I overheard, something I misunderstood, something my brain stitched together from fragments of other things, or something else entirely. I still don't have an answer for that. And every time I think about it, I feel that same unease. Not just about what the story described, but about how fragile memory really is. How easily the mind can create something that feels completely real. That wasn't the only unsettling thing I experienced growing up. There's another story from high school that still sits heavy with me, not because it's mysterious in the same way, but because it's real, and because of the way it ended without warning. I had gone back to high school to retry and finish. My life hadn't gone the straight path most people expect. I was older than most of the students around me, 18 at the time, surrounded by kids who were still figuring themselves out. It felt strange at first being older, but I tried not to make it a big deal. That's when I met him. He was a new kid, a really nice black kid, no older than 14. Quiet, respectful, always smiling. There was something about him that stood out, not in a flashy way, but in the way he carried himself. He paid attention, he listened. He was eager in that way kids are when they're still hopeful. For some reason, he gravitated toward me. Maybe it was because I was older. Maybe it was because I didn't treat him like a child. Maybe it was just that I was chill and didn't judge him. Whatever the reason, he started sticking with me during lunch and PE. He'd ask questions, talk about random things, laugh easily. I didn't mind it at all. If anything, it felt good to know someone looked up to me. At that point in my life, I didn't feel like much of a role model. I was just trying to get through school. But to him, I was someone solid, someone safe, someone worth following around. Then one day, everything stopped. I woke up and saw something on my PC. I don't remember exactly where it came from. I don't remember opening a specific site or clicking a specific link. I just remember reading about an incident, something that had happened the day before. The words didn't fully sink in at first. I read them, but my brain refused to connect them to reality. I went to school anyway. That's when it became real. My teacher was different that day. She looked exhausted, shaken. Her eyes were red. She started class, but her voice broke. She tried to speak, but couldn't finish her sentences. Eventually, she stopped trying. She told us what had happened. The kid was gone. The same kid who had followed me around at lunch. The same kid who laughed easily. The same kid who looked up to me. He had passed away. Suddenly, tragically. I don't even remember if she gave details or if my brain blocked them out. I just remember the room going quiet. No work got done that day. She cried. Not quietly, not politely. She cried like someone who had lost something they weren't supposed to lose. A student. A child. Someone who was supposed to grow up. The rest of us sat there, stunned. I remember staring at my desk, my hands resting on the surface, feeling completely detached from my body. I kept expecting him to walk through the door late, apologizing, smiling, taking his seat. That's how school works, right? People are late. People miss days. But he didn't come. And he never did. That's the thing about death when you're young. You know about it in theory. You hear about it on the news. You see it in movies. But when it touches your real life, your routine, your hallway, your lunch table, it feels unreal. Like the world skipped a frame and never went back. What haunted me most wasn't just that he died. It was the fact that he looked up to me. I wondered what kind of impact I had on him. If I had said the right things. If I had been kind enough. If he felt safe around me. Those thoughts lingered long after the shock wore off. There was no warning. One day he was there, alive, talking about nothing important. The next day, he was a memory. A name spoken softly, a desk that stayed empty. Between that story and the one I can't even trace back to a real source, I've learned something unsettling about the way horror works in real life. It doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it comes as a story you don't remember learning. Sometimes it comes as a normal day that ends without someone you expected to see again. Sometimes it's not about monsters or killers or ghosts. Sometimes it's about how suddenly things can disappear and how little control we really have over what stays with us. Those two stories don't scare me in the same way. One makes me question my own mind. The other reminds me how fragile people are, and both of them in their own way never really left me. During the First World War, there was a fortress on the Eastern Front that everyone involved already knew would not survive forever. It wasn't meant to. Its purpose wasn't to stand indefinitely or to become a symbol carved in stone. Its job was much simpler and far more desperate. It had to buy time. Behind that fort was a town filled with civilians, families, elderly people, children, people who had nothing to do with the war except that it had reached their doorstep. The Russian military knew that if the Germans broke through too quickly, there would be no time to evacuate them. So the order was given to hold the fort for as long as humanly possible, even though everyone involved understood that it would eventually fall. The soldiers stationed there weren't naive. They knew the odds. Supplies were limited. Reinforcements were unlikely. The fort itself was outdated, built for a different kind of war than the one now being fought with modern artillery, machine guns, and chemical weapons. Still, they stayed. Day after day, the Germans attacked. Artillery shells slammed into the fort, tearing chunks out of its walls. Explosions shook the ground. Dust and smoke hung constantly in the air. Inside, the Russian defenders were exhausted, wounded, starving, and slowly being worn down. They fought anyway. Every hour they held meant more civilians could get farther away. Every hour mattered. Eventually, the Germans changed tactics. Instead of continuing costly assaults, they decided to end it decisively. They brought in poison gas. This was still a relatively new weapon at the time, terrifying not just because of what it did to the body, but because of how little defense there was against it. The Russians inside the fort had no gas masks, no real protection. When the gas canisters were released and the wind carried the poison over the fort, there was no doubt among the German command that the fight was over. The gas rolled in slowly, thick and choking, seeping into every crack and opening. It burned the lungs. It destroyed tissue. It didn't kill instantly. It tortured first. Inside the fort, men screamed, coughed, clawed at their throats. Their eyes burned. Their lungs filled with fluid. Some collapsed almost immediately. Others lasted longer, forcing themselves to breathe air that was actively killing them because stopping meant dying faster. Blood began to appear on lips and uniforms as their bodies broke down from the inside. Hours passed. Eventually, silence. From the German perspective, there was no reason to believe anyone inside could still be alive. An entire fort filled with unprotected soldiers had been saturated with gas. No movement, no gunfire, nothing. They assumed the defenders were all dead. So the German troops began their advance. They moved cautiously at first, stepping through the lingering haze, weapons raised but confidence growing. They expected to find corpses, rows of bodies, a fort filled with the aftermath of gas warfare. What they did not expect was movement. Out of the smoke, figures began to emerge. Not many, around 60 men. They didn't look like soldiers anymore. Their uniforms were torn and soaked dark. Blood covered their faces and chests. Many were coughing violently, choking, vomiting as they walked. Some were holding their rifles only because their bodies hadn't yet given out. Others stumbled forward with bayonets fixed, driven by something beyond survival instinct. Their lungs were destroyed. Their throats burned raw. Some were literally coughing up pieces of their own insides as the damage from the gas overwhelmed their bodies. Their faces were swollen, streaked with blood and chemical burns. They should not have been able to stand, and yet they charged. They didn't shout commands. They didn't scream insults. They didn't need to. They simply came forward. To the German soldiers, what they saw didn't look human anymore. These were not men who should have been alive. They were walking corpses emerging from poison clouds, advancing despite wounds that should have made movement impossible. The psychological impact was immediate and overwhelming. Panic spread through the German ranks. Men began to fall back, then run. Orders were lost in the chaos. Formation collapsed. Soldiers trampled over each other in their desperation to escape what looked like an army of the dead, rising from the gas. Thousands fled from fewer than 100 men who were already dying. The Russians kept advancing as long as they could. They fired when able. They stabbed when close enough. They held the line not with strength, but with the last remnants of will left in bodies that were already failing. The Germans retreated far faster than anyone would have predicted, abandoning the assault entirely. The fort did not fall that day. Those 60 men did not survive much longer. The damage done by the gas was irreversible. One by one, they collapsed. Their bodies finally gave in to injuries that no amount of courage could overcome. But before they died, they accomplished something critical. They bought more time. They held the fort long enough for the evacuation behind it to be completed. Civilians escaped. The town was emptied. And before the position could be retaken, the remaining defenders were able to rig the fort with explosives. When the Germans eventually returned, there was nothing left to capture. The fort was destroyed, denied to the enemy. Later, a local newspaper would give the event a name: the Attack of the Dead Men. It wasn't meant to glorify death. It was simply the only way to describe what had happened. Men who should have been dead, who by all logic and biology were already dying, rose up one last time to fulfill their duty. What makes the story so haunting isn't just the violence or the shock value, it's the clarity of purpose. Those soldiers knew they were going to die. They had already accepted it. Their bodies were failing, their lungs dissolving, their vision fading, and they charged anyway, not to win the war, not for medals, not even for survival, but to make sure others lived. The Germans had superior numbers, superior equipment, chemical weapons, everything that should have guaranteed victory, and yet fear broke them. Not fear of death, but fear of something that refused to die when it should have. The image of those men, bloodied and choking, walking forward through poison gas, remains one of the most disturbing moments in modern warfare, not because it was strategic brilliance, but because it revealed something uncomfortable about the human spirit. Sometimes, even when the body is finished, something else keeps moving. The men of that fort were dead the moment the gas reached them. They just hadn't stopped yet, and that was enough. That was... My uncle used to tell this story the same way every time, usually late at night when the house was quiet and no one felt like interrupting him. He never raised his voice or tried to make it dramatic. That was what made it unsettling. He would just lean back, stare at nothing for a moment, and say that there are some roads in Texas you don't ever forget, no matter how many years pass. This happened when he was younger, long before GPS, long before smartphones, back when long highway drives felt endless and lonely in a way that is hard to explain now. He had been driving down toward Laredo, Texas, late at night. It wasn't a quick trip. It was one of those drives where the road stretches straight ahead for miles, with nothing but darkness on both sides and the occasional passing truck to remind you that you're not completely alone. He said the night was quiet, almost too quiet. The radio barely picked up any stations, just static and faint music that faded in and out. He eventually turned it off because the silence felt easier than the noise. The headlights cut through the darkness in a narrow tunnel, and beyond that tunnel, everything disappeared into black nothingness. He had been driving for a long time when he noticed something ahead on the shoulder of the road. At first, he thought it was just a trick of the light, maybe a signpost or debris. But as he got closer, the shape became clearer. It was a person, a woman, walking slowly along the side of the highway. That alone was strange. This was not a busy road, especially not at that hour. People did not walk there, and certainly not alone, and certainly not at night. What caught his attention even more was what she was wearing. She had on a long nightgown, not a dress, not clothes you would expect someone to be wearing outside. It looked like something someone would wear to bed. She was walking with her head slightly down, her arms hanging loosely at her sides. She wasn't waving for help or trying to flag down cars. She was just walking, step after slow step, as if she had all the time in the world. My uncle said his first thought was that she must be in trouble. Maybe her car broke down. Maybe she had been in an accident. Maybe something worse. The area wasn't known for being safe at night, and seeing a woman alone like that made him uneasy, but it also made him feel responsible. He said he couldn't just drive past her and pretend he didn't see her. So he slowed down. He pulled closer to the shoulder, keeping his car moving but at a crawl. He rolled down his window just enough to speak. He called out to her, asking if she was okay, if she needed help, if something had happened. She didn't react. She didn't turn her head. She didn't stop walking. She didn't even seem to acknowledge that he was there. That made him feel uncomfortable. Most people, even if they were scared, would at least look toward a car that slowed down beside them. He matched her pace, driving slowly next to her. He tried again, louder this time, asking if she needed a ride or if he could call someone for her. He said he was already feeling a knot forming in his stomach, a sense that something wasn't right, but he still thought maybe she was in shock or injured. Then she turned. My uncle said the way she turned is burned into his memory. It wasn't slow or confused. It was sudden, sharp, like something snapping into place. She turned her head first, then her shoulders, and in the same motion she lunged toward his car. She didn't scream. She didn't say a word. She just rushed at him. He said her face didn't look normal, not angry, not scared, empty. Her eyes were wide, fixed directly on him, and her mouth was open in a way that didn't look human, like it was stretched too far. He didn't wait to understand what he was seeing. Pure instinct took over. He slammed his foot on the gas and sped away as fast as his car would go. He didn't look in the mirror at first. He was afraid of what he might see. His heart was pounding so hard that he could feel it in his throat, and his hands were shaking on the steering wheel. After a few seconds, once he had put some distance between himself and whatever that was, he slowed down just enough to look in the rearview mirror. There was no one there. The shoulder of the road was empty. The stretch of highway behind him looked exactly the same as it had before. No woman, no movement, nothing. He said that's when the fear really set in. If she had been a real person, even if she had tried to attack him, she couldn't have just vanished like that. There was nowhere for her to go. No trees close enough to hide behind. No buildings, no side roads. Just open land and darkness. He pulled over a little farther down the road, trying to catch his breath and make sense of what had just happened. He stayed inside the car with the doors locked, the engine still running. He scanned the road, the mirrors, the sides of the highway, expecting to see her again. She never appeared. Eventually, he drove the rest of the way without stopping again. He said he didn't feel safe pulling over for the rest of the night. Every shadow on the side of the road made his stomach tighten. Every reflective sign looked like a figure standing just out of reach of the headlights. When he finally reached his destination, he didn't tell anyone what happened right away. He thought maybe he was just tired. Maybe his eyes had played tricks on him. Maybe fear had filled in the blanks and made it seem worse than it was. But the image of her turning and lunging stayed with him. Years later, he heard rumors, stories from other people who had driven that same stretch of highway. They talked about a woman in a nightgown, walking alone at night. Some said she looked lost. Some said she disappeared when cars got too close. Some said she would run toward vehicles only to vanish seconds later. There was never a clear explanation. No confirmed accident. No missing person report that matched her description. Just scattered stories, all slightly different, but all centered around the same image. A woman walking along the highway near Laredo, dressed for bed, appearing out of nowhere and leaving nothing behind. My uncle never claimed to know what she was. He didn't say she was a ghost or a spirit or anything supernatural. He just said that whatever he saw that night was not something he could explain. He said that road felt wrong afterward, like it carried something with it, something that stayed long after the headlights passed. Even now, when he talks about it, he avoids driving at night if he can. And if he ever sees someone walking alone on a highway after dark, he doesn't slow down anymore. He just keeps driving. I still remember early 2017 very clearly, even though at the time nothing felt unusual about it. Life was busy, but in a good way. I was working constantly, building my own business ventures and finally seeing the results of years of effort. I wasn't rich, but I was doing well enough that my life looked different than it used to. Better tools, better equipment, nicer electronics, things that mattered to me because I earned them. I lived in a quiet area, the kind of place where days blended together and nights felt calm. Most evenings were the same. I'd get home tired, unwind, maybe have a beer, put something on TV, and just enjoy being in my own space. My house felt like a safe zone. It never crossed my mind that it could be anything else. That's when Matthew started coming around again. Matthew was someone I went to high school with. We weren't best friends, but we knew each other well enough. Same school, same town, same general circle. After graduation, we lost touch like most people do. There was no bad blood, just distance. So when he showed up again in early 2017, I didn't question it much. At first, it felt normal, familiar, like reconnecting with a piece of the past. He'd stop by my place, sometimes alone, sometimes with a couple of people I knew. We'd sit around, watch TV, drink beers, joke, and talk about nothing important. Everything felt routine. Looking back now, that's what scares me the most. There was no dramatic warning sign, no moment where I thought, something is wrong here. It all blended into normal life. But Matthew started coming by more often than I expected. Not every day, but enough that it became noticeable, enough that it felt sudden. One month he wasn't around at all, and the next he was stopping by regularly. He also changed from how I remembered him. He wasn't loud or energetic like he used to be in school. He was quieter, more observant. He spent a lot of time just looking around, listening, more than talking. At the time, I thought he'd just matured. Then there were the questions. They were never aggressive or obvious. That's why I didn't shut them down. They were casual, almost lazy, like he was just making conversation. He'd ask things like how busy I stayed with work, what kind of projects I was running, and whether I did everything myself. He'd look at my equipment and ask what it was used for, how hard it was to get, or how much it cost. Not in a jealous way, more like curiosity. Sometimes he asked about my schedule. What time do you usually get home? Are you here most nights or out working late? Do you ever leave the place empty for a few days? I answered without thinking. I didn't feel like I had anything to hide. I was proud of what I was doing, and it felt good to talk about it. That's something I regret now. One thing that stands out in hindsight is how often he circled back to the same topics. If I mentioned being out of town once, he'd ask later how often that happened. If I said I worked alone, he'd later ask if I ever planned on bringing anyone on to help. He also asked about security. Do you have cameras? Any kind of alarm system? Anything like that? He asked it like he was just curious, like he was thinking about getting something similar for himself. I remember laughing it off and saying I probably should get something, but hadn't yet. He didn't laugh the same way. He just nodded. At the time, I didn't see the pattern. Now it feels obvious. One night in particular sticks with me. Not because anything dramatic happened, but because of how normal it was. It was just another night, TV on, a couple beers, same routine. Matthew was there, quiet at times, then suddenly engaged, asking questions, scanning the room like he was memorizing it. At one point he asked, "So you're usually here at night, right?" I answered without hesitation, "Yeah, unless I'm out for work." He nodded, slowly, like he was filing the information away. Later that night, he got up and said he was heading out. No tension, no argument, just a normal goodbye. I watched him walk out the door and thought nothing of it. That was the last time I ever saw him. Months went by. Life stayed busy. I didn't think about Matthew at all. He faded into the background like so many other people from the past. Then I found out the truth. I don't remember exactly how the news reached me, but I remember the moment it hit. Matthew had been arrested for a murder he was involved in back in 2016, a robbery. He and another guy targeted someone who had recently come into a decent amount of money. During the robbery, they killed him. That detail stayed stuck in my head. They chose the victim because of money. Suddenly, the timeline made my stomach drop. The murder happened in 2016. Matthew started coming around more often in early 2017. Around the same time, I was making good money and had expensive equipment sitting in my house. Everything I brushed off before came rushing back. The questions, the timing, the sudden interest. I replayed every visit in my head. Every glance he took around my place. Every question about my schedule. Every time he asked if I was alone or if anyone else lived with me. I don't know for sure what his intentions were. I can't prove that he was planning anything against me. But knowing what he had already done makes it impossible to believe it was innocent. That's the part that still bothers me, because if he was capable of killing someone during a robbery, then the idea that he was feeling me out isn't far-fetched. And the scariest part is how easy it would have been. He knew where I lived. He had been inside my home. He knew my routine because I told him. He knew what I owned because he saw it. And I trusted him because I recognized his face. I started thinking about the person who was killed. Someone who probably didn't think they were in danger either. Someone who likely trusted Matthew enough to let him know about their money. Someone who never thought that information would cost them their life. After that, everything changed for me. I stopped letting people drop by unannounced. I stopped talking openly about my work, my income, or my schedule. I started paying attention to the kinds of questions people asked and how often they asked them. Because what I learned from that situation is this: danger doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it sits quietly on your couch, drinks your beer, and asks questions with a smile. The last time I saw Matthew, nothing felt wrong. That's what haunts me. How close I might have been to something irreversible without realizing it. To this day, I don't know if I was being targeted, but I know I was being watched. And sometimes, that's enough to change how you see people forever. I still remember exactly where I was living at the time, because after everything that happened, that place stopped feeling like home. It became something else entirely, something uneasy, something I could never look at the same way again. This was in southwestern Ontario, in a city with around 75,000 people. Not a massive city, not a tiny town either. Just big enough to feel busy, but small enough that people believe serious crime didn't really happen there. The kind of place where you recognize faces at the grocery store, where news spreads fast, where parents feel comfortable letting their kids walk a few streets over without worrying too much. I lived 9 houses away from someone who turned out to be a rapist and a murderer. At the time, that sentence would have sounded ridiculous to me. Impossible. That kind of thing happens somewhere else. In big cities, on the news, not on your street, not near your house, not near people you know. But it did. On New Year's Day of 2013, a young woman named Noelle Paquette was raped and murdered. Even now, writing her name still feels heavy. The kind of heavy that settles in your chest and doesn't really leave. The night it happened started like so many nights do. Ordinary, forgettable, no warning signs, no sense that something horrific was about to take place. Noelle had been at a local bar with her boyfriend. From what came out later, they got into an argument around 2:30 in the morning. It wasn't unusual. Couples argue, people drink, people leave bars upset all the time. Nothing about that moment would have stood out to anyone watching. At some point after leaving the bar, she was abducted. That part still messes with my head. The randomness of it. She didn't know them. She didn't provoke them. She didn't make a series of bad choices that night. She crossed paths with the wrong people at the worst possible moment. 2 people, Tanya Bogdanovich and Michael McGregor. They forced her into a vehicle at knife point. 18 kilometers. That's how far they drove her. From a familiar part of the city all the way to the southern edge, where things thin out and the streetlights disappear. 18 kilometers is not a short drive when you're being held against your will. It's long enough to realize no one is coming. Long enough to understand you're not just being scared. Long enough for hope to drain away and be replaced by terror. They took her to a forest, a place that during the day probably looked harmless. Trees, snow, silence. But at night, especially in winter, forests feel like they swallow sound, like whatever happens inside them is meant to stay hidden. That's where they raped her. That's where they killed her. The brutality of it was hard to process when the details started coming out. It wasn't a crime of panic. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't something that spiraled out of control. It was deliberate, planned in mindset, if not inexact. Execution. What made it even worse was what investigators uncovered afterward. They were involved in fetish websites, communities where rape was not just discussed, but glorified, where violence was framed as power, where violating someone was described as exciting, empowering, even justified. Knowing that changes how you think about everything, because it means this wasn't just about opportunity, it was about desire. And then the story came closer, much closer. Tanya Bogdanovich lived 9 houses away from me. 9. I could count the distance in my head. I had walked past that house more times than I could remember. I had passed it without a second thought. I had existed in the same physical space as someone capable of something so horrific, and I never knew. What makes it worse is that I knew her son. I was close friends with him. He used to walk to my house sometimes, just show up like kids do, knock on the door, ask if I was home, sit around, play games, talk about nothing important. He was just a kid, completely separate from what his mother was hiding. But after everything came out, I couldn't stop thinking about the fact that the woman who raised him, the woman whose house he walked back to, was capable of rape and murder. And then there's the moment that still feels unreal, even now. 10 days before the murder, right before Christmas break, there was a school assembly. She was there. Tanya Bogdanovich stood in my school gymnasium, surrounded by students, staff, teachers, smiling, blending in, looking like any other parent or community member. No one knew, no one suspected, no one looked at her and thought, this person will soon be involved in a violent sexual murder. That image haunts me more than almost anything else, because it proves something terrifying. Monsters don't always look like monsters. Sometimes they sit in assemblies. Sometimes they smile politely. Sometimes they live 9 houses away from you. When the news broke, the city changed overnight. I remember the media frenzy. Police tape, news vans, reporters everywhere. Cameras lining streets that used to be quiet. You couldn't drive down my street without running into blockages, traffic, people slowing down just to stare. Neighbors were hysterical. Parents were terrified. People locked their doors in broad daylight. Conversations stopped being about normal things and turned into the same questions over and over. How did this happen here? How could no one know? Who else is hiding something? The sense of safety that everyone took for granted evaporated. It didn't fade slowly, it snapped. One moment the city felt normal, the next it felt exposed. I remember lying awake at night, replaying everything in my head, thinking about all the times I walked alone, all the times I passed that house, all the times her son walked to mine, all the normal moments that suddenly felt dangerous in hindsight. And the worst part was realizing how close the danger really was. Not a vague someone somewhere, not a stranger on the news, but a real address, a real house, a real person whose physical presence overlapped with my daily life. After that, I started noticing something else. Other bad stories started surfacing. Crimes, incidents, things people used to dismiss or downplay. It felt like once the illusion was broken, everything else rushed in to fill the gap, like the city had been holding its breath for years and finally exhaled all the darkness at once. People started looking at each other differently. Trust became thinner. The idea that this doesn't happen here was gone forever. What stays with me the most isn't just the crime itself, as horrific as it was. It's the proximity. The fact that I was living a normal life, hanging out with friends, going to school, while something so violent was unfolding just blocks away. The fact that the people responsible didn't live on the margins of society. They lived among us. It taught me something I wish I never had to learn. Safety is often an assumption, not a guarantee. You don't always get warning signs. You don't always feel fear before something terrible happens. Sometimes the danger is already there, already woven into your environment, and you only see it once it's exposed by tragedy. I still think about Noelle Paquette, about how her night started like any other, about how unfair it all was, about how close the people responsible were to my own life. If tonight's stories stayed with you, leave a like. Subscribe if you're drawn to the quiet kind of horror, the kind that doesn't need to shout. Some things don't chase you, they just wait. This is LURK. I'll see you next time.